Chapter 1042. His glabella glowed and the mountain and river diagram flew out. It rapidly enlarged and lengthened, surrounding Lu Ming, Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling. At the same time, Lu Ming threw a dozen punches at the blood-colored pagoda. Jing Kongling shouted and waved his hands. 2 water dragons also rushed toward the blood-colored pagoda. Sandalwood Fairy waved her hand, and 9 elixirs flew toward the blood-colored pagoda. When they were halfway there, the 9 elixirs glowed, and inscriptions appeared on them. Then they exploded and turned into 9 battle swords, slashing toward the blood-colored pagoda, refining elixirs into weapons. Lu Ming's eyes flashed with amazement. Sandalwood Fairy's alchemy skills had really reached an unfathomable level. She could actually refine elixirs into weapons. A single elixir was a divine weapon, a great weapon with infinite power. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 people's attacks collided with the blood-colored pagoda. They successfully blocked the blood-colored pagoda, but their attacks also collapsed. They only felt a powerful force surging toward them, and their bodies trembled slightly. The blood-colored pagoda's strength was much stronger than the bearded man's. Go! After blocking the blood-colored pagoda, the 3 people rushed out. But at this time, the bearded man and the blood-robed elder also attacked. Together with the blood-colored pagoda, they surrounded Lu Ming and the other 2 people. Lu Ming and the other 2 people couldn't rush out at all. They could only try their best to defend. Fortunately, with the protection of the mountain and river diagram, the 3 of them could reduce their defense and use more power to attack. Lu Ming and Jing Kongling fought against the blood-colored pagoda and the blood-robed elder. Sandalwood Fairy's body glowed and colorful light constantly flew out. It looked beautiful, but it was full of killing intent. At the same time, Sandalwood Fairy waved her hand, and elixirs flew out one after another, forming a wonderful array in the air. They burst out a terrifying attack toward the bearded man, showing Sandalwood Fairy's terrifying combat strength. But even so, the 3 of them were still at a disadvantage. The main reason was that the blood-colored pagoda was too powerful. Lu Ming's mind raced. He had no choice but to use his full strength. He was confident that if he used his full strength, he wouldn't be weaker than the blood-colored pagoda. Rumble. However, right at this moment, an earth-shattering rumble suddenly resounded between heaven and earth. The earth trembled and the sky exploded. Everyone saw dazzling lights suddenly explode in the sky like countless resplendent fireworks exploding together. The array exploded. What's going on? Sandalwood Fairy whispered. Lu Ming was also taken aback. He remembered that this herb garden was enveloped by a large formation. Previously, the Cold Blood Hall people had only broken a corner of it. But now, it seemed that the entire formation had collapsed, and the entire herb garden was about to reappear. Oh no, it's been taken by someone else. At this moment, a cry of surprise came from the blood-colored pagoda. What? Someone else took it, damn it. The bearded man and the blood-robed old man cried out in alarm. The 2 of them actually stopped attacking Lu Ming's group and flew backwards. Then they each took out a sound transmission jade talisman and looked at it. Their faces fell. The blood-red pagoda shuddered and transformed back into the middle-aged man's appearance. That thing is more important. Let's go and capture the suspicious person with all our might. The middle-aged man shouted. Boy, you're lucky today. The bearded man glanced at Lu Ming's group unwillingly, and then the 3 Cold Blood Hall experts left without looking back. Lu Ming, Sandalwood Fairy, and Jing Kongling looked at each other in dismay. Cold Blood Hall opened this ancient herb garden. It seems that there's something more important here, but it's been taken away by someone else. Lu Ming guessed. Obviously, the value of that treasure was far above the spirit-refining fruits. Therefore, the bearded man and the others had to leave Lu Ming's group behind and chase after that treasure. Because they were not confident that they could take down Lu Ming's group in a short time. Let's go, let's leave this herb garden first, Lu Ming said. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling nodded, and the 3 of them flew towards the west. After such a big commotion, there would definitely be more and more experts. This herb garden was not a place to stay for long, so it was better to leave first. There were no accidents along the way. The 3 of them flew hundreds of thousands of miles away from the herb garden before stopping. Dandan, take out all the spirit-refining fruits. The 3 of them stopped on a mountain peak and Lu Ming looked at Dandan. What? I got them. Dandan turned his head away and did not look at Lu Ming. The spirit-refining fruits are very useful for perfected spiritual embryos or spiritual gods, but they're not as useful to you as other spiritual herbs. Isn't it a waste to give them to you? Take them out quickly, they're for Sandalwood Fairy and Miss Kongling. Lu Ming said, staring at Dandan unkindly. This guy wanted to take them for himself again. In the end, under Lu Ming's threatening gaze, Dandan had no choice but to spit out more than 100 spirit-refining fruits. This was also because the spirit-refining fruits were not very useful to Dandan. Otherwise he might not have been willing to hand them over. Sandalwood Fairy, Miss Kongling, a total of 102 spirit-refining fruits. 34 for each of you. What do you think? Lu Ming divided the spirit-refining fruits into 3 portions and gave one each to Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling. This time it was all thanks to Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling. Otherwise, Lu Ming would have rushed into the valley rashly and fallen into Cold Blood Hall's trap. He would have been doomed, not to mention getting the spirit-refining fruits in the end. Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling did not stand on ceremony and took them one by one. The spirit-refining fruits were very useful to them. Although Sandalwood Fairy was not a martial artist, she could use the spirit-refining fruits to refine a kind of elixir, which would be very useful for her to break through to level 8. Brat, you're a guy who values women over friends. You only know how to use the spirit herbs I plucked to win the hearts of the beauties. I'm not convinced. Beauties, you must remember that I risked my life to pluck these soul-refining fruits, not this brat. Dandan began to shout unhappily. Then he looked at Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling with a pair of shifty eyes. Ha, Master Lu, your spiritual pet is really strange. Sandalwood Fairy giggled and looked at Dandan curiously. Jing Kongling was the same. A spiritual pet, a little turtle, could inscribe inscriptions. It was really amazing. They had never seen any demonic beast that could inscribe inscription formations. Haha, beauties, I might as well tell you that I'm the head of the top 10 battle beast. I'm unparalleled and invincible in the world. Wherever I go, the world is convinced. I think you two are not bad. How about this? I'll reluctantly accept you as my maids. What do you think? Dandan stood on Lu Ming's shoulder with 2 claws on his waist, looking invincible. Lu Ming wished he could slap this guy to death. Dandan's appearance made Sandalwood Fairy laugh. Even Jing Kongling, who had always been ethereal, showed a smile on his face. Master Lu, why don't you lend me your spiritual pet for a few days? Sandalwood Fairy smiled. Okay. Before Lu Ming could say anything, Dandan immediately nodded. She leaped into Sandalwood Fairy's arms, her claws grabbing Sandalwood Fairy's skirt. Beauty, how are you going to play with me? Chapter 1043. Lecherous Tortoise. Sandalwood Fairy's face flushed red and she slapped Dandan away. By the side, a holy and ethereal woman like Jing Kongling blushed slightly. She and Sandalwood Fairy looked at Lu Ming with a strange expression. Lu Shaoqing, I didn't expect you to be such a person. You taught your spiritual pet to be like this. Sandalwood Fairy glared at Lu Ming fiercely. The veins on Lu Ming's face were throbbing and he felt wronged. Dandan was not taught by him. She was a wily old fox to begin with. But Sandalwood Fairy and Jing Kongling obviously thought that Dandan was Lu Ming's spiritual pet, and it looked young, so it must have been taught by Lu Ming. The spiritual pet was so wretched and lecherous, the master was probably the same. Lu Ming cursed Dandan hundreds of times in his heart. He was really speechless. His reputation was going to be ruined by this guy. Beauty, why did you hit me? You haven't told me how to play with me. Dandan ran over and shouted again. Get in. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and threw it directly into the mountain and river diagram. Ahem, ladies, I'll take my leave now. See you again. Lu Ming was a little embarrassed. He coughed twice and cupped his fists. Where are you going, young Master Lu? Lu Ming looked really different from the tortoise, so Sandalwood Fairy asked in a low voice. I'm going to cultivate while going to the sacred city. Goodbye. After that, Lu Ming did not stay any longer. He turned into a rainbow light and soared into the sky. This Lu Shaoqing is more mysterious than I thought. Sandalwood Fairy's beautiful eyes flashed, and then she left with Jing Kongling. Following that, Lu Ming cultivated as he hurried on his way. His speed was not fast and he would stop every now and then. Sometimes when he gained something he would stop and comprehend it. Right now he was focusing on comprehending the will of heaven and earth. On the other hand, he'd found a place to refine the 30+ soul refinement fruits as well. The energy of the soul refinement fruits had completely seeped into his spirit embryo. At that time, if he broke through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm and his spirit embryo broke through to the domain enlightened spirit god realm, then his domain enlightened spirit god would definitely be more material than an ordinary person, and his chances of overcoming the heavenly tribulation would be even greater. After 7 days of walking and stopping, Lu Ming had only traveled a few million miles. On this day, Lu Ming arrived at the territory of a sect called the Mystic Mist Sect. Compared to the entire central continent, this was a small sect. There were only a few spiritual gods in the sect, but it also had a teleportation formation. Lu Ming planned to take the teleportation formation of the Mystic Mist sect, cross the void and head west. After all, the central continent was simply too vast. There were hundreds of regions in the Eastern Barren Territory, but the central continent was 7 or 8 times larger than the Eastern Barren Territory. He did not know how long it would take to fly to the sacred city. What happened? The teleportation formation of the Mystic Mist sect is controlled by a powerful force. No one is allowed to leave by it. What? Is that true? What kind of force is so overbearing? I heard that it's the Cold Blood Hall. They seem to be looking for someone and have sent out a large number of experts. I have something urgent to do. I have to go out. I can only go to other forces and have a look. Lu Ming walked into a big city near the Mystic Mist sect and heard the news. The Cold Blood Hall has blocked the teleportation formation of the Mystic Mist sect. Lu Ming frowned. He remembered that the bearded man and the others had said that something had been taken away in the ancient herb garden. Was the Cold Blood Hall still hunting for the robber? What on earth could make the Cold Blood Hall send out so many people? Lu Ming observed the vicinity of the Mystic Mist sect and saw many experts of the Cold Blood Hall. The next day, Lu Ming left the territory of the Mystic Mist sect and went to another force. The Divine Wind Ancient Country was an ancient country with several spiritual gods. There was also a teleportation formation in the capital of the Divine Wind Ancient Country. A few days later, Lu Ming arrived at the capital of the Divine Wind Ancient Country. He appeared in a restaurant. Damn it, the teleportation formation of the Divine Wind Ancient Country is also controlled by the Cold Blood Hall. We can't get out at all. It's said that the teleportation formations of more than a dozen forces in the surrounding area are all controlled by the Cold Blood Hall. No one can leave by teleportation formation. The Cold Blood Hall is so overbearing. Who asked them to be an overlord force? That's a force with an emperor overseeing it. There was a burst of discussion in the restaurant. Lu Ming frowned slightly. The teleportation formations of more than a dozen forces in the surrounding area were all controlled. There was no need to go to other forces. After eating and drinking, Lu Ming found an inn in the capital of the Divine Wind Imperial City to stay for the time being and observe the situation. In the following days, Lu Ming cultivated in the inn every day. Occasionally he would go out to check the situation. In the blink of an eye, half a month had passed. However, the Cold Blood Hall still controlled the various teleportation formations. No one could leave by teleportation formation. Some people were anxious and had urgent matters to attend to. Therefore, many people had gathered together and decided not to use the teleportation formation but to fly away. However, they had to cross a huge mountain range to the west. The mountain range spanned from north to south and was tens of millions of miles long. There were countless powerful fierce beasts on the mountain range. Ordinary people would only be courting death if they flew over the mountain range. However, towards the west of the Divine Wind Ancient Country, there was a huge plain. It was as if the middle of the mountain range had been struck by a palm, and the mountain range had been pierced through, forming a plain. This plain was much safer than the mountain range, and had become a passage for many people to go west. However, there were many fierce beasts on the plain. Occasionally, powerful fierce beasts would sneak out from the mountain range on both sides. Therefore, for safety reasons, if they did not use the teleportation formation, they would gather a large group of people and travel together. There was already a group of people in the capital of the Divine Wind Imperial City. They planned to fly over the mountain range together. On this day, tens of thousands of people flew to the west of the Divine Wind Imperial City. Lu Ming was among them. He also planned to fly over the mountain range with the crowd. The group of people flew in a mighty manner. Soon, a vast mountain range appeared in front of them. The mountain range was extremely huge. It towered into the clouds and spanned from north to south. There were countless fierce beasts on it. However, there was a huge gap in the middle of the mountain range. It formed a plain that was tens of thousands of miles wide. It broke through the mountain range and led to the opposite side. According to legend, there was no such gap a long time ago. Later on, there was a battle between two emperors. The mountain range was broken by a palm strike from one of the emperors. That was how the plain was formed. Lu Ming had seen the emperors fight. They were so terrifying that they could definitely break through such a vast mountain range with a single palm strike. The group of people gathered together and flew toward the plain. Roar. The roars of various fierce beasts could be heard from time to time. Some of the roars tore through the clouds. It was extremely terrifying. Those were the roars of spiritual god fierce beasts. Let's get through this mountain range as soon as possible. If we attract spiritual god fierce beasts, we'll be in trouble. Someone shouted. The group sped up and flew forward. Boom, boom. Suddenly there was a bloody light in front of them. Blood chi filled the sky and blocked their way. What's going on? Someone shouted. Oh no, it's the experts from Cold Blood Hall. They're blocking our way. What? Did Cold Blood Hall also send experts here to block us? Damn it. Chapter 1044. Whoosh, whoosh. Blood-red light constantly flew out and floated in the air. In a few breaths, experts in blood-red robes appeared in all directions, staring coldly at Lu Ming and the others. They were all experts from Cold Blood Hall, some of whom had extremely terrifying auras. Experts? So many spiritual god experts. Just the number of spiritual god experts alone exceeds 20. Someone exclaimed. Cold Blood Hall had so many experts here. Several experts from Cold Blood Hall stood in the air. They were the leaders of the Cold Blood Hall experts. We have taken control of all the teleportation formations of the surrounding forces. The person who stole the treasure must be in a hurry to leave. This is his chance. He must be mixed in with this group of people. A white-haired elder said. That's right. It's dangerous to stay in the territory of Cold Blood Hall. He must be in a hurry to leave. We can't use the transmission formation, so we can only fly. There must be someone we're looking for among this group of people. Check every single one of them. A burly man said coldly. With that, he took a step forward and a terrifying aura was released from his body, shrouding Lu Ming and nearly 10,000 people under his aura. Seniors from Cold Blood Hall, why are you stopping us? Someone asked loudly. That's right, we didn't offend anyone from Cold Blood Hall. Another person said. Cold Blood Hall is looking for someone among you, so we can only stop all of you. The burly man said. Is there someone you're looking for? What are their characteristics? Can we help? Someone asked. We don't know. We don't know what characteristics they have. We don't even know if they're a man or a woman. That's why we're stopping all of you. The burly man said. Everyone looked at each other. How were they going to find them if they didn't even know if they were a man or a woman? The burly man sneered and said, This man has taken a precious treasure from Cold Blood Hall. So it's simple. All you need to do is to hand over all your storage rings. What? You want us to hand over our storage rings? No way. Someone refused flatly. How could they get their storage rings back after handing them over? Moreover, which martial artist didn't have secrets? Many of them were in storage rings. Who would want to hand them over? You have to hand them over today. The burly man's eyes turned cold. Cold Blood Hall is too arrogant. You're not the only overlord in the central continent. Don't go too far. Someone said coldly. Really? The burly man's eyes suddenly turned cold, and a blood spear appeared in his hand. In the next moment, the blood spear tore through the void like a blood-colored lightning bolt, stabbing towards an old European. That old European turned pale with fright, and his aura surged as he frantically retreated. However, it was useless. The blood-colored spear pierced through and nailed Old O to death on the plains. Hiss. Many people sucked in a breath of cold air. The aura that erupted from Old O was incomparably terrifying. He was in existence at the first layer of Spirit God, but he was still killed by the burly man's blood spear. It was truly terrifying. How dare you question Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death. The burly man said coldly. Many people kept quiet out of fear and broke out in cold sweat. The Cold Blood Hall was too overbearing. They could even kill a spiritual god on a whim. It was truly overbearing. This was an overlord power. The spiritual gods of some small forces were like ants in their eyes. They could kill them as they wished. If you don't hand over your storage ring, die. The burly man said coldly as he swept his gaze over the people closest to him. Yes, I'll hand it over. The faces of the people who were swept by the burly man changed drastically. They could only take off their storage rings and hand them over. In the crowd, Lu Ming frowned. The burly man was too strong. He was definitely not at the first layer of Spirit God. He was probably at the third or fourth layer of Spirit God. In the spiritual God realm, the gap between each layer was huge. It was not too difficult for someone one layer higher to kill someone one layer lower, let alone someone a few layers higher. Let's charge out. Cold Blood Hall only has a few hundred people. We have tens of thousands. Let's charge out together. That's right. Storage rings are all that we martial artists have. How can we cultivate in the future if we hand them over? At worst, we'll just fight it out. Charge. Roars suddenly came from the crowd. Some people began to charge out in all directions. With someone leading the charge, the crowd was instantly thrown into chaos. No one wanted to hand over their storage rings. Many people followed suit when they saw others breaking out of the encirclement. Tens of thousands of people broke out of the encirclement in all directions. The plains were in chaos. "You're courting death. Kill, kill without mercy." The burly man roared, his killing intent raging. Boom, boom, boom. The experts of Cold Blood Hall burst out with powerful auras. Rays of bloody light bloomed. There were more than 20 spiritual god experts. The rest were at the high level of the spiritual embryo realm. There were even some old monsters among them. Kill. Whoosh, whoosh. Rays of bloody light formed sword rays, saber rays, fist forces, etc., and blasted toward Lu Ming and the others. Hundreds of people were killed in an instant. Their bodies scattered on the ground. A spear ray pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming punched out and shattered the spear ray. His figure flashed as he rushed toward the mountain range on the left. Only by rushing into the mountain range and making use of the complex terrain and the fierce beasts in the mountain range could he avoid the experts of Cold Blood Hall. If he ran to either end of the plains, he would definitely be caught and killed. An expert fixed his eyes on Lu Ming. Rays of bloody light flashed in his hand, forming rays of spear light that pierced toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming unleashed his movement technique and flashed continuously, avoiding the spear gleams as he ran at high speed. The plains were completely drowned in screams. Large numbers of corpses fell, and the smell of blood filled the air. Swallow. Some experts of Cold Blood Hall used the bloodthirst technique to swallow the thick smell of blood into their mouths. Boom, boom. There were a few extremely terrifying experts from Cold Blood Hall, such as the burly man and the two elders. Their auras were violent. With a wave of their hands, the sky and earth shook. Large numbers of experts were killed by their palm prints. There were also a few spiritual god experts in Lu Ming's group, but they were no match for the experts and died one after another. I'll give you my storage ring." Some people were scared and shouted that they wanted to give up their storage rings. However, some people continued to charge forward, unwilling to give up their storage rings. "Master Lu, save me." Lu Ming was charging forward when he suddenly heard a cry. He turned his gaze and was slightly stunned. Zhou Xian. He saw Zhou Xian. At this moment, Zhou Xian was running with all her might, trying to get out. "Let's go." Lu Ming pulled Zhou Xian and moved forward quickly. "Stay." An elder fixed his eyes on the two of them. His terrifying aura erupted as he charged toward them. This elder's aura was stronger than that of an ordinary LV1 spiritual god. He should be a LV2 spiritual god expert. Lu Ming pulled Zhou Xian and used the 9 Dragons Heaven Stomping Steps. His body was like a stream of light, but his speed was affected as he was carrying someone. Soon the elder caught up with them. The old man threw a punch and a blood-red fist force blasted toward Lu Ming. Chapter 1045. Lu Ming let go of Zhou Xian and unleashed his dragon force. He circulated the Strangle Hell skill to the maximum and punched. Boom. As the two forces collided, Lu Ming's body shook violently. He retreated a few steps and spat out a mouthful of blood. The elder was too strong. A second-level spirit god was several times stronger than a first-level spirit god. Lu Ming used the Strangle Hell skill to the maximum to barely block the punch, but he was still injured. The elder was shocked to see that Lu Ming, an ant with a perfected spirit embryo, could survive his punch. He was stunned and did not continue to attack. At the same time, the vital vitality in the vitality receiving stone poured into Lu Ming's body. He pulled Zhou Xian and used the 9 Dragons Heaven Trampling Steps to run forward. Zhou Xian had given him the purple jade that contained the vitality receiving stone. Now that she was in danger, how could Lu Ming leave her in the lurch? The two of them left in a flash. Only then did the elder react. His killing intent exploded as he shouted angrily, "Where do you think you're going?" He quickly chased after Lu Ming. Swoosh, swoosh. In front of them, there were also experts from Cold Blood Hall attacking Lu Ming. Attacks enveloped the two of them. These were attacks from experts with a perfected spirit embryo. Lu Ming was not afraid of them alone, but with Zhou Xian, Lu Ming had to attack to help her block the attacks. As a result, their speed was slowed down again. Behind them, the elder chased after them. "Hand over your storage rings and I'll let you go," the elder roared. Zhou Xian gritted her teeth and did not say a word. She looked anxious and worried, but she had no intention of handing over her storage rings. "Forget it, let's fight." Lu Ming's gaze moved and a voice entered Zhou Xian's ears. "Don't resist." Lu Ming's voice rang out. Zhou Xian nodded. Then a light flashed between Lu Ming's brows and the mountain river diagram appeared. He swept Zhou Xian into the mountain river diagram. Swoosh. Lu Ming was the only one left. His speed increased explosively, and the cold-blood hall expert in front of him with a perfect spirit embryo was blown apart by Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and was like a stream of light. For a moment the old man couldn't catch up. How can he be so strong? Who is this young man? The old man was shocked and chased after him with all his might, but he found that Lu Ming was getting further and further away. In less than 2 minutes, Lu Ming rushed into the mountain range. Within the mountain range, terrifying ferocious beasts were entrenched. Not long after Lu Ming rushed in, he met quite a few ferocious beasts of spirit embryo realm, but he rushed past them all. Lu Ming could only run as fast as he could since the cold-blood hall elder was still hot on his heels. A huge black tiger appeared. It was more than 10 meters tall and looked like a small mountain. A terrifying aura emanated from it. With a loud roar, the clouds in the sky exploded. This was an extremely powerful ferocious beast. It had the bloodline of a divine beast, but it didn't want to take human form and hid deep in the forest. When it saw Lu Ming and the cold-blood hall elder, its eyes flashed fiercely. With a loud roar, it slapped at Lu Ming with its claws. Lu Ming blocked it with the mountain river painting and punched out, but he was still sent flying by the black tiger's slap and broke dozens of huge rocks. However, the black tiger's target was obviously not Lu Ming but the old man. Because the old man posed a great threat to the black tiger, and Lu Ming's aura was weak, the black tiger ignored him and pounced on the old man. Immediately, the black tiger and the old man fought fiercely, and the old man was at a disadvantage. Not far away the rocks exploded and Lu Ming dashed out from the rocks. His figure flashed and he left the place at lightning speed. Damn it! The cold-blood hall elder roared, but there was nothing he could do. He was suppressed by the black tiger and could only barely protect himself as he watched Lu Ming leave. This black tiger is really powerful. Lu Ming wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, feeling a splitting pain all over his body. Just now, being slapped by the black tiger, he suffered considerable injuries. But it was worth it to shake off the cold-blood hall elder. Next, Lu Ming slowed down a little, restrained his aura and focused his mind. If he sensed a strong aura, Lu Ming would go around it. It took Lu Ming a whole day to cross the mountain range. After crossing the mountain range, Lu Ming did not stop. He rose into the air and flew into the distance. After flying for millions of miles, Lu Ming stopped by a small river. He took a bath in the river and changed into a new set of clothes. He then sat cross-legged and began to recuperate. Although he was injured, they were all external injuries. Now that his body was strong, these injuries were healed in less than half a day. Phew. Lu Ming exhaled. With a wave of his hand, Zhou Xian appeared. Zhou Xian looked around vigilantly as soon as she appeared. When she saw that Lu Ming was alone, she heaved a long sigh of relief. Don't worry, Miss Zhou. We're already far away from that mountain range. Lu Ming said. Thank you for saving me again, Master Lu. I'm very grateful. Zhou Xian bowed to Lu Ming and said gratefully. You're welcome, Miss Zhou. You gave me the purple jade that you wanted. Since I saw you in danger, I should help you. Lu Ming smiled faintly and asked, Where are your servants? Zhou Xian used to have servants by her side, including maids and guards. But now they were all gone. Zhou Xian's eyes reddened. They're all dead? Lu Ming did not say much. He thought for a while and said, Miss Zhou, where do you live? Do you need me to send you back? I'm from the Zhou family of Drum Mountain. I was just about to invite you to my house as a guest. Zhou Xian said. Drum Mountain? Lu Ming thought for a while. He had bought a map of Central Continent and roughly knew the direction of Drum Mountain. It was also west, which was the same direction as Lu Ming wanted to go. All right, I'll go with you. Lu Ming nodded. Zhou Xian was overjoyed. The two of them rose into the air and left. After a few million miles, they arrived at a small tower with a transmission formation. Cold-blood Hall did not have the power to control the transmission formation on this side of the mountain range because it was already part of Sky Eagle Fort's territory. The two of them took the transmission formation and traveled hundreds of millions of miles, which was equivalent to the distance of dozens of large domains in eastern wilderness. They then flew for another 2 days before arriving at Drum Mountain. Drum Mountain was surrounded by tall peaks and cranes. There was not much vegetation on the mountain because it was filled with spiritual chi of the fire attribute. Hence, the vegetation here was sparse. Drum Mountain was the territory of the Zhou family. On the way, Lu Ming learned that the Zhou family was a small force. There were not many spiritual god experts in the Zhou family. One could count them with one hand. Miss Zhou is back. Someone cheered as soon as they arrived near Drum Mountain. So you're the eldest daughter of the Zhou family? Lu Ming said with a smile. My father is the head of the Zhou family. is just a small power. Please don't laugh at me. Zhou Xan pursed her lips and smiled. Xan, Chapter 1046. Father. Zhou Xan was overjoyed and flew up. Father, come, let me introduce you. This is young Master Lu Xiaoqing. It's all thanks to young Master Lu that I could come back alive to see you. Zhou Xan pulled the middle-aged man and introduced him to Lu Ming. Junior Lu Xiaoqing greets Patriarch Lu. Lu Ming went up and cupped his fist. Haha, young Master Lu is too polite. You saved my daughter and are the benefactor of my Zhou family. Come, let's go in first. You must have had a tough journey. Take a rest first. I'll prepare a banquet tomorrow to thank young Master Lu. Family head Zhou said politely. Family head Zhou, you're too polite. Lu Ming cupped his fist. The group walked into the Zhou family. The Zhou family was huge. Among the peaks there were palaces, pavilions, cultivation rooms, etc. The air was filled with dense fire attribute spiritual energy. Obviously, the Zhou family cultivated fire attribute cultivation techniques. After entering the Zhou family, they quickly arranged an elegant courtyard for Lu Ming to stay in. In the room, Lu Ming sat cross-legged. This is a good place to comprehend the fire attribute. Immediately after, he closed his eyes and began to comprehend the attribute. After this period of cultivation, his attributes had improved. However, other than the water attribute, the other attributes still did not break through to the 4th level. Although the wind, fire and thunder attributes were close to the 4th level, they were still a little short and did not break through. In the family head Zhou's room, Zhou Xan stood in front of him. At this moment, the family head Zhou's eyes were filled with excitement. He looked at Zhou Xan and said, Xan, that treasure, did you really get it? Father, I got it. Zhou Xan was also excited. Her palm glowed and a jade box appeared. She passed it to the family head Zhou. The family head Zhou took the jade box. His hands were trembling. He took a deep breath and opened the jade box. There was a jade token inside. The family head Zhou took out the jade token and scanned the contents of the jade token. Slowly, his body began to tremble and he was overjoyed. It's true, a supreme treasure, a supreme treasure. It's just like the ancient records. With it, my Zhou family has hope of rising, ha. The head of the Zhou family couldn't help but laugh. Father, but the materials on it are not easy to find. Zhou Xian said. Patriarch Zhou took a deep breath to calm himself down and said, Yes, it's not easy to find the materials, but there's always hope. By the way, Xan, how did you escape? I heard that Cold Blood Hall had mobilized a large force this time. Did you really rely on that Lu brat to save you? Zhou Xan nodded and said, Indeed, it was Lu Xiaoqing who saved me that allowed me to escape. Lu Xiaoqing is a peerless genius. I heard that even the Sanguinarum was defeated by him. What? Even Sanguinarum lost to him? The patriarch of the Zhou clan was shocked. He found it hard to believe because he had never heard of Lu Xiaoqing's name before. Following that, the Zhou clan's patriarch asked, What's the background of this Lu Xiaoqing? Which power is he from? Even if he's a peerless genius, I'm afraid it'll be difficult for him to save you from the experts of Cold Blood Hall. Father, it's like this. Immediately, Zhou Xan told her father all the news she had heard about Lu Ming and how Lu Ming had saved her. What? Grotto Heaven treasure? You said Lu Xiaoqing has a Grotto Heaven treasure? After hearing Zhou Xian's story, the Zhou clan's patriarch widened his eyes in shock. An incomparably hot flame flashed in his eyes. Yes, it must be a Grotto Heaven treasure without a doubt. It's a universe of its own and living creatures can live in it. It's 100,000 miles wide and is exactly the same as the legendary Grotto Heaven treasure. Zhou Xian said with certainty. She was also shocked when Lu Ming first took her into the mountain river diagram. Grotto Heaven treasure, it's a Grotto Heaven treasure. The flame in the Zhou clan's patriarch's eyes grew hotter and hotter. He then asked, Xan, do you think Lu Xiaoqing is from any overlord power? Yes, I heard that Lu Xiaoqing told others. Zhou Xian said. Good, that's good. A murderous intent flashed in the Zhou clan's patriarch's eyes. Zhou Xan was startled and said, Father, what are you trying to do? Sen, as you know, our Zhou clan once had a 9 heavens supreme tens of thousands of years ago. It's a powerful force that's only second to the overlords, but it's still not as strong as it is today. At this rate, it's only a matter of time before we're wiped out in the middle continent. It's not enough to rely on that treasure alone as the materials are too hard to find. However, Lu Xiaoqing has a Grotto Heaven treasure. He must have found a great opportunity to become so powerful at such a young age. The martial arts, martial skills, secret techniques, and even the other treasures he has are absolutely shocking. If he belongs to our Zhou clan, together with that treasure, our Zhou clan will have a chance to rise again. The Zhou clan's patriarch said coldly, his eyes filled with anticipation. Father, are you planning to kill Lu Shaoqing? Zhou Xian said with a trembling voice. No. Capture him first and seal his cultivation base. Then, force him to hand over his paradise treasure. Hand over all his treasures and reveal his secrets. After that, kill him. After all, a treasure like the paradise treasure must have been stored in his sea of consciousness. Even if we kill him, we won't be able to take it out. The Zhou clan's patriarch's eyes were very cold and his voice was even colder. Zhou Xian shuddered and said with a trembling voice, But Father, Lu Shaoqing has saved me twice. I can't bear to treat him like this. Silly. The Zhou clan's patriarch waved his sleeve and scolded, So what if he saved you? This world is so cruel. If you are indecisive and not ruthless enough, you won't be able to rise again. Sooner or later you will die at the hands of others. Those who want to do big things don't care about trifles. As long as we can get Lu Shaoqing's secrets and treasures, our Zhou clan will have a chance to rise again. Do you want to see our Zhou clan decline? One more thing. You met Lu Shaoqing in the ancient herb garden, and later faced the encirclement of Cold Blood Hall. You risked your life and didn't hand over the storage ring. Won't Lu Shaoqing be suspicious of all this? He will more or less think of something. If this news spreads and Cold Blood Hall comes, our Zhou clan will be destroyed. So no matter what, Lu Shaoqing can't be allowed to live. The Zhou clan's patriarch stared at Zhou Xian with bright eyes. Under the gaze of the Zhou clan's patriarch, Zhou Xian wavered. In the end she sighed and said, Father Xaner will listen to everything you say. Well, that's more like it. How about this, we'll hold a banquet for him tomorrow. I'll put Qingming powder in the food and wine. This kind of powder is colorless and tasteless. No matter how high one's cultivation is, he won't be able to sense it. Once he takes it, he won't be able to mobilize his genuine vitality. Since Lu Shaoqing cares so much about you, I guess he's interested in you and won't guard against you. When he takes the Qingming powder, he'll be at our mercy. The Zhou clan's patriarch had a look of confidence. Father, Lu Shaoqing is not a person to be trifled with. Qingming powder alone may not be enough. We can't let our guard down when facing such a genius. Zhou Xian said. Yes, you're right. I was careless. I'll report to the patriarch and ask him to come out of seclusion. Even if something goes wrong, the patriarch can easily suppress Lu Shaoqing. Chapter 1047. The father and daughter discussed for a while more before Zhou Xian left the Zhou clan patriarch's room. Zhou Xian let out a long sigh as she gazed at the bright moon in the sky. Lu Shaoqing, I hope you don't blame me. All of you are peerless geniuses with great fortuitous encounters and are high and mighty. But people like us who don't have the best natural talent have to use some methods to rise up. Otherwise, how can we compare to all of you? Zhou Xian murmured to herself. Slowly, her gaze became firm. The night passed quickly. At noon the next day, Zhou Xian's voice sounded from outside Lu Ming's room. Young Master Lu. Zhou Xian called out softly. Lu Ming ended his cultivation and opened the door. He saw Zhou Xian standing gracefully at the door. Zhou Xian had specially dressed up today. She looked like a lotus flower that had just emerged from the water and was peerlessly beautiful. To be honest, Zhou Xian was a rare beauty. Many men would be moved by her. However, Lu Ming had seen too many beauties. Xianyanqing, Jing Kongling, Sandalwood Fairy. Every single one of them was devastatingly beautiful and peerless. There was also Mid-Autumn Moon and Mulans. They were also rare in the world and far from what Zhou Xian could compare to. So, Zhou Xian seemed very ordinary in Lu Ming's eyes. Miss Zhou. Lu Ming smiled lightly. Young Master Lu, my father has prepared a banquet to thank you. Zhou Xian smiled sweetly. Patriarch Zhou is too courteous. Then let's go. Lu Ming smiled faintly and followed Zhou Xian out. After a while, they arrived at the courtyard of the Zhou clan patriarch's estate. Ha, young Master Lu, you're here. Please. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, the Zhou clan patriarch came over to greet him. There were two old men beside the Zhou clan patriarch. Lu Ming swept them with his gaze and noticed that the two old men's auras were thick. They were actually spirit god realm experts. However, they shouldn't be too strong and should be at the first level of the spirit god realm. The Zhou clan patriarch was obviously stronger. Lu Ming guessed that the Zhou clan patriarch might be at the second level of the spirit god realm. Patriarch Zhou is too courteous. Lu Ming cupped his fists and walked into the courtyard with the Zhou clan head and the others. The courtyard was already filled with fine wine and delicacies. It was extremely sumptuous. The dishes were not ordinary. There were flood dragon tendons, lightning bird wings, 1,000-year fire lobsters, and so on. They were all rare delicacies. If eaten regularly, they would be greatly beneficial to a martial artist's cultivation. They were extremely expensive, and ordinary people would never be able to see them in their entire lives. Everyone sat down and Zhou Xan poured wine for everyone. She raised her cup and said, "Young Master Lu, Zhou Xan offers you a toast. Thank you for saving us." "Ah, Miss Zhou, Patriarch Zhou, you're too polite." Lu Ming smiled. The father and daughter of the Zhou family were too polite, making Lu Ming a little embarrassed. Lu Ming picked up the wine glass. He did not feel anything strange and drank it in one gulp. Seeing Lu Ming drinking the wine, the patriarch of the Zhou clan and the two old men were pleasantly surprised. In Zhou Xian's eyes, there was a hint of reluctance, but it was quickly replaced by determination. Good wine. Lu Ming drank it and sighed with praise, and he still seemed as if he hadn't noticed anything unusual. "Haha, since young Master Lu thinks it's good wine, then drink a few more cups," said the Zhou clan's patriarch with a smile. "It is good wine. Unfortunately, it's poison, so it isn't good wine anymore." Lu Ming spoke abruptly. "What?" The Zhou clan's patriarch and the others were slightly stunned. "Kill?" Lu Ming suddenly roared explosively as dragon energy erupted, and then he slapped his palm towards one of the old men. This palm strike caught the old man off guard, and he didn't have the time to defend himself at all before Lu Ming's palm struck him. A shrill cry resounded as the old man's body was directly split into pieces. "Damn it!" The Zhou clan's patriarch roared furiously. An old man at the domain enlightened spirit god realm had been instantly annihilated, and his heart was on the verge of bleeding. There weren't many domain enlightened spirit gods in his Zhou clan, and they'd accumulated them for a few thousands of years. Now one had perished in an instant. Bang! A violent aura erupted from the Zhou clan's patriarch as he smashed his palm towards Lu Ming. This palm strike was like an avalanche that caused the heavens and the earth to shake. The table and the dishes on it were instantly transformed into powder, and Lu Ming felt a strand of terrifying force surge towards him. This was the strength of a second-level domain enlightened spirit god. Lu Ming seized the opportunity to slap his palm out, and it collided with the Zhou clan's patriarch's palm. A force that could topple mountains and overturn seas surged over, causing Lu Ming's body to shake violently before he was blasted flying. After that, he took over 10 steps successively on the ground, and every single step he took blasted open a large hole in the ground while the ground trembled without end. What formidable force! Let's go! Lu Ming didn't hesitate in the slightest to take a step forward, and the entire mountain shook violently as a terrifying force erupted, causing the mountain to be on the verge of exploding. If the Zhou clan's main peaks hadn't been inscribed with grand formations, they would have probably exploded into pieces by now. Lu Ming's figure shot into the sky. "Stay right there." The Zhou clan's patriarch and another old man shot into the sky, and then their terrifying attacks blasted towards Lu Ming. "I'll smash it." Dandan rushed out, and its 4 limbs retracted into its tortoise shell as it smashed towards the Zhou clan's patriarch. Boom! The Zhou clan's patriarch slammed his palm onto the tortoise shell, sending Dandan flying. However, with this delay, Lu Ming had already rushed into the sky and was prepared to use the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to escape. Right at this moment, boom! Above Lu Ming's head, a mighty and unstoppable force erupted and landed on Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body seemed to have been smashed by a primordial divine mountain, and he plummeted downwards like a cannonball before crashing heavily onto the ground, creating a large hole. Lu Ming half knelt on the ground, his face pale as he coughed out blood continuously. In the sky, a white-haired old man appeared. The aura on his body was incomparably terrifying, mighty and unfathomable. Earlier on, it was this old man who blasted Lu Ming down with a single palm strike. Dandan wanted to escape, but the old man waved his hand and condensed a gigantic palm that blotted out the sky, grabbing Dandan in the palm. 4th level spirit god realm and above. Lu Ming's heart sank. This old man's cultivation must have reached the 4th level of the spirit god realm or even higher. He did not expect the Zhou clan to have such a powerful existence. Then Lu Ming turned his gaze towards Zhou Xen and shouted with a cold gaze, "Why?" Lu Ming was truly in disbelief. He had never expected the Zhou clan to attack him. "Lu Shaoqing, hand over your grotto heaven treasure and the cultivation technique and martial technique you're cultivating. Tell me the secret of how you became stronger. Don't say that it's because of talent. For a paragon to rise, talent is one aspect, opportunity is another. The Zhou clan's patriarch walked to Lu Ming and said coldly, "Haha, I see." Lu Ming suddenly burst out laughing. He now understood that the people of the Zhou clan were after his mountain and river pattern and some other treasures. Ingrates. The Zhou clan was a complete bunch of ingrates. He had saved Zhou Xan twice, but the Zhou clan turned hostile in the blink of an eye and wanted to deal with him. How ridiculous was that? Zhou Xan's eyes flickered with a hint of pity, but she clenched her teeth and did not say anything. A dragon's roar was suddenly heard as the bloodline of the 9 dragons appeared. Lu Ming transformed into 9 dragons and soared into the sky. 9 dragons, it's the bloodline of the 9 dragons? Chapter 1048. You won't be able to leave today. Stay here. Forefather Zhou let out a long roar, and his aura soared into the sky like a pillar, shaking heaven and earth. He struck out with a palm that was as large as a mountain, blocking Lu Ming's path of retreat. The palm struck the 9 dragons. Lu Ming burst forth with all his strength. The power of 7 dragons and 5 kinds of concepts burst forth. The hell-suppressing celestial skill also burst forth to the extreme. 9 transformations consecutive steps. Lu Ming released his peak attack. Rumble. The giant palm formed by Forefather Zhou actually trembled slightly. Forefather Zhou's expression was incomparably solemn as he sighed. A perfected spirit embryo is actually so powerful. Simply terrifying. Since I've already offended this kid, I definitely can't let him leave. Patriarch Zhou and the other elder were also astonished. Forefather Zhou was a 4th-level spirit god, but he let out such a sigh. It was truly shocking. Boom. Forefather Zhou's aura became stronger, and the power of his palm burst forth. Bang. Bang. Explosions rang out continuously on the 9 dragons' bodies before they collapsed. Lu Ming's figure reappeared and landed on the ground, coughing up large mouthfuls of blood. Forefather Zhou was simply too strong. Even if he used all his strength, it was difficult for him to charge out. Swoosh. Forefather Zhou appeared in front of Lu Ming and pointed his finger continuously. Lu Ming couldn't block it at all. Poof. Poof. Streams of finger force entered Lu Ming's body. Boundless true essence poured in and sealed Lu Ming's true essence. Lu Ming couldn't mobilize a trace of true essence. Buzz. A small pagoda flew out from the heart of Forefather Zhou's brows. The small pagoda flew out and quickly grew in size. It floated above Lu Ming's head and scattered rays of light that entered Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that not only could he not circulate his true essence, but even his concept runes were sealed. He couldn't even use his concepts. I've already sealed this kid with the essence sealing pagoda. He can't use his true essence, bloodline, or concepts. He can't escape. Forefather Zhou said. Light spread from one of his hands. Dandan was sealed inside. You little thieves, quickly let me go. Otherwise, I'll make sure you die without a burial ground in the future. Dandan's voice came from the turtle shell as it retracted its limbs. Puny demonic beast, you're courting death. Forefather Zhou shouted. He circulated his vital energy and squeezed hard, wanting to crush the Dandan. But in the next moment, Forefather Zhou's expression changed. He found that Dandan was motionless. Haha, old man, you want to kill me with your pitiful strength? Keep dreaming. Let me tell you, hurry up and release me and release that brat. Otherwise, when I show my power, you can just wait to die. Dandan roared with laughter. Dandan had eaten a lot of elixirs recently and had recovered a lot. Forefather Zhou's face turned slightly red. He couldn't even crush a little turtle. He was a little embarrassed. He said coldly, I'll refine you later. Then he looked at Patriarch Zhou and said, this kid has been suppressed now. He must have a big secret on him. I'll leave the rest to you. With that, Forefather Zhou stepped into the air and left this place. Patriarch Zhou looked at Lu Ming and said, Lu Shaoqing, now that you're in our hands, hand over your grotto heaven treasure and cultivation method and martial technique. Haha, if you want to kill me, then kill me. Lu Ming's gaze was very cold. He glanced at Patriarch Zhou Xan and the other old man. This made them shiver involuntarily. The head of the Zhou family snorted coldly. He reached out his hand and sucked the storage ring from Lu Ming's finger into his hand. He scanned the storage ring with his mind and checked it. After a while, his face sank and he looked ugly. There were quite a lot of things in the storage ring, but they were not particularly valuable. There were no rare treasures that could tempt him. Lu Ming sneered. Most of his valuable treasures were placed in one of the mountains in the mountain river diagram. His second body had set up an illusory and real formation on this mountain. Other than Lu Ming, no one could find it. One would encounter danger when wandering outside. He was afraid that one day if he encountered danger, the treasures would fall into the hands of others. Lu Shaoqing, hand over the grotto heaven treasure, or I'll make you suffer a fate worse than death. Patriarch Zhou's eyes flashed with killing intent. Ah! Lu Ming sneered. His gaze became even colder as he said, if I escape in the future I'll definitely kill the Zhou family. You won't have the chance. Patriarch Zhou said coldly. His true essence spread out and formed a true essence ribbon. He carried Lu Ming and stepped into the air. Zhou Xian and the other old man followed. Very soon the head of the Zhou family brought Lu Ming to a cave and they walked in. The cave was slanted downwards. No one knew where it led to. Lu Ming felt that as they went deeper and deeper, the temperature around them became higher and higher. It made him feel hot all over. Patriarch Zhou and the others used their true essence to resist, but Lu Ming could not use his true essence. The terrifying temperature directly affected his body, causing him to feel a piercing pain. However, Lu Ming did not even frown. He allowed Patriarch Zhou to lead him. After walking for half an hour they finally reached the end. This was a huge underground cave. They stood on top of a cliff and looked forward. Below them was endless purple-red magma. The temperature here was terrifyingly high. The surface of Lu Ming's body was a little red, and waves of piercing pain came. With the current strength of Lu Ming's physical body, even if ordinary flames were to roast Lu Ming, they would not be able to burn a single hair on Lu Ming's body. Obviously, the magma here and the flames here were extraordinary. The temperature was terrifyingly high. The temperature of the magma here was more than 100 times higher than ordinary magma. Lu Ming felt that not only was his physical body in pain, but even the blood in his body was boiling. His soul felt like it was being torn apart and there were waves of intense pain. Spirit-burning earth flames. Lu Ming frowned as he recognized this flame. Lu Shaoqing, are you going to hand it over or not? You're a smart person. If you hand it over, I'll give you a quick death. Otherwise, enjoy the taste of this spirit-burning earth flames. Patriarch Zhou said coldly. However, Lu Ming only responded with a disdainful sneer. Stubborn, I'll fulfill your wish. With a push of his palm, Lu Ming's body fell towards the magma and floated above it. Hoo-hoo, terrifying purplish-red flames surged and enveloped Lu Ming. The terrifying temperature seeped into Lu Ming's body and began to burn. Waves of unimaginable pain drowned Lu Ming. Not only his physical body but also his soul. Pain, unimaginable pain. Even with Lu Ming's wisdom, he groaned and broke out in cold sweat. However, the moment the cold sweat appeared, it evaporated in an instant. Hoo-hoo, Lu Ming panted heavily, gritting his teeth and persevering. He had once stepped on the Heavenly King Monument stairs and suffered countless attacks. Some pierced his soul and it was also extremely painful. Similarly, when he cultivated the Twin Life Forbidden technique, his soul needed to be split into two. That was also unimaginable pain. Therefore, Lu Ming's endurance was better than ordinary people. He adjusted his breathing and calmed himself down. Patriarch Zhou's eyes were cold at first, but slowly they were filled with shock. Chapter 1049. In his imagination, Lu Ming should have roared, wailed, screamed, and begged for mercy. However, he didn't see any of that. He knew how terrifying the burning god earth flame was. In the past, he had brought many people who had offended him and none of them could last more than 5 minutes. All of them screamed and begged for mercy. There were even some who begged for death because being in the burning god earth flame was worse than death. However, more than 10 minutes had passed and Lu Ming was sitting calmly on top of the magma as if he was sitting in a normal place. This kid is too shocking. He's a terrifying monster. We can't let him leave alive. Patriarch Zhou's heart trembled slightly. Father, I'll go back first. Zhou Xian said with pity in her eyes. All right, you go first. Patriarch Zhou said. Zhou Xian glanced at Lu Ming before turning to leave. Let's see how long you can endure. Patriarch Zhou's eyes were cold as he formed a seal with both hands. The ceiling Yuan Tower shook and a few iron chains fell from the top. They pierced Lu Ming's shoulder and locked Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming gave a muffled snort. He cast a cold glance at the head of the Zhou family and then closed his eyes. He had locked his physical body with metal chains and used the essence sealing pagoda to suppress his quintessential essence and intent, making him unable to resist at all. The head of the Zhou family was afraid that Lu Ming would escape. Terrifying flames were burning Lu Ming's body all around. Unimaginable pain came in waves. At first, Lu Ming was suffering bitterly but slowly he calmed down. No matter how great the pain is, it won't shake my heart. This is just a trial on my martial path. No matter how much he suffers, I won't move. Lu Ming gradually calmed down. In the end, he entered an ethereal state. The pain was leaving him. In the end, Lu Ming seemed to have become one with heaven and earth. It was a wonderful state. In ancient records it was called Tao enlightenment. One with heaven and earth, breaking free from the shackles of the physical body and comprehending the great Tao of heaven and earth. No one would have thought that burning Lu Ming with the God-burning earth flame would instead cause Lu Ming's mind to become empty and enter a mysterious state. Time flew by. Half an hour, 1 hour, 5 hours, half a day, 1 day. 3 days later, Lu Ming was still sitting calmly on top of the magma, motionless. The patriarch of the Zhou clan and the old man were shocked at the beginning, but they were now numb to it. Lu Ming was actually sitting there, motionless. If not for the fact that his body was still filled with vitality, they would have thought that Lu Ming was already dead. This kid is truly heaven-defying. He can actually endure for 3 days? The old man spoke with a trembling voice. All peerless geniuses have extraordinary willpower and willpower. This person is definitely terrifying since he was able to defeat Sanguinarum. However, as long as he's human, there's a limit. He's just enduring it now. I don't believe that he can endure it forever. The patriarch of the Zhou clan said. Never in his wildest dreams would he have thought that Lu Ming had already entered the ethereal state. 10,000 tribulations were on him and he was like a gentle breeze. They continued to wait. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had passed. Lu Ming was still sitting calmly on top of the magma. The patriarch of the Zhou clan gritted his teeth. Lu Shaoqing, are you going to hand it over or not? If you hand it over, you won't have to suffer this pain. The patriarch of the Zhou clan asked loudly. In the past 7 days this was the 32nd time he had asked. Lu Ming closed his eyes. Just like before, he couldn't be bothered with him. Fine. If you don't want to talk, then stay here forever and suffer the pain of the God-burning earth flame. Elder Shan, let's go. The patriarch of the Zhou clan waved his sleeves and strode out. He had lost his patience. The two of them left the place. Then, along the way there were stone doors that were closed and sealed off. Lu Ming's physical body was sealed and his cultivation was suppressed. He couldn't cause any trouble. They planned to suppress Lu Ming here and see how long he could last. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on top of the magma without moving. He entered a mysterious state and forgot everything. He only instinctively comprehended the great Tao of heaven and earth and the intent realm of heaven and earth. Time passed quickly like flowing water. Day after day passed. In the beginning, the patriarch of the Zhou clan would come here every 7 days to interrogate Lu Ming. Later on he came once a month. In the blink of an eye, a year had passed. Lu Ming had been suppressed here for a full year. In a cave abode of the Zhou clan, the patriarch of the Zhou clan sat cross-legged. His palm was burning a tortoise shell. This tortoise shell was Dandan. Little thief, I told you that you can't do anything to me. Just wait for your death. Dandan shouted in the tortoise shell. When the flames dissipated, the patriarch of the Zhou clan looked at the tortoise shell in his hand with an extremely serious expression. In the past year he had used all kinds of methods, but he couldn't do anything to Dandan. He couldn't kill it no matter what. This shocked him and made him feel more and more afraid. Moreover, he had also heard that Lu Ming had been suppressed in the burning divine earth flame for a year and had not moved at all. He had actually endured for a full year. All of this made Patriarch Zhou feel a sense of horror. He could not calm down. At this moment a figure walked in. It was the patriarch of the Zhou clan. How is Lu Shaoqing? The patriarch of the Zhou clan asked. That kid still hasn't said a word. He really deserves to die. The patriarch of the Zhou clan gritted his teeth. We can't continue like this. That kid and this tortoise are too evil. We can't let them live. Let's wait for another 3 months. If that kid still doesn't speak after 3 months, we'll kill him. And this tortoise, after we kill that kid, I'll go out and ask a supreme to destroy this tortoise. The patriarch of the Zhou clan said. All right. The patriarch of the Zhou clan nodded helplessly. If they killed Lu Ming, they wouldn't be able to obtain the paradise treasure. All their efforts would be in vain. However, keeping Lu Ming alive made the patriarch of the Zhou clan increasingly flustered. Lu Ming was too evil. Keeping him alive was too dangerous. In the underground cavern, Lu Ming was still sitting cross-legged above the lava. The essence sealing pagoda hovered above his head, suppressing Lu Ming. He couldn't use his veritable essence energy, bloodline, or state. However, just at this moment, a scarlet light suddenly spread out from his spine. Slowly the scarlet light grew denser. In the end, the scarlet light flourished, suppressing the color of the purple-red lava. The entire underground cavern was filled with a scarlet light. Then a drop of blood spread out from Lu Ming's spine and hovered above Lu Ming's head. This drop of blood was scarlet and crystalline. However, it seemed extremely cold. Boundless killing intent spread out from it. Moreover, it had a supreme might that filled the entire underground cavern. Whoosh! Lu Ming's eyes, which had been closed for a year, suddenly opened. Third bloodline. This is my third bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes shone. After sitting here for a year, his physical body and soul had gone through many tests. Now he finally awakened his third bloodline. Chapter 1050. Lu Ming had never expected that his third bloodline would be a drop of blood. This drop of blood was not the blood essence of the 9 dragons, but a bloodline that had been awakened in his body. Moreover, there was no chakra around this drop of blood, which was unbelievable. This was exactly the same as when his 9 dragons bloodline had just been awakened. When the 9 dragons bloodline had just been awakened, there was no chakra either. However, after devouring the blood essence, it would continue to improve. But now, could it be the same for his third bloodline? Lu Ming's consciousness merged with his third bloodline and sensed it carefully. Kill, kill, kill. When Lu Ming merged with his third bloodline, an earth-shattering roar exploded in Lu Ming's mind. This voice was mighty and majestic. It was filled with dense murderous intent. Endless murderous intent instantly drowned Lu Ming. Kill? Lu Ming let out an explosive roar. His eyes were filled with terrifying murderous intent. At this moment, his heart was filled with endless murderous intent as if he wanted to slaughter all the living things in the world. Rumble. At the same time, Lu Ming felt endless energy from this drop of blood in his third bloodline. This drop of blood was no longer a drop of blood in Lu Ming's eyes. It was a sea of blood, an endless sea of blood. This sea of blood was filled with endless energy. Lu Ming felt that even a martial emperor would be as insignificant as an ant in front of this energy. At this moment, there was a trace of energy flowing into Lu Ming's body. This trace of energy was not even a billionth of the total energy in the sea of blood. However, it was already extremely terrifying. Kill? Lu Ming roared angrily again. His murderous intent was boundless. At this moment, a layer of blood-red glow emanated from his body. The strange thing was that his hair actually turned blood-red at this moment. It was as red as blood. His blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. Terrifying energy burst out from Lu Ming's body. Bang, bang, bang. The chains that were hanging down from the ceiling Yuan Tower instantly collapsed and turned into dust. As for the scattered light from the ceiling Essence Pagoda, the light that was suppressing Lu Ming's cultivation, it was also struck by this power and collapsed. After losing the power of suppression, Lu Ming's true essence, which had been suppressed for a year, started to roar crazily. His spirit embryo started to beat violently like a heart. At the same time, the concept rune began to glow and rapidly lengthen. Boom, boom, boom. A 5-colored pillar of light soared into the sky and bombarded the Yuan ceiling tower. The ceiling Essence Pagoda shook continuously before it finally exploded. Concepts. Lu Ming's 5 types of concepts had all broken through to the 4th level at this moment. Terrifying energy surged, the magma below churned, and the cave above shook. At this moment in the Zhou family, forefather Zhou was shocked. His aura shot into the sky and his eyes were filled with shock. He shouted, "Not good, something happened in the underground cavern." After saying that, he quickly rushed into the underground cave. 4th level concept. Lu Ming roared. In the end, his mind wasn't crushed by the endless killing intent, and he still retained a trace of intelligence. Then I'll break through and become a spirit god. Brr. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared and appeared. Lu Ming waved his hand, and a pile of origin stones appeared in the air. This pile of origin stones had more than 1,000,000 pieces. Supreme Nine Yang had given him about 500,000 origin stones. In addition to the origin stones he had obtained from killing some enemies during this period of time, there were more than 1,000,000 origin stones. The 9 dragons opened their mouths and swallowed the 1,000,000 origin stones. Dong, dong, dong. In his dantian, the spirit embryo was beating rapidly, as if a living being was being born. At this moment, the spirit embryo burst forth with a powerful suction force, attracting Lu Ming's soul into the spirit embryo. Boom. The next moment, the spirit embryo collapsed, and a figure appeared in his dantian. This figure was clearly a miniature version of Lu Ming. It was exactly the same as Lu Ming, except that it was very small and very mini, only the size of a fist. This was a spirit god, formed by gathering the essence, chi and spirit of a martial artist. Lu Ming let out a long howl. His figure moved and he soared into the sky. The rocks above the cave exploded like tofu. At this moment, the entire Drum Mountain and the entire Zhou clan began to shake violently. Swoosh. Then, a bloody light rushed out from the ground and floated in the sky. In the bloody light, Lu Ming stood in the air. His body was covered in bloody light, and his killing intent surged. Kill, kill, kill. The third bloodline roared constantly, and killing intent surged into Lu Ming's mind. You, how did you escape? Not far away there was an incredulous shout. It was Patriarch Zhou. At this moment, figures flew over from all over the Zhou family. They were all alarmed. Swoosh, swoosh. Figures appeared one after another. The patriarch of the Zhou family, the elder of the Zhou family, Zhou Xen. How is this possible? How did you escape? The patriarch of the Zhou family shouted in disbelief. His eyes were about to pop out. Ah, I knew it. You can't trap this kid. Dandan laughed from one of Patriarch Zhou's hands. Kill. So what if you escape? This time I'll kill you completely. Patriarch Zhou shouted and stepped forward to attack Lu Ming. But in the next moment, his hair stood on end, and a terrifying sense of danger arose in his heart. He subconsciously looked up at the sky, and his pupils suddenly constricted. He roared, "Heavenly tribulation. It's the heavenly tribulation. You're going to transcend the tribulation." At this moment, wind and clouds gathered in the sky. Endless dark clouds seemed to have appeared out of thin air and covered the sky. Endless lightning swam in the dark clouds, emitting a terrifying might. At this moment, Lu Ming hadn't completely stepped into the domain enlightened God realm, and he still had to transcend the domain enlightened God tribulation. Only after transcending the domain enlightened God tribulation could he be considered to have truly stepped into the domain enlightened God realm. If he couldn't transcend it, he would be reduced to ashes. Oh no, retreat, retreat quickly. Patriarch Zhou roared. If they were implicated during the tribulation, then they would have to transcend the tribulation as well. Moreover, the might of the heavenly tribulation would change according to the cultivator's cultivation. If they weren't prepared and were implicated, then they would be courting death. Patriarch Zhou retreated hastily. He wanted to retreat far away and kill Lu Ming after he transcended the tribulation. He was confident that even if Lu Ming stepped into the first level of the spirit god realm, he was confident in his ability to kill Lu Ming. The gap between every single level of the spirit god realm was extremely huge. He didn't believe that Lu Ming could surmount 3 levels to fight him while at the spirit god realm. Old dog, where do you think you're going? Lu Ming stared at Patriarch Zhou, and then he took a step forward and executed the 9 dragons heaven trampling steps. At this moment, Lu Ming's 9 dragons heaven trampling steps was a few times faster than it was a year ago. It seemed that Lu Ming's 9 dragons heaven trampling steps had broken through during this year. His figure was like a bolt of lightning that approached Patriarch Zhou at extreme speed. Rumble. At this moment, the dark clouds in the sky roiled as a bolt of lightning that was as thick as a water jar struck down towards Lu Ming. 5 types of concepts converged to form a 5-colored battle armor that covered Lu Ming's entire body. Lu Ming didn't even spare a glance at the lightning as he continued to pursue Patriarch Zhou. Bang. The lightning drowned Lu Ming, but Lu Ming charged through it and was completely fine. Bang. 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 Chapter 1051. 3 bolts of lightning, each as thick as a water jar, streaked across the sky as though they were tearing it into several pieces. Unparalleled heavenly might spread. Many Zhou family disciples below trembled as though a great calamity was about to befall them. However, in the face of such terrifying lightning, Lu Ming still ignored it and charged at Forefather Zhou. Get lost. Get lost. Forefather Zhou was horrified. He rushed forward with all his might and roared. He was terrified and aggrieved. However, he did not dare to attack Lu Ming. Lu Ming was undergoing a tribulation. If he attacked Lu Ming, he would be directly implicated in the lightning tribulation. He looked forward to Lu Ming being killed by the lightning tribulation. Boom, boom, boom. The 3 bolts of lightning struck Lu Ming, but Lu Ming was completely fine. He did not even slow down as he rapidly approached Forefather Zhou. Evildoer, evildoer. Forefather Zhou was even more terrified. Lu Ming was simply a freak. He did not resist the lightning tribulation at all. It was unbelievable. The heavenly tribulation was a sharp blade hanging over every martial artist's head. Countless martial artists were turned to ashes by the heavenly tribulation. Before he broke through to spiritual God, he had prepared for hundreds of years. When the lightning tribulation finally descended, he was also surrounded by danger and narrowly escaped death. How could it be so easy? Haha, little thief, are you afraid now? Wait for your death. Dandan laughed arrogantly. You'll be the first to die. Enter the lightning tribulation. Forefather Zhou steeled his heart and threw Dandan into the lightning tribulation. Rumble. The moment Dandan entered the lightning tribulation, The tribulation clouds in the sky became even more terrifying. Lightning rumbled and covered the sky, causing the world to shake. Chila. Immediately, a bolt of lightning struck Dandan. Dandan stretched out its limbs and head. It opened its mouth and swallowed the lightning. Then it stretched and shouted, "Ah, I'm finally out. After being a coward for a year, haha, it feels good." This fellow's body emitted lightning, but his eyes shone with excitement. The eyes of forefather Zhou, the Zhou family, and the others almost popped out. Perverts, evildoers, all of them are perverts, let's go, let's go. Forefather Zhou had lost all sense of propriety and only knew to flee for his life. However, Lu Ming was too fast. He turned into a stream of light and approached forefather Zhou in a few moments. Dark clouds roiled in the sky and enveloped forefather Zhou. No! Forefather Zhou roared angrily, but it was useless. Thunder roared and a bolt of lightning shot towards forefather Zhou. This bolt of lightning was even more terrifying than the one that had shot towards Hongming. Forefather Zhou fought back with all his might and defeated this bolt of lightning. Rumble. At this time, 9 lightning bolts shot towards Lu Ming, but were easily blocked by Lu Ming. At this moment, Lu Ming had 5 types of intent realm added to his body. He was incomparably powerful, and the lightning tribulation could not touch him at all. Jie. Suddenly, another cry sounded in the sky. A large bird swooped down from the dark clouds towards Lu Ming. This large bird was formed completely from lightning. The bird formed from lightning was like a real being. Lightning taking form. In the legends, this was a lightning tribulation that only peerless evildoers would encounter. No, a lightning-shaped tribulation. No, how can this be? Forefather Zhou roared in despair. No, no. The Zhou family patriarch also roared. Lu Ming was undergoing a lightning-shaped tribulation. Forefather Zhou was enveloped by the heavenly tribulation. He would definitely face a lightning-shaped tribulation. If it was an ordinary lightning tribulation, he had some hope. However, he had no hope at all for a lightning-shaped tribulation. He was desperate and furious, but immediately 3 more bolts of lightning struck down. Forefather Zhou could only do his best to block them. After the 3 bolts of lightning passed, Forefather Zhou's hair was disheveled and he vomited blood. However, 9 more bolts of lightning descended from the sky and struck at Forefather Zhou. Forefather Zhou was terrified and immediately used bloodline fusion. Forefather Zhou's divine bloodline was a raging flame vine. It was a level 4 divine bloodline. The raging flame vine was hundreds of meters long and filled with flames as it struck at the 9 bolts of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. After the 9 bolts of lightning, the raging flame vine's leaves withered. It was charred black and its aura withered. It was almost struck to death. On the other side, Dandan was extremely relaxed. No matter what lightning struck, he swallowed it with a look of enjoyment. On the other hand, Lu Ming was equally relaxed. He threw a punch and the thunder eagle dissipated. Go quickly, leave this place. Forefather Zhou knew that he had no hope. He roared, hoping that the Zhou family patriarch and the others would escape. Kill? Lu Ming shouted and stepped towards Forefather Zhou. If I die, you will not have an easy time. Forefather Zhou roared crazily. The raging flame vine twisted wildly and whipped towards Lu Ming. Since he was already under the lightning tribulation, he planned to die together with Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Lu Ming's blood-red hair fluttered in the wind. His killing intent surged like a tide. His eyes turned blood-red and looked extremely evil. The 3rd bloodline on his head, a drop of blood, actually wriggled and turned into a battle sword. Lu Ming gripped the battle sword. At this moment, endless killing intent surged into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's killing intent grew even stronger. Swoosh. The blood-red battle sword tore through the air and tore open space, revealing a black and unfathomable crack. Poof. The battle sword could break through anything. It slashed through Forefather Zhou's attack and cut the raging flame vine in half. Forefather Zhou let out a shrill scream. The raging flame vine disappeared. Forefather Zhou's body reappeared and he vomited blood. Kill? Killing intent surged like a tide. The battle sword slashed and there was only a blood-red sword light in the sky. Puchi. Forefather Zhou didn't even have the chance to scream before he was killed by the sword. No. In the distance, the Zhou clan's patriarch roared loudly when he saw this scene. Forefather Zhou was the backbone of the Zhou clan. Now that he was killed, even if Lu Ming died now, the Zhou clan's strength would be reduced greatly and would be nibbled away by other powers. Brr. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared loudly and devoured all of Forefather Zhou's blood essence, true essence and energy. After that, he took a step forward and chased after an old man from the Zhou clan. At this moment, Lu Ming swept the surroundings with his gaze and noticed that the Zhou clan still had 3 domain enlightened spirit gods. The Zhou clan had a total of 5 domain enlightened spirit gods. One of them had been killed by Lu Ming a year ago. Now that forefather Zhou was dead, there were 3 more. The Zhou clan's patriarch and 2 other elders. Those 2 elders were both at the first level of the domain enlightened spirit god realm. First level spirit god. His speed was much slower than Lu Ming's. In a few moments, Lu Ming caught up to this group of elders, and then he slashed down with his blood-red sword. This elder let out a shrill cry, and the tribulation lightning didn't even strike him before he was killed by Lu Ming. Lu Ming's figure turned around and charged towards the other elder. "No. Spare me." That elder begged madly for mercy, but a blood-red sword light greeted him. Blood-red light shot out and that elder was killed as well. The Zhou clan's patriarch's face was covered in despair. The Zhou clan was finished. He knew that the Zhou clan was completely finished. At this moment, the only thought in his mind was to flee for his life, flee madly. However, Lu Ming's speed was too swift, and he was utterly unable to flee. He hadn't even flown 5,000 kilometers away when Lu Ming caught up to him. Bang, bang, bang. Numerous bolts of lightning struck down towards the Zhou clan's patriarch. He resisted with all his might, but he was heavily injured after 2 rounds of tribulation lightning. Chapter 1052. Then he grabbed the patriarch of the Zhou family with one hand and blasted out with the other, dispersing a lightning tiger condensed from lightning. At this moment, more creatures condensed from lightning pounced at Lu Ming, but they were all defeated by Lu Ming. With a step, Lu Ming returned to the sky above the Zhou family. At this moment, the other members of the Zhou family were still looking at the sky in shock, not knowing what had happened. They didn't understand why someone would transcend the tribulation in the sky above the Zhou family, nor did they understand why the spirit gods had scattered and fled. All of this happened too quickly. Only a few minutes had passed since Lu Ming rushed out of the underground cave and began to transcend the tribulation. "No, please let them go, they are innocent." The patriarch of the Zhou family was grabbed by Lu Ming. Even if lightning struck at him, it was still defeated by Lu Ming. At this moment, his heart was filled with despair and extreme regret. He regretted that he was greedy for Lu Ming's treasures, but he didn't expect Lu Ming to be so monstrous that he could still break through and attract the tribulation after being suppressed in the burning god's earthly flames. This was really unbelievable. However, regret was useless. He only hoped that Lu Ming would let the Zhou family go. However, at this moment, Lu Ming's killing intent was unimaginably dense. He only wanted to destroy and kill all the members of the Zhou family to take revenge for the suffering he had suffered in the past year. Kill? There was only indifference in Lu Ming's eyes. In his mind there were continuous roars. Kill? Lu Ming stepped out and shouted. The 9 dragons' bloodline roared, and a terrifying devouring power erupted and enveloped all the members of the Zhou family. I know. Help. Screams rose and fell. The essence, qi and spirit of the Zhou family members were devoured and turned into dried corpses. All the essence, true essence and energy were devoured by the 9 dragons' bloodline and refined into true essence that surged into the spirit gods. No. The patriarch of the Zhou family was in a daze as he looked at all of this. Almost all the members of the Zhou family were dead. There were corpses all over Yinggu Mountain. No, there was one more person. Her eyes were glazed over as she lay limp on a mountain peak. It was Zhou Xian. Although Lu Ming was affected by the 3rd bloodline and his murderous intent surged like a tide, he still retained a shred of rationality and deliberately left Zhou Xian behind. He took a step forward and appeared not far away from Zhou Xian. Rumble. At this moment there were still countless lightning beings pouncing towards Lu Ming, but they were unable to do anything to Lu Ming. Lu Ming's battle power was simply too powerful. He had cultivated 5 different concepts of heaven and earth, as well as the eruption of dragon power. Most terrifyingly, the trace of power that had entered his 3rd bloodline not only caused Lu Ming's killing intent to surge, but his battle power had also become even more terrifying, allowing him to easily block the lightning tribulation. "Do you regret it?" Lu Ming said coldly. His blood-red eyes stared at Zhou Xian. Zhou Xian looked at the family head of the Zhou family in a daze. She then looked at Lu Ming and said, "That's right. All of this is our fault. Retribution, this is retribution. We brought this upon ourselves. Xanair, it's all my fault. Lu Shaoqing, I beg you to spare Xanair. It's all my fault." The Zhou family head screamed. "All of you deserve to die." Lu Ming's eyes were cold and unmoved. With a wave of his hand, he threw the Zhou family head out. A bolt of lightning struck and the Zhou family head turned into ashes. Father. Zhou Xian called out. Zhou Xian, you gave me the purple jade back then. There was a vitality stone in the purple jade that was of great use to me. However, after that, I saved your life twice, which is more than enough to offset the fact that you gave me the vitality stone. After that, you guys attacked me and suppressed me. Today I will kill all of you. All of this is what you deserve. Kill yourself. Lu Ming's eyes were cold. He had no intention of letting Zhou Xian go. Ah, good, then let me follow my father. Zhou Xian smiled bitterly. Her body suddenly moved and rushed toward Lu Ming. Whoosh! The lightning fell and struck Zhou Xian's body. She turned into ashes amidst the lightning. At this point, almost all of the Zhou family were dead. Rumble. The thunder tribulation continued and became stronger. Lu Ming punched continuously and blasted several thunder-shaped creatures. At the same time, the Nine Dragons bloodline was constantly refining the blood essence and genuine qi of the Zhou family and turning it into his own genuine qi. Lu Ming's spiritual spirit was getting more and more full and solid. At the same time, Lu Ming poured the energy of the blood essence into the third bloodline. However, he found that the third bloodline did not absorb the energy of the blood essence at all. It's not absorbing? What's going on? Lu Ming originally thought that the third bloodline did not have a chakra. Like the Nine Dragons bloodline, it needed the energy of the blood essence to upgrade. Now it seemed that it was not the same thing. The third bloodline seemed to be the same. It did not have a chakra. Since the third bloodline could not absorb the energy, Lu Ming transferred the energy of the blood essence to the second bloodline and let the prison-suppressing steel absorb the energy. Not enough, the energy is still not enough. Lu Ming took out the storage ring of the Zhou family's patriarch. With a sweep of his mind, a large pile of origin stones appeared. There were more than 1,000,000 of them. The Nine Dragons devoured them and continued to refine them. Boom. Boom. As time passed, the thunder tribulation became stronger and stronger. However, it was still blocked by Lu Ming. After a full 15 minutes, the dark clouds in the sky disappeared along with the thunder and lightning. Lu Ming finally passed the thunder tribulation and became a spiritual god. The thunder tribulation that was difficult for others was not difficult for Lu Ming. After the thunder tribulation, endless spiritual qi in the world gathered toward Lu Ming. Lu Ming's aura was rising rapidly. Let's leave this place first. Lu Ming's figure flashed, and he vanished like a graceful swan. A few hours later, a few million kilometers away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged on a mountain peak. At this moment, his aura had stabilized, and he'd officially stepped into the first level of the spiritual god realm. At this moment, all the bloodlines had been absorbed into Lu Ming's body. His hair had turned black once more, and when he opened his eyes, they had become calm, pure, and devoid of any killing intent. Phew, the third bloodline is so formidable. Lu Ming let out a long sigh of relief. That boundless killing intent was too shocking. Earlier, Lu Ming had almost been controlled by it. It's because I have a strong killing intent towards the Zhou family. Otherwise, I should be able to barely control this force. Lu Ming pondered in his heart. Earlier, he already had a strong killing intent towards the Zhou family. Coupled with the fact that he possessed the third bloodline, he'd almost been crushed by his killing intent, and it caused him to practically annihilate the Zhou family. With Lu Ming's original character, he wouldn't have done this. At most, he would annihilate the higher-ups of the Zhou family, and he would let many members of the Zhou family with low cultivations go. However, under the influence of the killing intent that surged like a tide, he only wanted to kill. Only by killing all members of the Zhou family would he be able to vent the hatred in his heart. However, it had already occurred, so Lu Ming didn't regret it. Since the Zhou family had treated him like that and suppressed him for a year, then they had to bear the consequences. What exactly is this third bloodline? A drop of blood? But there's such a vast amount of power inside? Earlier, Lu Ming had only borrowed a trace of that energy, yet his strength had increased greatly. However, his will had almost been crushed by the killing intent. This caused Lu Ming to be shocked in his heart. He had to be careful when using the third bloodline in the future. Chapter 1053. I've gained a lot this time. The corners of Lu Ming's mouth curled into a smile. In the divine earth flame, Lu Ming entered an ethereal state. Just like that, a year passed. During this year, he had been comprehending the intent realm and various martial skills. In that state, comprehending various intent realm and martial skills was much faster than usual. Coupled with Lu Ming's current comprehension ability, his progress was naturally terrifying. Unknowingly, his 5 intents had already broken through to the 4th level. So, when his third bloodline awakened and he broke through the ceiling tower that suppressed him, his 5 intents began to improve rapidly and broke through to the 4th level. At the same time he began to break through to the spiritual god realm. Now Lu Ming could clearly sense that his 5 intents had all reached the peak of the 4th level of the beginner realm. He was only a step away from the 4th level of the initial realm. Moreover, he had also cultivated the 7th step of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Its power was equivalent to the highest level of the inferior divine martial skills. In the next moment, with a thought, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline appeared. There were 6 golden chakras on it. After refining the blood essence of the Zhou clan, the prison-suppressing steel bloodline had also improved to the 6th level of the divine realm. My physical body has also broken through to the 9th level under the tempering of the divine earth flame. Lu Ming smiled. I have to be more careful in the future. I can't easily expose a treasure like the mountain and river diagram to people I don't trust. This incident taught Lu Ming a lesson. One shouldn't expose one's wealth, not to mention a treasure like the mountain and river diagram. It was easy for others to be greedy. This time, if the Zhou clan hadn't wanted to force him to hand over the mountain and river diagram and suppressed him, he would have been dead long ago if they had directly attacked and killed him. If he hadn't just awakened his 3rd bloodline, which was so amazing that it didn't need to erupt with true essence and had terrifying strength, he wouldn't have been able to escape. This time was a fluke, but Lu Ming didn't want to have a next time. Haha, awesome. On the other side, Dandan laughed loudly as lightning flickered all over his body. This guy had absorbed a large amount of lightning tribulation energy and was still digesting it. What a monster. Not even the bloodline of the 9 dragons could devour the power of the tribulation lightning. Lu Ming, I really didn't misjudge you. Dandan flew over and laughed. I didn't expect you to be able to last for a year. Lu Ming said. Don't you know who I am? My defense is invincible. That guy tried to refine me for a year, but in the end he couldn't even hurt a single hair on my body. Dandan said proudly. You have hair. Lu Ming said in disdain. Bah, I'm just giving you an example. But your bloodline is really shocking. Even I feel flustered when I look at it. Dandan sized up Lu Ming. Can you identify what bloodline it is? Lu Ming's eyes lit up as he asked. I don't know. To be honest, I don't even know your 2nd bloodline. You're a monster. You actually have 2 bloodlines that I don't know. But your 2nd bloodline looks a little familiar. I think I've seen it somewhere before. Dandan muttered, but in the end he couldn't remember anything. That's as good as not saying anything. Lu Ming said in disdain. Then he got up and left. It's been a year. I wonder what level the cultivation of those geniuses have reached? Lu Ming looked forward to it and left quickly. Next, Lu Ming went to the barbaric mountains to look for powerful beasts to fight. His main purpose was to test the power of his 3rd bloodline. As expected, every time Lu Ming activated his 3rd bloodline, endless killing intent would surge in. Moreover, Lu Ming could sense the boundless sea of blood from that drop of blood and could also borrow the power of the sea of blood. However, with Lu Ming's current cultivation he could only borrow a little bit of it. Moreover, every time he borrowed the power of his 3rd bloodline, he was filled with killing intent as if he wanted to kill all living things in the world. That kind of killing intent was too shocking. It seemed to be filled with endless resentment. Why is there such a strong killing intent, such a strong resentment? It's said that all bloodlines can be traced. They can be found in the bodies of ancient, primordial and immemorial creatures, divine weapons and spirits of heaven and earth. What kind of creature is this drop of blood? Lu Ming was filled with doubts and his imagination ran wild. As he moved forward, he cultivated and explored. Slowly, Lu Ming became more and more familiar with the use of his 3rd bloodline. He could already keep his mind calm and not be affected by the killing intent when it surged in. Eastern Wilderness, 9 Dragon City. In a hall, Di Shen and Dong Fangyu stood respectfully in front of Martial Emperor Di. On both sides of the hall stood the patriarchs of the 6 ancient families. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Di Shen has successfully broken through to the spiritual god realm. If you see Lu Ming again, you'll definitely be able to kill him easily. The patriarch of the Wang family congratulated with a smile. Yeah, with Di Shen's talent, after entering the spiritual god realm, he'll definitely be able to exert a terrifying power of space. It'll be easy for him to kill Lu Ming. The patriarch of the Jiang family also took the opportunity to flatter. Yeah. Martial Emperor Di nodded and said, Shin'er is indeed good. He's invincible in the Eastern Wilderness, but don't underestimate the heroes of the world. The Central Continent has always been a place where geniuses come out in large numbers. In this era, there are many geniuses who are not weaker than Shin'er. The 5 young giants are even more powerful. Don't be complacent. Shin, understands. Di Shin bowed and said, "Yeah, I've received news that the Jade Wall of the Central Continent World Academy will be open to the public. Heroes from all over the world can go and watch it. You two should go to the Central Continent together. You can also see the heroes of the world and train yourselves," Martial Emperor Di said. Di Shin and Dongfang Yu's eyes shone brightly, revealing a look of anticipation. The Central Continent had always been known as the center of the divine wilderness. How prosperous and powerful were its geniuses. They were looking forward to it. The same scene happened in the Heavenly Corpse sect in the Heavenly Monster Valley. In a huge ancient tomb in the Heavenly Corpse sect, Shui Jinni and Shizhan stood respectfully in front of the Corpse Emperor. "Now that the Jade Wall of the Central Continent World Academy will be open to the public, you two should go to the Central Continent together to try your luck. According to my speculation, the geniuses of the Northern Plains, Western Desert, and Southern Underworld will also go to the Central Continent. The Central Continent will become a gathering place for geniuses. You two should go and train yourselves," the Corpse Emperor said. "Yes." Shui Jinni and Shizhan bowed and said. In the Heavenly Monster Valley, AO2 and Feng Xian also stepped onto the teleportation formation to the Central Continent under the Corpse Emperor's orders. In a desolate mountain range, a black panther with 3 heads roared and pounced toward Lu Ming. A ferocious aura filled the forest. The 3 heads let out 3 roars, scattering the clouds in the sky and causing the mountain range to rumble. Its 3 heads spat out fire, lightning, and ice respectively. It was extremely terrifying. Chapter 1054. A drop of blood floated up into appearance above Lu Ming's head, and it was his 3rd bloodline. After that, a trace of a bloody glow surged into Lu Ming's body from his 3rd bloodline. In an instant, a bloody glow suffused Lu Ming's body while his jet black hair turned blood red. Moreover, his eyes were like dazzling red rubies that emanated boundless killing intent. His 3rd bloodline wriggled and transformed into a battle sword that was held in Lu Ming's hand. Swish! The battle sword slashed down, causing space to directly split open while a blood-red sword light that carried jet black tore through the sky and slashed towards the 3 Black Panthers. The sword light slashed down, causing the attacks of the 3 Black Panthers to be directly dispersed, and then the sword light continued forward and slashed the 3 Black Panthers into 2. The 3 Black Panthers that were equivalent to the 2nd level of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm had been killed by a single strike from Lu Ming. After breaking through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm, Lu Ming's combat strength had improved greatly. Earlier he'd merely utilized the strength of his 3rd bloodline. He hadn't utilized dragon energy, concept, and so on and so forth. Of course, it was naturally impossible for Lu Ming to surmount 5 or 6 levels to kill enemies at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm like he could at the Spirit Embryo realm because that wasn't realistic. Existences that were able to surmount the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm were geniuses amongst geniuses, and they were existences that could surmount a few levels to kill enemies at the Spirit Embryo realm. When facing such geniuses, Lu Ming was naturally unable to surmount 5 or 6 levels to kill enemies because that would be too exaggerated. Moreover, the gap between every single level in the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm was extremely huge. Lu Ming wasn't too sure that he could surmount a few levels to kill enemies at the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm if he erupted with his full strength. When I utilized the strength of my 3rd bloodline, it actually contained strong slaughter concept. With a command in his heart, his 3rd bloodline entered Lu Ming's body, and then Lu Ming's hair turned black once more while the bloody glow vanished along with his killing intent. He'd returned to normal, but he was slightly shocked in his heart. Slaughter concept was an extremely terrifying concept that was filled with the energy of slaughter and was extremely terrifying. This concept was one of the most terrifying concepts in the heavens and the earth, and it wasn't inferior to the concept of time and space. This was not a concept that Lu Ming had comprehended himself, but he could borrow it when he used his 3rd bloodline. Although it was not comprehended by Lu Ming himself, it could be used as Lu Ming's killing move. Lu Ming was very satisfied. The blood of the 9 dragons appeared and sucked in the essence blood and demonic energy of the 3 Black Panthers. Then he left the place. Tens of thousands of miles away, Lu Ming sat cross-legged, refining the blood essence of the 3 Black Panthers. The hell-suppressing steel's bloodline emerged and vibrated continuously. The 6 golden chakras shone brightly and soon, the 7th golden chakra emerged. The hell-suppressing steel bloodline had also risen to the 7th level of the divine grade. Along the way, Lu Ming had killed many ferocious beasts and refined their blood essences. Now he had accumulated enough to upgrade the prison-suppressing steel's bloodline to level 7 divine grade, on par with the 9 Dragons bloodline. However, Lu Ming's cultivation didn't increase by much. He had only reached the mid-first level of the spirit god realm. After refining the energy of the 3 Black Panthers, the Yuan receiving stone appeared in Lu Ming's hand. Lu Ming continuously poured his true Yuan into the Yuan receiving stone. When Lu Ming's true Yuan was almost exhausted, the Yuan receiving stone was also full. Sure enough, it's similar to my previous speculation. This Yuan receiving stone can only store my true Yuan at the first level of the spirit god realm. If my cultivation continues to increase, this Yuan receiving stone won't be of much use. After putting away the Yuan receiving stone, Lu Ming took out an origin stone and devoured it to recover. When Lu Ming's true Yuan was fully recovered, he waved his hand and a pile of storage rings appeared in the air. Most of these storage rings came from the Zhou clan and some of the experts he had killed before. Lu Ming hadn't organized them properly before. Now it was a good time to do so. Lu Ming was already familiar with organizing the storage rings. First, he categorized the items and separated out the valuable items, the rare items that Lu Ming didn't recognize. After spending an entire day, Lu Ming finally finished organizing everything. There's only around 1 million origin stones left. Lu Ming sighed. The Zhou clan's patriarch ancestor, and a few elders were all existences at the spirit god realm. When added together there were a few million origin stones. However, Lu Ming had used more than half of them to break through to the spirit god realm. Now only around 1 million remained. If Lu Ming used 1 million origin stones to improve his cultivation now, it probably wouldn't be enough to advance to the second level of the spirit god realm. There were also some other miscellaneous things that wouldn't be worth much origin stones even if they were sold. What's in this chest? It's protected so tightly? Lu Ming noticed the chest in the Zhou clan's patriarch's storage ring. He didn't know what material it was made of, but it was extremely hard and covered in inscription formations. The Zhou clan's patriarch hid it so well that it aroused Lu Ming's interest. Lu Ming observed it carefully. Even though this inscription formation was of a high level, Lu Ming still quickly noticed its flaws and weaknesses. Dandan, break it open. Lu Ming didn't have a spirit flame now, so he could only ask Dandan to do it. It's simple, leave it to me. Dandan scurried over and observed it for a moment before it waved its claws repeatedly, causing numerous inscriptions to enter the chest. The inscriptions on the chest glowed, and after a short while the inscription formation on the chest trembled and collapsed. Give me a share of the treasures. Dandan shouted loudly while its eyes glowed as it hurriedly opened the chest. After it opened the chest, Dandan's face sank and revealed a disappointed expression. Because the things in the chest were very simple. There were only 2 things, a small jade chest and a book. They weren't the natural treasures Dandan had imagined at all. Without the natural treasures, Dandan instantly lost interest, and it walked to the side with a bored expression to nibble on spirit herbs. Lu Ming was slightly interested and he picked up the book and started reading it. After a short while, Lu Ming revealed a trace of pleasant surprise. This book recorded a kind of secret skill, the illusory breathing skill. According to the book, cultivating the illusory breathing skill allowed one to change one's aura into another aura at will. This was completely different from the method of concealing one's aura. Concealing one's aura was just concealing one's aura so that others couldn't easily detect it. However, the illusory breathing skill allowed one to transform one's aura into another aura. This was simply escaping for one's life. The ultimate secret skill of disguise could sometimes save one's life. As long as one changed their aura and appearance, no one would be able to recognize them at all. In the world of martial arts, it was easy to change one's appearance but not one's aura. Everyone's aura was unique, so this kind of secret skill was very precious. No wonder the Zhou family had kept it so well. If I cultivate the illusory breathing skill, even if I meet an old acquaintance, I don't have to be afraid of being recognized. Lu Ming revealed a trace of a smile and couldn't help but look at the jade chest. Put together with the illusory breathing skill, what was in the jade chest? Lu Ming opened the jade chest with some anticipation. Inside the jade chest was a jade tablet. Lu Ming took a look at it and knew that it was a recording jade tablet. He picked it up and scanned it with his mind. At first, Lu Ming was stunned, and then his face revealed an expression of disbelief. There's actually such a heaven-defying elixir in this world? Lu Ming was tongue-tied and he was shocked beyond words. This jade tablet contained a kind of elixir formula, a method to refine a heaven-defying elixir. Chapter 1055. Consuming the nirvana elixir would allow a martial artist's bloodline to have a chance of nirvana. After nirvana, one's bloodline would have a chance to upgrade. However, the upgrade wasn't fixed. It depended on one's potential and luck. Some people could upgrade by 1 level, some by 2 or even more. Heavens! This elixir was too heaven-defying. It was very difficult to upgrade a bloodline after birth. The 9 Dragons bloodline was unique in the world. Moreover, Xian Yinqing's bloodline was special. With the help of Emperor Liansong, his bloodline had undergone nirvana and evolved. Along the way, Lu Ming had only seen Xian Yinqing's bloodline undergo nirvana and upgrade once. He had not seen or heard of any other cases. This nirvana elixir was so heaven-defying. If this news were to spread, it would probably cause chaos and stir up endless storms. Just think about it. If a martial artist with a 9th level king bloodline took the nirvana elixir, even if it was only 1 level, it was very likely that he would be promoted to a divine bloodline and be qualified to break through to the spiritual god realm. If some martial artists with divine bloodlines could upgrade their bloodline by 1 or 2 levels, their talent would undoubtedly be higher and they would be able to go further in the future. This was especially true for top geniuses who had awakened to the 6th, 7th, or even 8th level of the divine bloodline. If they took the nirvana elixir, they might even be able to upgrade to the 9th level of the divine bloodline. How tempting and heaven-defying was this? It would be strange if people did not go crazy when they found out. However, according to the records, every martial artist only had 1 chance. After taking the nirvana elixir once, taking it a second time would have no effect and would develop resistance. However, this would still not reduce the nirvana elixir's supreme value. Back then, Cold Blood Hall made a big move and said that a treasure had been taken away. Zhou Xian just happened to appear there. Could it be? At this moment, Lu Ming thought of many things. He had met Zhou Xian in the ancient herb garden, but she obviously did not want to act with Lu Ming and wanted to act alone. Later, Cold Blood Hall seemed to be looking for a treasure in the ancient herb garden, but it was taken away. This caused Cold Blood Hall to make a big move, seal the teleportation formation, and even besiege them on the plains to force them to hand over their storage rings. There Lu Ming met Zhou Xian and rescued her. Logically speaking, Zhou Xian's cultivation was not high. In such a situation, it was very likely that she would hand over her storage ring to save her life. However, Zhou Xian did not. She did not have the slightest intention of handing over her storage ring. At that time, Lu Ming didn't think much about it, but now that he saw the Nirvana Pills pill formula, Lu Ming couldn't help but connect all these together. Perhaps Zhou Xian had obtained the formula from the ancient herb garden, and the reason why Cold Blood Hall had mobilized so many people was most likely because they were looking for the formula. Unexpectedly, in the end it still fell into the hands of Lu Ming. Although this pill formula was not very useful to Lu Ming, because Lu Ming had the 9 Dragons bloodline, he did not need the Nirvana pill to improve his bloodline. However, Lu Ming was still very excited. Although it wasn't of much use to him, he had family and friends. This kind of pill formula would be very useful to his family and friends. However, the elixirs needed to refine the Nirvana pill are too rare. Lu Ming sighed again. Although the Nirvana pill was heaven-defying, the materials and elixirs needed were extremely precious and rare. A total of dozens of elixirs and materials were needed. Most of the supplementary materials were of the highest grade at LV8, and 7 of the main materials were of LV9. Moreover, they were of the highest grade at LV9. This made Lu Ming speechless. It was extremely difficult to collect these materials. Forget it, I'm not in a hurry. Take it slow. Lu Ming smiled. He memorized the Nirvana Pills formula, and then put it into the mountain river diagram. Then he opened the book of illusory breath and began to read. Next, Lu Ming practiced the illusory breath as he moved forward. Time passed day by day. It had been a month since Lu Ming left the Zhou family. On this day, Lu Ming came to a huge city. This city was extremely grand, full of vicissitudes and magnificent and domineering. On the city gate there were 3 big words, Tianxia City. I'm actually in Tianxia City. Lu Ming was slightly stunned. Tianxia City was next to the World Academy. It was one of the top 10 ancient cities in the Middle Continent and had a long history. The World Academy was northwest of the Heavenly Eagle Castle. Lu Ming had unknowingly passed through the Heavenly Eagle Castle's territory and arrived at the World Academy. Since he was here, Lu Ming naturally had to take a look. After walking into Tianxia City, he realized that it was extremely prosperous. People came and went and it was very lively. Why are there so many young prodigies? Lu Ming was a little surprised. He could see young prodigies walking by from time to time on the streets. They were in groups of 3 to 5, and each of them had a dignified appearance. They had the potential of dragons and phoenixes. They were definitely extremely powerful elites. Lu Ming sensed that many of them had awakened divine bloodlines. Although the Middle Continent was full of outstanding people and had many more prodigies than the Eastern Wilderness, it was still unrealistic to meet groups of divine prodigies in a big city. Could it be that something big has happened in Qianxia City or the World Academy for so many prodigies to gather? Lu Ming guessed. That's... Lu Ming suddenly froze as he saw two familiar faces. Shuejiani and Shizhan. The Heavenly Corpse sects Shuejiani and Shizhan had actually appeared in Qianxia City in the Middle Continent. This shocked Lu Ming. Interesting. The strongest prodigies of the Heavenly Corpse sect are here. Then did Di Xin and the others come as well? Lu Ming's lips curled into a smile. Shuejiani and Shizhan didn't notice Lu Ming. Instead they walked into a shop. Lu Ming came to a secret place and his body started to change. After a while, Lu Ming turned into a dark-skinned, honest-looking youth. Then he used the illusion art and his aura changed. Now, even those who were familiar with Lu Ming wouldn't be able to recognize him if they stood in front of Lu Ming. Lu Ming smiled and strode down the street. Shuejiani and Shizhan walked out of the shop and passed by Lu Ming, but they didn't react at all. They treated Lu Ming as a stranger. Lu Ming smiled with satisfaction and walked into a restaurant. Have you heard? A month ago, the Sanguinarum of the Cold Blood Hall broke through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. What? The Sanguinarum broke through as well? The Sanguinarum isn't very strong among the second-grade prodigies. I didn't expect him to break through as well. It looks like most of the second-grade prodigies have broken through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. The 5 young titans broke through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm a year ago. Now the second-grade prodigies have broken through as well. From now on, the world will belong to the younger generation. The younger generation will welcome the era of the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. So many young prodigies have actually broken through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm in the same era. How unbelievable. Not long after he entered the restaurant, Lu Ming heard a wave of discussion. Lu Ming nodded to himself. Over a year had passed since the ancient herb garden, so it was normal for the second-grade prodigies to break through to the Domain Enlightened Spirit God realm. Chapter 1056. This is a great era. Not only in the central continent but also in the northern valley, the western desert, and the southern underworld. Some time ago, a genius from the northern valley came to the central continent and challenged one of the top 5 young warriors, Yang Padian. That battle was a great battle, but in the end it was a draw. I heard about that battle too. It's amazing. I didn't expect the northern plains to have a genius like the top 5 young warriors. Not only in the northern plains but also in the western desert. A young holy monk entered the central continent and displayed his powerful combat strength. Also, a terrifying son of underworld from the southern underworld entered the central continent. According to reliable sources, the western desert and southern underworld both have geniuses who are not weaker than the top 5 young warriors. Hearing this, Lu Ming raised his eyebrows and was shocked. He didn't expect the top 5 young warriors to appear in the southern underworld, northern plains, and western desert. The future was bound to be more exciting. What about the eastern wilderness? Are there any powerful geniuses in the eastern wilderness? Not in the eastern wilderness. The eastern wilderness has the word wilderness because it's a barren land. Since ancient times, it has been the weakest of the 5 domains. What geniuses can there be? Indeed. I heard that there are only 2 geniuses in the eastern wilderness who are not bad. One is Lu Ming and the other is Di Xin. These 2 should be second-class geniuses. The others are just clowns who aren't worth mentioning. That's true. I also heard that there was a great battle in the eastern wilderness. Lu Ming is trapped and probably dead. Only Di Xin is left. It's just a barren land. What's there to talk about? Let's drink. There was a burst of laughter. When they talked about the eastern wilderness, their words were full of contempt. Humph, a bunch of rich kids. How dare you talk about being a hero? At this moment, a cold snort was heard in the restaurant. Everyone looked at a corner of the restaurant. There were 2 figures, a man and a woman. The man was burly and muscular. He was more than 2 meters tall and had bulging muscles. The woman's figure was graceful and beautiful, and her face was unparalleled. She was devastatingly beautiful. Ao Tu Feng Xian. Lu Ming was stunned. He recognized the 2 of them. They were the 2 most powerful geniuses of the eastern wilderness Sky Demon Valley. Does that mean you're a hero? The 3 youths who had been discussing earlier were all dressed in white swordsman robes. It was obvious that they were from the same faction. At this moment, one of the young men with a sword on his back sneered at Ao Tuesday. It's hard to say whether I'm a hero or not, but suppressing you is as easy as flipping my palm. Ao Tu sneered. He was very confident. In the Eastern Barren Territory he was second only to Lu Ming and the Arch-God. He was one of the top talents and no one could defeat him. Even if he came to the Central Continent, he was still confident that he would not be weaker than others. Suppressing me with a flip of your palm? Haha, I've never seen you before. Are you from the Eastern Wilderness? The young man with a sword on his back asked. That's right, AO2 of the Eastern Wasteland. AO2 said. So, you're a piece of trash from the Eastern Wasteland. You're just a worm. How dare you say that you can suppress me? You really don't know your place. The young man with a sword on his back shouted coldly. What did you say? AO2 stood up angrily. Cold, murderous intent shot out from his eyes, and a violent aura burst out. The restaurant was enveloped by a terrifying pressure. The young man with a sword on his back dared to call him a worm. That made him want to kill him. The young man with a sword on his back sneered. He pointed his finger like a sword and sliced AO2's aura apart. Let's go out and fight. I'll let you know if you're a piece of trash or not. The young man with a sword on his back stepped out and flew into the sky. AO2 stepped out as well. Haha, that worm from the Eastern Wilderness dares to fight with Senior Brother Song. He doesn't know what's good for him. Let's go out and have a look. The other two young men with swords on their backs laughed and followed AO2 out. Then Feng Xian followed them out. That's a genius from the Tianwu sword faction. That person just now seems to be Song Fei, the third-ranked genius from the Tianwu sword faction. That flood dragon from the Eastern Wilderness wants to fight with Song Fei. Interesting. Let's go and have a look. Let's go. Inside the restaurant, everyone flew out and stood in the air to watch the battle. Lu Ming followed the crowd and flew out of the restaurant, hovering in the air. In the sky, AO2 and Song Fei faced each other. Their powerful auras attracted many people. That's a flood dragon from the Eastern Wilderness. Do you think he has a chance of winning? Impossible. Song Fei is the third-ranked genius from the Tianwu sword faction. He's extremely powerful. That flood dragon is no match for him. Many people were talking about it. There were 18 overlords in the Central Continent. Of course, there were also differences in strength among the overlords. The Tianwu sword faction was one of the top overlords in the Central Continent. It was stronger than Floating Mountain Sect, Cold Blood Hall and Sky Eagle Castle. It had many experts and geniuses. As the third-ranked genius of the Tianwu sword faction, it was needless to say how powerful it was. Boom, boom. Their auras roared in the sky, causing a terrifying whirlwind. Kill. AO2 was the first to attack. He transformed into his true form, a flood dragon that was a few hundred meters long. Its body was golden as if it was made of gold. Golden storm cut. AO2 roared. He opened his mouth and 9 rays of dark golden light shot out from his mouth. They cut through the air and slashed toward Song Fei. Clang. The sound of a sword rang out as a ray of sword light shot out like a bolt of lightning. It tore through the void and sliced through everything. Wherever the sword light passed, AO2's 9 rays of golden light were all cut through. However, the sword chi also dissipated. Gilded Dragon Claw. AO2's Flood Dragon Claw turned into a pure golden color. It was crystal clear and radiated a terrifying energy wave. The claw tore through the air. It was extremely terrifying. AO2 had reached the perfected spirit embryo level. When he attacked with his full strength, he was comparable to a spiritual god. However, Song Fei's cultivation was also at the perfected spirit embryo level. You have some skills. Take this. Song Fei shouted. His bloodline emerged. It was a silver-white battle sword with 7 golden chakras shining. Sword breaking the world. Song Fei transformed into a battle sword. The silver-white battle sword shone brightly as it slashed toward AO2's day. The battle sword and AO2's gilded dragon claw clashed. The sky was filled with golden and silver light. It was so dazzling that many people could not open their eyes. When the light dissipated, AO2 frantically retreated. There was a deep sword wound on his dragon claw. The scales on his claw were shattered and blood was flowing out. Whoosh! The silver battle sword slashed down again. Endless sword chi scattered. It was extremely terrifying. Deep scars appeared in the air. AO2 roared angrily and fought with all his might. However, Song Fei's sword chi was extremely sharp. It could cut through everything. It broke through AO2's attack and defense, leaving sword wounds on his body. AO2 was completely at a disadvantage. Soon there were more than a dozen sword wounds on his body. Each of them was several meters long. Blood flowed out and even spilled on the ground. This blood contains the bloodline of a true dragon. Take it. Someone unkindly took all the blood that AO2 left behind. This made AO2 roar in anger. However, he was no match for Song Fei even though he tried his best. Your flood dragon is not bad. I happen to be lacking a mount. You will be my mount from now on. Chapter 1057. Don't even think about it. AO2 roared angrily, feeling extremely aggrieved. AO2 had more than 70% of the true dragon bloodline. He had been the top talent of Sky Monster Valley since he was young. He was said to be able to compete with the Archgod. There were very few people among the younger generation in Eastern Wilderness who could compete with him. Although he was defeated by Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence, only Lu Ming and the Archgod were stronger than him in the entire Eastern Wilderness. The only other people who could compete with him were Xue Jianyi and Feng Xian. He was still a peerless talent with a bright halo. However, when he came to Middle Continent, he was suppressed by a random young talent and wanted to capture him as a mount. At this moment, his confidence was severely damaged. Swoosh, swoosh. Beams of peerlessly sharp silver sword light sliced through the sky toward AO2's day. Even though AO2 had the true dragon bloodline, he was completely suppressed and torn apart by the terrifying sword chi. Surrender and be my mount and I won't kill you. Otherwise you'll die today. Song Fei's cold voice came from the silver battle sword. Don't even think about it. AO2 shouted. Given his pride, he would rather die than be Song Fei's mount. Then die. The silver battle sword shone brightly and the sword chi pierced through the air toward AO2's head. AO2 frantically retreated and blocked with all his might, but his head was almost chopped off. There was a deep wound on his neck. His body shrunk rapidly and escaped into the distance. Don't even think about leaving. Song Fei clearly had no intention of letting AO2 go. He chased after AO2's day. At this moment, a phoenix cry resounded. A divine bird that looked like a phoenix flew towards Song Fei. With a flap of its wings, a sky full of flames spread towards Song Fei. Song Fei was shocked. His sword chi whistled and cut through the flames. However, this delay allowed AO2 to rush into the distance and disappear without a trace. The divine bird that looked like a phoenix was extremely fast. It flapped its wings and turned into a beam of light, rushing into the distance. Song Fei shouted angrily and chased after it. However, after a while he failed to catch up. Lu Ming could clearly see that the phoenix-like divine bird was Feng Xian. She possessed the phoenix bloodline and was shockingly fast. Song Fei returned to his human form and snorted coldly. What Donghuang prodigy? You're just trash. After saying that, he flew back into the tavern with the other two disciples of the celestial martial sword sect and continued eating and drinking. In the crowd, Xue Jianyi and Shizhan were also watching the battle. Their faces turned ugly but they didn't dare to make a sound. Song Fei's battle prowess was shocking, and Xue Jian knew that he was not Song Fei's opponent. I didn't expect there to be so many geniuses in the Middle Continent. I heard that Song Fei is only the third-ranked genius of one of the factions, the Sky Martial Sword faction. Shizhan sighed. The battle just now had left him shaken. The Central Continent is indeed the center of the Divine Wilderness continent. Geniuses are everywhere. In the Eastern Wilderness, only Lu Ming and the Emperor can defeat Song Fei. Bloodsword nodded and the two of them left. Lu Ming didn't think much of it. He wasn't surprised by the outcome. AO2 and Song Fei were third-grade prodigies, but AO2 was only average among third-grade prodigies, while Song Fei was at the top among third-grade prodigies. He was close to the second-grade prodigies, so AO2 naturally wasn't his match. Lu Ming also returned to the tavern and continued eating and drinking. Soon he learned some new news. The reason so many prodigies had gathered in Qianxia City was that the World Academy's Jade Annulus would be opened in 3 days. The World Academy's Jade Annulus was said to contain endless mysteries. Martial artists who comprehended it would obtain great opportunities and benefits. It was even rumored that the All Things Jade Annulus contained a great secret and a divine treasury. However, it hadn't been opened for many years. The World Academy's Jade Annulus had always been closed to the public, but this time, it suddenly announced that it was open to the public. All the heroes of the world were free to visit and comprehend it. Once the news was out, it naturally attracted a large number of sky prides. The Jade Annulus? Since I'm here I can't miss it. Lu Ming continued eating and drinking. The news he heard next wasn't too important. It was all about which prodigies were more powerful, which beauties were prettier, and so on. After eating and drinking, Lu Ming walked out of the tavern and found an inn to stay in. 3 days passed quickly. Lu Ming left Qianxia City and rushed to the World Academy. He wasn't the only one. Many prodigies stepped into the air and flew over. At a glance, the sky was filled with streaks of rainbow light, like a meteor shower. The World Academy was very close to Tianxia City. Soon they arrived. Lu Ming was a little surprised when he saw it from afar. A snow-white palace floated in the air, emitting dazzling rays of light. The palace was extremely huge, like a city in the sky. It seemed to be completely made of jade. This was the core of the World Academy. Below the palace, there was a divine mountain covered in clouds. The spiritual qi was dense and spiritual herbs were everywhere. Spiritual beasts were flying around. It was like a fairyland. The endless divine mountain below and the white jade palace in the sky were the complete World Academy. However, only the core of the World Academy could enter the white jade palace. Lu Ming and the rest naturally couldn't enter. They landed outside the World Academy and walked along an ancient bluestone path. Soon they saw a huge stone tablet. There were 4 words written on the tablet: World Academy. The words were bold and powerful. At first glance, there was a terrifying aura that spread out. According to legend, these 4 words were left behind by a sacred emperor of the ancient Saint dynasty. They contained the sacred emperor's will. Tens of thousands of years ago, when the ancient Saint dynasty hadn't declined and ruled the 8-Baron region, the World Academy was a place for the ancient Saint dynasty to cultivate talents. Countless experts had walked out of the World Academy. However, after the ancient Saint dynasty's Xia family declined, the World Academy became independent and became an overlord force. After passing by the stone tablet, there was a white jade staircase. The group climbed up the white jade staircase and arrived at a huge square. At this time, the square was filled with people. At a glance, there were probably tens of thousands of people. They were all geniuses. Everyone, the universal jade annulus is in front. Please follow me. A white-haired elder appeared and smiled. Then he flew forward and the group followed. After flying past dozens of mountains, the terrain in front of them leveled out. There were no mountains, only hills. On the hills, there were clouds and mist, blocking the view. The group couldn't see through it. Array! Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. According to legend, the World Academy was a force that cultivated both martial arts and inscriptions. There were experts who specialized in martial arts and also those who cultivated inscriptions. There were also rumors that the World Academy had more than one sacred emperor. There were 2 of them. One was a martial arts sacred emperor, and the other was an inscription sacred emperor. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Figures flashed and a total of 8 elders appeared. Including the one who led the way, there were 9 of them. The 9 elders floated in the air and started to inscribe inscriptions. The inscriptions disappeared into the surrounding space. Hoo-hoo. Chapter 1058. Countless jade discs floated in the air. As far as the eye could see, it was densely packed with jade discs. Every single one of them seemed to be made of polished white jade. They were as smooth as a mirror as they floated vertically in the air. There was no end in sight. It was unknown how many of them there were. This was the all-jade disc. It was very different from what they had imagined. Lu Ming had imagined that the all-jade disc would be a huge jade disc. He didn't expect there to be so many of them. This is the all-jade disc. You can comprehend it on your own, but you can't destroy it. Otherwise, the World Academy won't let you off the hook. The last sentence of the old man who led the way made everyone's heart skip a beat. Everyone nodded. They didn't dare. Well, you see it. In front of each jade disc there are 1 or several jade platforms. You can only comprehend it if you sit cross-legged on the jade platforms. The old man introduced. So that's what the jade platforms are for. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. A few jade platforms were suspended in front of each jade wall. Lu Ming had seen them long ago. It turned out that they were used for comprehension. This meant that each jade disc could only be comprehended by a few people at most. The jade platforms were very small and could only accommodate 1 person at a time. Well, you can comprehend it on your own. The old man nodded and left with the other 8. Whoosh, whoosh. As soon as the old man left, some people flew forward to find the jade discs. Lu Ming looked around and saw many familiar faces. Jing Kongling, Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing, and Hai Ziming from Floating Mountain were among them. In addition, Sandalwood Fairy, In Bupo from Sky Eagle Castle, Sanguinarum from Cold Blood Hall, other talents from Cold Blood Hall, and Junyu from Demonic Mountain were among them. Lu Ming also saw familiar faces from Eastern Wilderness: Shuejiani, Shizhan, Ao2 and Feng Xian. Di Shen. Suddenly, Lu Ming's gaze shifted and he saw the Emperor God. Beside him was Dongfang Yu. It seems that all the top talents from Eastern Wilderness are here. Lu Ming pondered for a moment before flying forward. Lu Ming went to the jade wall at the very front and carefully examined it. Suddenly, a tyrannical saber intent spread out, causing his expression to change slightly. In front of this jade wall, there was only a jade platform. At this moment, there was already a young man sitting cross-legged on it. Lu Ming continued to move forward. He discovered that each piece of jade gave off a completely different feeling. It's really strange. There are artistic conceptions and it seems like there are absolute arts as well. However, they are extremely mysterious. If you want to gain anything from them, it will depend on your comprehension ability and luck. Lu Ming strolled around casually. Many people had already found their targets and were sitting cross-legged on the jade platform. Lu Ming, the arrangement of these jade discs is very strange. In my opinion, there must be a great secret. On his shoulder, Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming. Big secret? What secret? What did you see? Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There were many rumors about the Vientiane jade disc in the outside world, but the most recognized rumor was that the Vientiane corn was connected to a mysterious place that contained divine treasures. The ancient World Academy could open it, but that method was lost later on. The World Academy had not opened it for many years. It was said that that place was very strange. In ancient times, supreme experts would often enter seclusion and cultivate there, leaving behind many relics and cave abodes of experts. This was very tempting, but unfortunately they could not enter later on. I don't know. I can't figure it out in a short time. I need time. Dandan said. He jumped down from Lu Ming's shoulder and walked around alone. Lu Ming could not be bothered with him and looked for the jade discs alone. Soon Lu Ming came in front of a jade wall. Suddenly he vaguely heard a dragon's roar and a true dragon pounced at him. This is it. There was only a jade platform in front of this jade wall. No one had come yet. Lu Ming flew up, sat cross-legged on the jade platform and closed his eyes to comprehend. Brr. The dragon's roar rang out. Lu Ming seemed to see a true dragon walking in the void. The dragon's aura was vast and mighty, causing the void to collapse and the earth to sink. It seems like every move contains supreme battle strength. Is this a true dragon battle technique? No, it doesn't seem like it. Lu Ming's mind raced. He felt that every move of the true dragon was a battle technique, but it also seemed like it was not. It was hard to grasp. Lu Ming tried to comprehend it carefully, but in the end, he gained nothing. No, why should I comprehend any battle technique from it? I can compare it with my 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat and he began to comprehend. In this way he indeed felt that he had benefited a lot. His comprehension of the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps increased rapidly. He had already cultivated the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps to the 7th step. At this step, it was even more difficult to cultivate. Every step was very difficult. Without luck, he might not be able to cultivate it in his lifetime. Every bit of improvement was rare and precious. Lu Ming sat cross-legged for 3 days. When he felt that he could not gain anything more, he got up and left to look for the next piece. In the sky, in the huge white jade palace, a few elders were discussing something. Sect Master, is this really going to work? One of them asked. This is the only way. The sacred mansion has not been opened for many years. This time, with the arrival of the great era and the gathering of prodigies, everyone has great opportunities. Perhaps this is a chance. Perhaps someone can open the sacred mansion's secret realm. A white-haired elder with a sage-like demeanor said. I hope so. The others sighed. Lu Ming looked at a few more jade discs, but none of them were suitable for him. After looking at more than a dozen jade discs, Lu Ming finally found a suitable one. This jade disc still had dragon roars coming out. Lu Ming sat cross-legged on the jade platform. Just like the previous jade discs, there were true dragons rolling in the void. However, what was different this time was that there were 2 true dragons. The 2 true dragons were fighting fiercely, their roars shaking the heavens. This is a true dragon battle skill. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. The 2 true dragons clawed at each other. Dragon might lashed out as the dragons soared into the sky. Every move had destructive power. This was clearly a powerful true dragon battle skill. This battle skill is comparable to a divine battle skill. Will be very useful to me. Lu Ming was excited. After he used bloodline fusion to transform into 9 dragons, he usually only used the 9 dragons heaven-stomping step and the hell-suppressing heaven skill. Other than that, the 9 dragons relied on brute force to fight and lacked killing moves. If he had this true dragon battle skill, he would definitely be stronger when he transformed into 9 dragons. Lu Ming carefully observed the battle between the 2 true dragons. He sat there for 10 days. Lu Ming had been watching the battle between the 2 true dragons all the time. His understanding of the true dragon's combat skills was already quite good. Scram, this jade discs is mine. Suddenly, a cold shout was heard, causing many people to involuntarily turn their heads to look. Xue Jiani and Huang Kuei. Lu Ming's heart jumped. Xue Jiani was sitting cross-legged in front of a jade discs. Huang Kuei coldly looked at Xue Jiani. It was Huang Kuei who told Xue Jiani to scram. Xue Jiani frowned and said, "Brother, I was the one who got here first." "So what if you came first? You're just a country bumpkin from the eastern wilderness. What right do you have to comprehend the myriad jade discs?" Scram. Chapter 1059. Huang Kuei said coldly. His eyes were cold and filled with disdain. He looked like a young master from a big city looking at a bumpkin from the countryside. Xue Jiani's face darkened. He had his pride. Before the Battle of Providence, he was ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents, second only to the Emperor God. No one in the eastern wilderness dared to talk to him like that. Huang Kuei actually told him to get lost and said that he was not qualified to comprehend here. The arrogant Xue Jiani was furious. "What's with that look? Bumpkin, do you want to die?" Huang Kuei scolded. "Let's see if you have what it takes to get this jade disc." Xue Jiani said coldly. "What do you mean by that? Do you want to challenge me?" Huang Kuei said. "That's right." The blood sword Dao was so arrogant, yet he was actually being looked down upon like this. He couldn't take it. He wanted everyone to know his strength. "Haha, since you want to be humiliated, I'll fulfill your wish. Let's go out and fight." Huang Kuei laughed heartily as his figure soared into the sky. He flew out of the all appearances Jade Walls area and arrived in the sky not far away. Xue Jianyi's figure moved and also rushed into the sky, arriving in front of Huang Kuei. The two of them stood in the air. "Interesting. That guy seems to be from the eastern wilderness. There's no expert in that barren land. He's just asking to be humiliated by challenging Huang Kuei. Let's go and see." Many people smiled and flew into the sky to watch from afar. Many people directly raised their heads to look at the Vientiane Jade Wall. The eastern wilderness has always been the weakest of the 5 domains. There are almost no experts there. The so-called talents in the eastern wilderness are all ignorant. They think that they're invincible just because they're the best in the eastern wilderness. They don't know that there's always someone stronger. That's right. Not long ago, a flood dragon from the eastern wilderness was also very arrogant, but he was completely defeated by Song Fei from the Sky Martial Sword sect. He almost became a mount. "Ah, is that so?" Ao2, Feng Xian, and even Di Shen and Dong Fangyu frowned when they heard the disdainful whispers from the crowd. At this moment, Huang Kuei and Xue Jiani's bodies were covered in blood-red light. Both of them had cultivated blood essence. "Blood essence? You're just showing off in front of an expert." Huang Kuei sneered. Xue Jiani unsheathed. Clang. A blood-red battle sword flew out from between Blood Sword's eyebrows. As it flew out, it grew to 10 meters long. As it grew, it split into 2, then 4, and finally 16 blood-red battle swords that danced around Blood Sword. "Kill!" Blood Sword yelled. He formed a sword finger and waved it. The 16 swords turned into 16 blood-red sword lights and stabbed toward Huang Kuei. As the 16 swords danced in the air, they erupted with boundless sword chi. 16 blood-red swords wrapped in boundless sword chi blasted toward Huang Kuei. Xue Jiani's battle power was more than 10 times stronger than when he was in the Battle of Providence. His cultivation had reached perfection in spirit embryo, and his conception of blood and sword had become one. As his sword chi swept past, terrifying marks were left in the space. Blood Flame Emperor's Claw. Seeing this, Huang Kuei did not dare to be careless. As the blood-red light spread out, he continued to attack with his claws. In an instant he had attacked hundreds of times. Huang Kuei attacked hundreds of times, and the boundless blood-red claw lights flooded toward Xue Jiani. Every claw light was terrifyingly sharp and gave off a scorching aura. It had the power to burn and corrode. Huang Kuei's cultivation was also at perfection. The blood-red claw lights and the sword chi clashed, and the air trembled. Blood light rushed into the sky and the sword chi surged. The blood-red claw lights and the sword chi cancelled each other out, and they were evenly matched. Huang Kuei's face was ugly and gloomy. He couldn't even take down a country bumpkin from Eastern Desolation, which made him feel embarrassed. "Kill! Bloodthirsty Realm!" Huang Kuei yelled and used Bloodthirsty Great Art. A blood-red light shrouded Xue Jiani. Being shrouded by Bloodthirsty Great Art, Xue Jiani's face changed. He felt the blood in his body boiling, and a powerful force was pulling at his blood. Swoosh! Xue Jiani hurriedly retreated, wanting to leave the range of Bloodthirsty Great Art. However, Huang Kuei held him tightly, and Xue Jini couldn't escape from Huang Kuei's attacks. Helpless, Xue Jini could only execute bloodline fusion and transform into a blood-red battle sword. However, Huang Kuei also executed bloodline fusion and transformed into a blood-red claw. The blood claw and the blood sword clashed, and Xue Jini flew back rapidly. Under the influence of bloodthirsty great art, Xue Jini was at a disadvantage. After continuous clashes, Huang Kuei gradually gained the upper hand and suppressed Xue Jini. After dozens of moves, the blood-red battle sword crumbled, and Xue Jini spat out large mouthfuls of blood. His face was pale. Xue Jini was defeated and wasn't Huang Kuei's match. The blood claw flashed and transformed back into Huang Kuei. He looked at Xue Jini with disdain and sneered, "I said that a country bumpkin like you isn't qualified to cultivate in myriad jade wall." Xue Jini's face darkened, but he didn't say anything. He had lost. What did a loser have to say? "I heard that you used to be ranked second on the list of top 1,000 talents in the Eastern Barren Territory. It seems that the Eastern Barren Territory is really weak. If the second place is so weak, then the first place can't be any better. I heard that the first place is called Dishin. I guess he must be here today. Tell him to come out and I'll take care of him today. Then, you people from the Eastern Barren Territory can pack up and go back to the Eastern Barren Territory." Huang Kuei was incomparably arrogant. He wanted to trample on the people of the Eastern Barren Territory today to make himself more famous. "Are you looking for me?" A cold voice sounded and a figure stepped out. Lu Ming's eyes moved. It was Di Shen. Huang Kuei looked at Di Shen and said, "You're Di Shen?" "That's right." Di Shen nodded calmly. "You came at the right time. Come, I'll take care of you too." Huang Kuei sneered. Clang. As soon as he finished speaking, a terrifying sword power rose from Di Shen's body. A mighty sword chi was as tall as the sky and exuded supreme pressure. Huang Kuei's expression changed drastically, and he broke out in cold sweat. "Spiritual god, you're a spiritual god." Huang Kuei shouted in horror. Clang. A sword cry resounded as the sword chi slashed toward Huang Kuei. Huang Kuei retreated in horror. At the same time he performed bloodline fusion and used all his strength to block the attack. But it was in vain. The sword chi slashed and the blood claw exploded. Huang Kuei's body smashed into the ground below like a cannonball, creating a huge pit. Huang Kuei lay in the pit and kept coughing up blood. The crowd fell silent, and then they burst into an uproar. "This person is so strong. He defeated Huang Kuei in one move. He's a spiritual god. I didn't expect there to be such a genius in the Eastern Barren Territory. His name is Di Shen. Before the Battle of Providence, he was ranked first on the list of top 1,000 talents. Later, he was defeated by someone called Lu Ming in the Battle of Providence. Now he's ranked second. What? There's a stronger genius in the Eastern Barren Territory?" Chapter 1060. Di Shen did not even look at Huang Kuei as he turned around and was about to head for the Jade Annulus. "You think you can leave after beating up someone from Cold Blood Hall?" A cold voice rang out as a blood rogue youth stepped out and blocked Di Shen's path. "It's Sanguinarum," someone exclaimed. "Sanguinarum is going to make a move." Even more people's eyes were burning with passion. Some time ago they had heard that Sanguinarum had entered the spiritual god realm while Di Shen was also at the spiritual god realm. The two spiritual god realm geniuses were about to make a move, which made many people's eyes light up. For Di Shen to be able to break through to the spiritual god realm at his age, he was definitely a second-class genius. It was rare to see two second-class geniuses make a move. "You want to make a move? Then let's do it. I also want to see how outstanding the Central Continent geniuses are." Di Shen said calmly, but his tone was full of confidence. Now that he had made a major breakthrough in the space will, he was confident that he was not weaker than anyone. Even if he faced Lu Ming again, he was 100% confident that he could defeat Lu Ming. "Then I'll fulfill your wish." Sanguinarum's eyes were cold as his body emitted a shocking blood-red light. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, many figures appeared in the sky. All of them were giants among men. Jing Kongling, Sandalwood Fairy, Junyu In Bupo, Kong Xan. Some people recognized that they were all second-class geniuses. There were more than 10 of them. This made people's hearts tremble. Apart from the Battle of Providence, this was the gathering of the second-class geniuses. Obviously, the battle between Sanguinarum and Di Shen had attracted them. Boom, boom. Sanguinarum and Di Shen released a terrifying aura at the same time. A saber radiance shot up into the sky from Sanguinarum's body, while a sword radiance shot out from Di Shen's body. The saber radiance and sword radiance clashed, and their power was extremely terrifying. Clang. The sword radiance and saber radiance met in the air, and an earth-shattering explosion erupted. At this moment, Sanguinarum and Dishin moved at the same time. Blood-gathering heavenly saber. Big Dipper Emperor sword. As soon as they made their move, both of them executed low-grade divine rank martial skills. At their level, there was no need for probing anymore. Every move they made was a killing move, and they had to carry out an incomparably terrifying killing move. Boom. The saber and the sword collided. Saber light and sword chi overflowed, cutting the space in half. One side was the saber world and the other side was the sword world. The two of them retreated at the same time before colliding again. Boom. 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 In just a few breaths, the two of them had already exchanged dozens of blows. Spatial cracks were constantly being torn apart in the sky. The deep spatial cracks seemed to be able to suck in one's mind. It was incomparably terrifying. Many people kept retreating, not daring to stand too close. Because their combat strength was too strong, and it far surpassed an ordinary first-level spirit god. Even the energy that leaked out from their bodies was capable of killing an ordinary first-level spirit god. One could only imagine how terrifying it was. There were only a dozen or so people who could stand at the front to watch the battle. They were all at the same level as Sanguinarum. The Emperor God's combat strength has made a major breakthrough. It's even more unfathomable now. Lu Ming did not fly up into the sky. Instead, he sat cross-legged on the jade platform in front of the jade wall and looked up. He felt that the Emperor God had not used his full strength at all. Bloodthirsty realm. Sanguinarum executed the bloodthirsty realm, but it was useless. It was split apart by the Emperor God's sword. Sanguinarum's face turned solemn. He was starting to lose confidence in the battle. How can he be so strong? The Emperor God is only ranked second in the Eastern Wilderness. How can there be such an expert in the Eastern Wilderness? Sanguinarum's mind raced. Finally, he executed the bloodline fusion and turned into a blood-red bat. After executing the bloodline fusion, Sanguinarum let out a cry and released a terrifying sound wave attack. At the same time, it flapped its wings and charged towards the Emperor God like a blood-red lightning bolt. However, the Emperor God stood there motionless. "You're not dodging? Go to hell." Sanguinarum's eyes were filled with murderous intent as he charged towards the Emperor God. However, when he reached the Emperor God, he felt that something was amiss. It was just an illusion. At this moment, the Emperor God suddenly appeared behind Sanguinarum and slashed out with his sword. This is space essence? Many people's pupils contracted rapidly. They were in disbelief. Oh no! Sanguinarum sensed danger and flapped his wings to dodge the attack. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the Emperor God stepped in the air and his body flashed in and out of the air. He was extremely fast and charged towards Sanguinarum. Instant step. However, compared to the Battle of Providence, the Emperor God's instant step was much stronger. He was extremely fast and could move a few miles in a flash. It was impossible to catch him. Space essence. It's really the space essence. This time, even more people saw it and some people cried out in alarm. Gosh, it's really the space essence. How is this possible? Someone in the Eastern Wilderness has comprehended the space essence. Unbelievable. Yang Padian, one of the top 5 youths, has comprehended the space essence. I didn't expect someone in the Eastern Wilderness to have comprehended the space essence as well. Waves of exclamations and cries of disbelief could be heard from all around. Space and time were king. The space essence was too strong. It was not just a saying. Even Jing Kongling and the other second-class prodigies looked solemn. In their hearts, the Emperor God was an extremely terrifying opponent. Space essence. It's the space essence. Then I'll break your space essence. Sanguinarum shouted. The blood-winged heavenly bat opened its mouth and roared. A terrifying sound wave burst out. Wherever the sound wave passed, the space rippled like water. In the end, it cracked open, revealing deep spatial rifts. The Emperor God frowned. His aura became stronger and stronger as he slashed out with his sword. This sword contained 3 types of concepts. The sword essence, the golden flame essence, and the space essence. This sword moved the space and formed a large space crack. The sword light slashed out. It was unstoppable as it slashed toward Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum shouted. Blood-winged heavenly bat's wings were like blades as it slashed out with its strongest attack. Boom. Heaven and earth shook. Rays of light swept across the sky. A pillar of light shot up into the sky, scattering the clouds in the sky. A hole seemed to have been punched in the sky. Bang. A figure retreated quickly. It was the blood-winged heavenly bat. As the blood-winged heavenly bat retreated, he turned back into his human form. However, there was a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth. Sanguinarum was injured. Do you still want to fight? The Emperor God's hair fluttered. His eyes were like lightning as he stared at Sanguinarum. He had an invincible confidence. That's it for today. We'll fight another day. Sanguinarum's face turned ugly. He snorted coldly. Then, his figure flashed and he instantly disappeared. Sanguinarum actually left just like that. Everyone knew that Sanguinarum had lost. He had lost to the Emperor God. Chapter 1061. Di Shen, a genius from Eastern Wilderness, had defeated Sanguinarum, shocking everyone. Di Shen is so powerful. He didn't even use his bloodline. I didn't expect there to be someone like him in Eastern Wilderness. I heard that Di Shen is a direct descendant of a martial emperor in Eastern Wilderness. He's so talented that he's ranked second in Eastern Wilderness. What? Di Shen is ranked second in Eastern Wilderness? I thought he was the top genius in Eastern Wilderness. Who's ranked first then? Lu Ming is ranked first. Di Shen is so powerful, but Lu Ming is able to defeat him. What kind of genius is he? Looks like this generation is a great era. Even Eastern Wilderness has risen to prominence. Geniuses like Lu Ming and Di Shen are born. Many people were amazed by Di Shen's power. They were also curious about Lu Ming, who was able to defeat Di Shen. Sanguinarum is so unlucky. He has lost a few battles in the past year. He was defeated by a genius called Lu Shaoqing a year ago, and now he's defeated by Di Shen. That's how the fight between geniuses works. The weak will become the stepping stones of the stronger. Some people who had grudges with Cold Blood Hall deliberately dug up Sanguinarum's past. Looks like we have another powerful opponent in the future. Demonic Mountain Lord said, his eyes filled with a strong fighting spirit. He's really terrifying. Yin Bupo nodded. His combat strength was almost the same as Sanguinarum's, and he was probably no match for Di Shen. According to the World Academy, Tiansu Cave is open. Anyone who passes it can enter the marrow cleansing pool once. Suddenly, a piece of news came, causing an uproar at the scene. What? Tiansu Cave is open? Anyone who passes it can enter the marrow cleansing pool? Is that true? It's true. It's definitely true. The news came from the headmaster of the World Academy. Gosh, it's great that I can enter the marrow cleansing pool. I want to give it a try too. You? Stop dreaming. Who doesn't know that the World Academy Sky Market Cave is terrifyingly difficult? Since ancient times, very few people have been able to pass it. How would you know if you don't try? I heard that the Heavenly Ruin Cave doesn't test one's strength. Everyone who enters the Heavenly Ruin Cave will face different situations. There was once a martial king who entered the Heavenly Ruin Cave. That's true. Let's give it a try. After an intense discussion, countless people flew in a certain direction. Sky Market Cave? Marrow Cleansing Pool? I didn't expect the World Academy to open the Marrow Cleansing Pool. I can fight for it. Lu Ming's eyes flickered. The World Academy's Marrow Cleansing Pool was famous all over the world. Entering the Marrow Cleansing Pool would allow a martial artist's physical body to undergo a metamorphosis, complete a sublimation, and finally reach perfection. One of the most important conditions for breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm was to have a perfect grade 9 physical body. However, after cultivating the perfect grade 9 physical body, it would be difficult to complete it. There would be a hurdle that would be difficult to cross. However, the Marrow Cleansing Pool could complete the perfect grade 9 physical body and lay the first foundation for breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm. Many peerless geniuses who aspired to become Martial Emperors were tempted. For example, Jing Kongling, Junyu, and the others. Even those geniuses who knew that they had no chance of breaking through to the Martial Emperor realm were tempted. Who wouldn't want to have a stronger physical body? Lu Ming was also tempted. His physical body had reached the perfect grade 9 physical body. If he could cultivate his physical body to the perfect grade 9 physical body in the Marrow Cleansing Pool, it would save him a lot of trouble in the future. Lu Ming also left the Jade platform and followed the crowd in a certain direction. Soon they arrived in front of a huge mountain. This mountain was extremely huge. The bottom of the mountain was at least 100 miles wide. At the foot of the mountain there was a huge cave. This was the Sky Market Cave. The Sky Market Cave led from here to the other side of the mountain. It was 100 miles long. As long as one could pass through the Sky Market Cave and come out from the other side, one would be considered to have passed the Sky Market Cave and be given a slot to enter the Marrow Cleansing Pool. However, the Sky Market Cave was extremely mysterious. It was said that everyone who entered would encounter different things. Since ancient times, very few people had been able to pass it. It was extremely mysterious. I'll give it a try. A young man rushed into the Sky Market Cave. Soon, a light flashed outside the Sky Market Cave and he was teleported out. He returned to the crowd dejectedly. What happened? What did you encounter? Someone asked. As soon as I entered, I encountered a powerful beast. It slapped me and I was severely injured. That's why I was teleported out. Fortunately, the injury was fake. I recovered as soon as I came out. That person replied. I'll give it a try. Another person rushed in. After a while, he was also teleported out. Someone asked him. The person said that he encountered a battle sword and it directly chopped him into pieces. Everyone looked at each other. Indeed, everyone who entered would encounter different situations. It was impossible to know the flaws, weaknesses, and patterns. Next, the Sky Prides entered the Sky Market Cave one after another. However, none of them succeeded. Jing Kongling, Junyu, and the other Sky Prides did not move. They stood in the void and watched quietly. Lu Ming did not move either. He was not in a hurry and let the others go first. In the end, Lu Ming closed his eyes and comprehended the will of heaven and earth. For 10 days countless people went in. However, none of them succeeded. Everyone was dejected. Chu Kuang, Zhang Wenjing, and the other grade 3 Sky Prides also went in. However, they all failed. Yin Bupo went in. Someone shouted. Many people were shocked. Finally, a grade 2 Sky Pride made a move. Yin Bupo went in for a long time. After half an hour, he still had not come out. Can Yin Bupo make it? Someone guessed. It was very likely that he had not come out after half an hour. Grade 2 Sky Prides were indeed different. Someone went to the other side of the mountain and waited to see if Yin Bupo would come out of the Sky Market Cave. Suddenly, a light flashed at the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. Yin Bupo was also sent out. Sigh. Yin Bupo sighed. He had also failed. This Sky Market Cave is too difficult. Even a grade 2 Sky Pride can't make it. It's indeed too difficult. I wonder if the 5 young overlords can make it. Many people sighed. Whoosh. A ray of blood light rushed in. It's Sanguinarum. Someone recognized him. Sanguinarum had apparently recovered from his injuries. He also appeared here and wanted to try the Sky Market Cave. Unfortunately, similar to Yin Bupo, he was also sent out after half an hour. He had also failed. Next, Junyu, Sandalwood Fairy, and the others went in one after another. However, they all failed. Wu Qingkong went in. Someone whispered. A young man in a white robe with a long sword on his back stepped into the Sky Market Cave. Wu Qingkong, the #1 Sky Pride of the Sky Martial Sword Sect. He was an extremely terrifying and powerful figure. He was very famous in the Central Continent. Grade 2 Sky Prides were also divided into strong and weak ones. Wu Qingkong was undoubtedly one of the top Grade 2 Sky Prides. He was known as one of the strongest Sky Prides after the 5 young overlords. Chapter 1062. Almost an hour had passed since Wu Qingkong entered. In the end, Wu Qingkong failed and was sent out. Even Wu Qingkong failed. Will we be able to get through the Tianshu Cave? Yeah, it's too difficult. Maybe he can't even pass the 5 giants. That's not necessarily true. The Tianshu Cave doesn't test pure combat strength. Many people sighed. Even Wu Qingkong could not pass it. It was too difficult. Wu Qingkong flew to the side with his combat sword on his back and sat in the air calmly. I'll give it a try. Jing Kongling stepped into the air and entered the Tianshu Cave, surrounded by clouds. However, no one was optimistic about Jing Kongling. Even Wu Qingkong had failed. No one thought that Jing Kongling could pass. Almost an hour later, a cry of surprise came from the exit of the Tianshu Cave. Success. Jing Kongling succeeded. Exclamations rose and fell. What? Jing Kongling succeeded? Let's go and see. Instantly, many people flew to the other side of the mountain. Even Sandalwood Fairy, Junyu, and Wu Qingkong could not help but fly to the other side of the mountain. When they arrived, they saw Jing Kongling standing in the void. Jing Kongling had passed the Tianshu Cave. Whoosh, whoosh. At that moment, 2 beams of light flew down from the White Jade Palace in the sky and turned into 2 white-robed elders. They were the 2 elders of the World Academy. Haha, Miss Jing Kongling, congratulations on obtaining a spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. This token is for you. The marrow cleansing pool will open in half a month. With this token you can enter the marrow cleansing pool. An old man laughed. A badge appeared in his hand and he handed it to Jing Kongling. Thank you, senior. Jing Kongling thanked him and took the token. Many people looked at Jing Kongling enviously. This was a token that could allow one to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Yin Bupo, Sanguinarum, Junyu, and the others were even more envious. They were all aspiring sovereigns. The marrow cleansing pool could save them a lot of time. Wu Qingkong's eyes were burning with passion. He looked at Jing Kongling possessively. Everyone knew that Wu Qingkong was Jing Kongling's admirer, but Jing Kongling did not seem to be interested in him. Sister Kongling, congratulations. Sandalwood Fairy smiled and walked towards Jing Kongling to congratulate him. Fairy Sandalwood did not feel anything about the marrow cleansing pool. She cultivated the Tao of inscription, so the strength of her physical body did not matter much. Jing Kongling was also quite happy. At first she didn't think that she would be able to pass. Then, everyone returned to the entrance of the Heavenly Market Cave. A tall and straight figure stepped in. It's him, Emperor God. Many people's eyes flickered. After defeating Sanguinarum last time, Di Shin's fame had increased greatly and he had attracted a lot of attention. Many people were watching and guessing whether the Imperial God could pass through the Sky Market Cave. It shouldn't be possible. The pure void spirit is a special case. I really don't know what the requirements are for entering the Heavenly Market Cave. It's too difficult to pass through the Heavenly Market Cave. Based on this ratio, less than 10 people in the world can pass through. Indeed, the World Academy already knew that not many people could pass. That's why they opened the marrow cleansing pool. Otherwise, if everyone could pass, the World Academy would suffer a huge loss. Some people were chatting and waiting. Suddenly, he passed. Di Shin passed. Another cry of surprise rang out. What? He passed? How is that possible? A group of people was shocked and hurriedly flew over to take a look. Indeed, they saw Di Shin at the entrance of the Heavenly Market Cave. Di Shin really passed through the Heavenly Market Cave. This Di Shin is amazing. Some people sighed and began to re-evaluate Di Shin. Di Shin had first defeated Sanguinarum, and now he had passed through the Heavenly Market Cave. It was really amazing. Naturally, many people thought of Lu Ming. Anyone who knew about the Eastern Wilderness geniuses knew that Lu Ming, not Di Shin, was the strongest in the Eastern Wilderness. Even Wu Qingkong stared at Di Shin with two beams of terrifying sword light in his eyes. As expected of Di Shin, the strongest descendant of Di. In the crowd, Lu Ming's lips curled up slightly. Di Shin was indeed very strong and talented. He had comprehended 3 types of intent realm, and he even had a terrifying intent realm like the space intent realm. During the War of Providence, Lu Ming had relied on the combination of the path of inscription to barely suppress Di Shin. In Lu Ming's heart, he had never underestimated Di Shin. Now that more than a year and a half had passed, Di Shin had become even more terrifying. In the White Jade Palace above, the 2 elders flew down again and looked at Di Shin in surprise. Another person had passed. This was indeed beyond the expectations of the World Academy's higher-ups. Young Master Di Shin, take this token. With it, you can enter the marrow cleansing pool to cultivate. One of the elders handed Di Shin a token. Di Shin took it and thanked the elder. Yang Padian is here. Suddenly, a cry of surprise came from the front. What? Yang Padian, one of the 5 giants, is here. The scene was filled with exclamations. Then one by one they rushed forward. In the air, a young man walked over. This young man had his hands behind his back. His hair was loose and he was tall and burly. His eyes were bright and full of wildness. Step by step, he walked very slowly, but there was a supreme majesty exuding from him. Everyone felt a huge pressure weighing down on their hearts. Wu Qingkong, Junyu, and the other sky prides looked solemn. Di Shin's eyes revealed a trace of battle intent. Like Di Shin, Yang Padian had also cultivated the space intent realm. Is this Yang Padian one of the 5 young giants? Lu Ming's eyes were bright as he stared at Yang Padian. Yang Padian gave him a strong sense of pressure. He had a feeling that this person was very strong and dangerous. Yang Padian walked in the air. Without looking at the crowd, he walked into the Sky Market Cave and disappeared. Let's go to the exit. Yang Padian should be able to pass through the Sky Market Cave. Many people flew to the exit of the Sky Market Cave. Even the 2 elders from the World Academy did not leave. Instead, they waited at the exit. Half an hour later, a tall figure stepped out of the Sky Market Cave's exit. Yang Padian. He had indeed passed through the Sky Market Cave. Amazing, amazing. The 5 giants should be able to pass through the Sky Market Cave. That's right. The 5 giants are too terrifying. In the past, they were all sky prides that only appeared once in 1,000 years. However, 5 of them appeared at the same time in this generation. Many people sighed. The 5 giants were the pinnacle of all the sky prides in the central continent. The ultimate goal of all the young people was to be powerful. It was certain that they would become supremes. In the future, there was a high chance that they would break through to the emperor realm. In other words, they were the next generation of emperors. It's time for me to give it a try. Lu Ming smiled. He walked to the entrance and stepped in. Chapter 1063. After Yang Padian received the token from the World Academy's elder, many people returned to the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. After Yang Padian put away the token, he stepped into the air and left as if there was nothing worth his attention. Another person went in. Who is it? I wanted to go in and give it a try. I don't know him. He's just a small fry. I think he'll come out in less than 2 minutes. Today is really exciting. 3 people passed the Sky Market Cave in a row. Yeah, but the strongest group of people have already gone in. I don't think anyone else will pass. Many people chatted casually, planning to wait for Lu Ming to fail and be teleported out. But 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes passed and Lu Ming still hadn't come out. Nest, that guy can actually hold on for so long. Strange. Let's wait a little longer. Maybe he'll come out in a while. However, they waited for a long time, but Lu Ming still didn't come out. They couldn't help but look at each other. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the Sky Market Cave, his surroundings changed and he arrived on a platform. Formation. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat. There was an extremely powerful formation in the Sky Market Cave. No, my cultivation. At this moment, Lu Ming was shocked to discover that his cultivation level had been decreasing at a rapid pace. From the Spirit God realm to the Spirit Embryo realm, then to the Spirit Sea realm, King realm, Martial Ancestor. In the end, Lu Ming's cultivation fell all the way to the 9th level of the Martial Warrior realm before stopping. His Intent realm, 2nd bloodline and 3rd bloodline were all sealed. Only the 9 Dragons bloodline wasn't sealed. The combat strength he could exert was actually similar to when he was at the 9th level of the Martial Warrior realm. Beside Lu Ming there was a long spear. In front of the platform a figure condensed. It was a middle-aged man with a long sword on his back. The aura he emitted was at the 1st level of the Martial Master realm. That long spear is your weapon. If you can defeat me you can go to the next level. The middle-aged man said coldly. Then he unsheathed his sword and a sharp sword light cut through the air, making an ear-piercing sound as it slashed towards Lu Ming. Lu Ming pulled out the long spear beside him, shook it and displayed the astral fire spear art. Whoosh! The long spear turned into a beam of rainbow light and pierced through the middle-aged man's forehead, killing him instantly. The middle-aged man's figure collapsed and disappeared without a trace. Is this a test of my battle prowess in the Martial Warrior 9th layer? Lu Ming guessed. In the next moment, 3 figures appeared in front of the platform. The 3 middle-aged men looked exactly the same, and their cultivations were all at Martial Master realm. The 3 of them unsheathed their swords at the same time and charged at Lu Ming. With a flick of his spear, he engaged in a fierce battle with the 3 middle-aged men. In a short while the 3 of them were killed. When Lu Ming had been a 9th level martial warrior, it had not been difficult for him to kill a 1st level martial master. After killing the 3 people, the surrounding environment changed again and Lu Ming appeared on another platform. My cultivation has reached the 9th level Martial Master realm. Lu Ming's heart skipped a beat as he discovered that his cultivation had reached the 9th level Martial Master realm. In front of him, another middle-aged man appeared. He looked the same as the previous one, but his cultivation was completely different. This middle-aged man emitted an aura of a 1st level Martial Master realm. Sure enough, was this a test of Lu Ming's battle prowess at each stage? There was nothing to say. The 2 of them fought and Lu Ming killed the middle-aged man in just one move. In the next moment, 3 other middle-aged men at the 1st level Martial Master realm appeared and were also killed by Lu Ming. After that, Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the 9th level Martial Master realm, and the opponent that appeared was at the 1st level Martial Ancestor realm. The outcome was the same. Lu Ming overcame all the difficulties and passed this round. In the next stage, Lu Ming's cultivation was at the half-step King realm, and his opponent was at the 1st level Martial King realm. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that he could use the power of the 2nd bloodline. However, he could only unleash the power of the half-step King realm. In this battle Lu Ming spent a bit of time. Because the further he went, the harder it was to fight across realms. However, Lu Ming still passed. Then Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the peak King realm, and his opponent became at the 1st level Spiritual Sea realm. This battle took up a lot of time but he still managed to pass it. Then, it was the perfect Spiritual Sea realm and the 1st level Spirit Embryo realm. He also passed. However, when Lu Ming's cultivation rose to the perfect Spirit Embryo realm and the 1st level Battle Spirit God realm, he encountered a real challenge. In the beginning when he faced a 1st level Spirit God realm, Lu Ming could still relax and kill him in the end. However, when he fought against 3 1st level Spirit God realm experts, he encountered a huge challenge. Lu Ming used all his strength to fight against the 3 first-level Spirit God Realm experts. This battle lasted for half an hour. Lu Ming killed the 3 first-level Spirit God Realm experts with great difficulty, and he himself was severely injured. This is too difficult. If it's all this difficulty, how did Jing Kongling pass? How did the Emperor God pass? Lu Ming thought speechlessly. It was hard to say, but Lu Ming was sure that Jing Kongling and the Emperor God couldn't kill 3 first-level Spirit God Realm experts when their spirit embryos were at the perfect stage. Everyone faces different situations in the Sky Market Cave. Could it be that my luck is bad and I encountered a difficult one? Lu Ming was speechless. At this time, the surrounding environment changed. Lu Ming discovered that there was a cave entrance in front of him. Bright light shone from the cave entrance. Lu Ming passed through the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. At this time, Lu Ming discovered that his cultivation had recovered to the first-level Spirit God Realm, and the injuries he suffered earlier had also healed. Without hesitation, he took a step out. As soon as he stepped out, he saw that some people outside the cave were staring at him in disbelief. At the entrance of the Heavenly Ruins cave, there were undoubtedly more people guarding it. However, at this moment, some of them were already impatient. Who is it? Why hasn't he come out after so long? I've been waiting for an hour. Yeah, who went in just now? Could it be another second-class prodigy? I didn't see him just now. No, I've never seen that person before. I don't know him. You don't know him? He must be a small fry. How could he have been in there for so long? Could he have passed? Impossible, he can't have passed. At this time, an incredulous shout came from the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. He passed. Another person passed. Who is he? Why haven't I seen him before? The voices were clearly heard, and the people at the entrance of the Sky Market Cave were stunned. They looked at each other in dismay. He passed? Who is it? Let's go take a look. At this time, almost everyone flew toward the entrance of the Sky Market Cave. When they saw Lu Ming, they were all shocked. This was because no one knew him. They had never seen him before. Lu Ming smiled bitterly as he looked around. His tanned face revealed a simple and honest smile. Is he from the Eastern Wilderness? Someone asked the Emperor God. No, I've never seen him before. The Emperor God shook his head. He's not from the Northern Plains either. The ones who spoke were a few burly young men. They were carrying maces and axes, and their auras were wild. Chapter 1064. He's not from the Eastern Wilderness or the Northern Plains. He's definitely not from the Western Desert. Could he be a genius from Nanming? Impossible. No one from Nanming comes here. Everyone continued to talk about it, trying to guess Lu Ming's identity. However, in the end, no one knew who Lu Ming was. The Sky Market Cave is mysterious. Not only the strongest geniuses can pass it. Some ordinary geniuses can pass it if they're lucky. Someone said. Everyone looked at him strangely. Some of them looked at Lu Ming passionately. Swoosh, swoosh. 2 white-haired elders descended from the sky. They were the 2 elders from the World Academy. The 2 elders were surprised to see Lu Ming. They thought that no one would be able to pass the Sky Market Cave after Yang Padian. They did not expect someone to succeed. Young friend, take this token. The marrow cleansing pool will open in half a month. You can enter it with this token. One of the elders took out a token and handed it to Lu Ming. Thank you, elders. Lu Ming took the token and thanked them with cupped fists. The 2 old men smiled faintly and turned to leave. Many people looked at the token in Lu Ming's hand with passion. Among them, Wu Qingkong, Sanguinarum, and other second-grade geniuses were the most excited. Please make way. Lu Ming put away the token and revealed a simple and honest smile. He squeezed through the crowd and headed toward the all-encompassing Jade Wall. He was no longer interested in who would pass the Sky Market Cave. In the crowd, Sanguinarum looked at Lu Ming's back. Dandan, how's the research going? When he arrived at the Jade Annulus, he saw Dandan pacing back and forth, studying it carefully. I've already made some progress. Kid, don't disturb me. After a while, I'll definitely give you a big surprise. Dandan ignored Lu Ming and continued his research. This guy. Lu Ming smiled and ignored Dandan. He searched for a suitable jade disc and continued to comprehend. The all-appearances Jade Annulus was all-encompassing. Anything could be found in it. Soon, Lu Ming found an incomparably mysterious jade wall. Before this jade wall, Lu Ming could comprehend the profound principles of the concept of fire. Lu Ming carefully comprehended. With Lu Ming's current perception, he had gained a lot. In just a few days, Lu Ming's concept of fire had gained a lot. He felt that he could break through at any time and reach the fourth level of the concept of fire. Lu Ming was overjoyed and continued to comprehend. After another 3 days, Lu Ming's concept of fire really made a breakthrough, reaching level 4 lower tier. This trip to the World Academy was worth it. He had gained a lot. Young hero, my young master invites you in. At this time, a young woman walked to Lu Ming's side, smiling sweetly. Who is your young master? Lu Ming frowned slightly. You'll know when you get there. It's on that mountain not far away. The woman pointed to a mountain in the east. Okay, I'll go with you. Lu Ming pondered for a moment, then followed the young woman and flew toward the mountain. The mountain was only about 100 miles away from the all appearances Jade Annulus. They arrived in a flash. There were 2 figures on the mountain. One of them was Sanguinarum, while the other was older and wore a blood-red robe. He must be an expert from Cold Blood Hall. Sanguinarum smiled when he saw Lu Ming. Ah, how should I address you, brother? I'm from the mountains. You won't know me even if I tell you. May I know what business you have with me? Lu Ming smiled faintly. Oh, it's very simple. I want to buy your token to enter the marrow cleansing pool. How many origin stones do you need? You can name a price. Sanguinarum said. So it's because of this. Lu Ming sneered. When he saw Sanguinarum, he guessed that Sanguinarum was looking for him because of his token. I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I have no intention of selling the token. Lu Ming smiled faintly. Sanguinarum's face darkened when he saw Lu Ming's refusal. You'd better think about it. The marrow cleansing pool is of no use to you. It'll only be a waste. Only in my hands can it be maximized. There was a hint of threat in his tone. He looked at Lu Ming with disdain. What he meant was that the marrow cleansing pool would be a waste in Lu Ming's hands. It's my business whether it's a waste or not. You don't have to worry about it. If there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. Lu Ming said coldly and turned to leave. Boom. All of a sudden, a terrifying and powerful aura rose and a strong pressure pressed down on Lu Ming's body. It was Master Shueluazi. At this moment, Master Shueluazi's eyes were cold as he said, Brat, even if you don't want to, you have to. That token is a complete waste on you. Only with me will it be able to bring out its full potential. It can only be used to its greatest potential when it's on you? Lu Ming looked at Sanguinarum with disdain and said, First, you were defeated by Lu Shaoqing. Then you were defeated by the Emperor God. A loser like you is acting all high and mighty. Aren't you ashamed? In my opinion, it's a waste to give the token to you. How dare you? Sanguinarum roared and said coldly, Kid, I wanted to buy it from you with origin stones. It seems like there's no need for that now. Hand it over. Otherwise, you know the consequences. The old man next to Sanguinarum also stared coldly at Lu Ming. That elder was definitely a powerful cultivator, a terrifying powerful cultivator. He gave Lu Ming a very dangerous feeling. However, Lu Ming was not afraid. This was the World Academy. Idiot. Lu Ming looked at Sanguinarum with disdain and said, Do you think this is Cold Blood Hall? This is the World Academy. There are emperors here. I'm afraid even the emperors have seen what you've done. Do you still want to rob me? You, Sanguinarum gritted his teeth. Indeed, this was the World Academy. Lu Ming had obtained the token to enter the marrow cleansing pool through the Cave of Heaven Market. If Lu Ming had given the token to him, the World Academy might not have cared. However, if they wanted to rob him, the World Academy would not sit by and do nothing. He thought that given his status, Lu Ming, this lad who appeared out of nowhere, would definitely be scared to death. He would give him face and obediently give him the token. Unexpectedly, Lu Ming did not give him any face at all. Kid, you can't hide in the World Academy forever. You'd better leave yourself a way out. The old man said coldly. This was a blatant threat. He meant that if Lu Ming left the World Academy, no one would be able to protect him. Haha. Lu Ming sneered. He could not be bothered to say more. He simply ignored Shueluazi and the elder and turned to leave. The old man and Sanguinarum were so angry that their faces turned green. They were ignored by Lu Ming. Lu Ming walked toward the Plenitude Jade Wall. However, he was stopped by someone on the way. It was Wu Qingkong from the Sky Martial Sword Sect. Chapter 1065. What's the matter? Lu Ming asked coldly. Hand over your medallion and give me the spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. Wu Qingkong was very direct and went straight to the point. Lu Ming smiled coldly. Indeed, it was because of the spot to enter the marrow cleansing pool. These people really thought that he was a pushover. Jing Kongling had the Floating Mountain Sect and Yang Padian behind him, so they did not dare to offend him. The Di Shin had shown great strength and the Di Tian Divine Palace was behind him. However, they did not go looking for him. Without a doubt, Lu Ming, who had appeared out of nowhere, had become a hot steamed bun. Idiot! Lu Ming said and did not bother with Wu Qingkong. He took a step forward and moved like a beam of light, instantly arriving at the myriad jade annulus. He continued to search for the corresponding jade annulus. Wu Qingkong's eyes were as sharp as swords as he looked in the direction Lu Ming left. Lu Ming was very unhappy. If these people continued to pester him, Lu Ming did not mind using thunderous means to teach them a lesson. Lu Ming continued searching for the jade annulus. Soon, he found a jade annulus with a profound state of thunder and carefully comprehended it. Time flowed like water. Half a month had passed since Lu Ming passed through the heavenly ruin cave. At this moment, someone came to inform Lu Ming that the marrow cleansing pool had opened and he could enter. Lu Ming followed this person and flew over many mountains before arriving at a small hill. When he arrived, he found that Jing Kongling, the Di Shin, and Yang Padian were already there. When Jing Kongling saw Lu Ming, he smiled. The Di Shin sized up Lu Ming curiously. As for Yang Padian, he had his hands behind his back and did not even look at Lu Ming. All right, open the marrow cleansing pool. There were a few white-haired old men here. The mental energy flame on their foreheads jumped, and inscriptions appeared and entered the hill. Ka, ka. The hill cracked open, revealing an ancient bluestone path leading to the front. Go, the marrow cleansing pool is just ahead. You only have 3 days. Once the 3 days are up, come out. An elder reminded. Everyone nodded. Yang Padian took the lead and walked towards the ancient bluestone road. Then Di Shin, Jing Kongling, and Lu Ming stepped onto the ancient path one after another. Stepping on the ancient bluestone road, a land filled with dense spiritual energy appeared in front of them. On the ground there were 9 ponds that emitted a faint mist, just like 9 celestial ponds. This was the marrow cleansing pool. Lu Ming was shocked. He hadn't expected there to be 9 marrow cleansing pools. However, the area was not large. Each of them was only a few meters in radius. The 4 of them each chose one and walked over, stepping into the marrow cleansing pool. As soon as Lu Ming stepped into the marrow cleansing pool, he immediately felt a mysterious power around him. It kept drilling into his body. It was the pool water. It was the power of the pool water. The water of the marrow cleansing pond had a mysterious and unfathomable power. Of course, it wasn't just the water. The entire marrow cleansing pond had a kind of field energy that helped the water permeate Lu Ming's body. At this moment, Lu Ming felt that his physical body was rapidly improving. Originally, Lu Ming's physical body had reached grade 9. Now it was constantly climbing towards the peak of grade 9. So comfortable! Lu Ming exclaimed. Marrow cleansing was supposed to be a very painful thing. However, there was no pain at all here. Instead, he felt comfortable all over. Lu Ming could clearly feel that the impurities and dirt in his body were being cleaned out by a mysterious power. It made his body purer and cleaner. Time flew by quickly. Just like that, 3 days passed. What? Lu Ming rushed to the marrow cleansing pool, his eyes shining. So cool. Lu Ming felt refreshed and his body was ethereal. Now his physical body was perfect. It was as if his body was made of divine stainless gold. It was strong and pure. Complete grade 9. Complete grade 9. Is this the limit of the physical body? Lu Ming felt carefully and his face was filled with joy. He had a feeling that his physical body was now complete and had reached a limit. It was impossible to improve it anymore. If it continued to improve, it would no longer be a mortal body. It would be another level. Jing Kongling, Di Shin, Yang Padian and the others also came out of the marrow cleansing pool with smiles on their faces. Obviously they had also gained a lot. Yang Padian took the lead and walked out. Then the others came out of the marrow cleansing pool one after another. Outside the elders were still waiting. When they came out, the elders inscribed inscriptions and the hill returned to its original state. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, in the distance, 9 light pillars shot up into the sky. It was extremely shocking. Everyone looked in that direction in shock because it was the direction of the universal jade annulus. What was going on? Is this the Saint Mansion? The Saint Mansion is open. The elders of the World Academy were excited and their voices trembled. Saint Mansion? Lu Ming and the others were shocked. Legend had it that the universal jade annulus had a great secret. It was connected to a divine treasure and a secret land. It was very mysterious. 30,000 years ago, that divine treasure could be opened occasionally. Experts would enter to cultivate and comprehend the path. It contained great opportunities. But 30,000 years ago, there was a terrible war in the central continent. The ancient Saint dynasty rebelled. That war directly weakened the ancient Saint dynasty's Xie family, and the central continent was divided by the emperors. The World Academy was also seriously affected by that war. In the end, even the method to open the divine treasure was lost. Since then, that divine treasure and the Saint Mansion had never been opened. Could it be opened again? Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Without hesitation, Lu Ming and the others flew in the direction of the universal jade annulus. At this moment, Lu Ming saw streaks of light flying out of the huge white jade palace in the sky. Streaks of light flew out of all the peaks of the World Academy and toward the universal jade annulus. Soon Lu Ming and the others arrived. At this moment, all the universal jade annulus were glowing. Inscriptions appeared and gathered into 9 huge light pillars that shot into the sky. Outside the 9 light pillars, there were countless figures standing in a dense crowd. Obviously, the elites who were comprehending in the universal jade annulus had been expelled for some reason. Whoosh. As soon as Lu Ming arrived, a little turtle jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder. "Dandan, what's going on?" Lu Ming transmitted his voice to Dandan. "Haha, Lu Ming, how is it? I've cracked the secret of this place. I've activated the formation here." Dandan transmitted his voice to Lu Ming proudly. "You did it?" Lu Ming was speechless. In fact, he had guessed that it might be because of Dandan, but he didn't expect it to be Dandan. "This place is connected to a mystic realm. It's amazing," Dandan exclaimed. Boom, boom, boom. At this moment, more and more people appeared in the sky. Some of the elders emitted terrifying auras. Supremes, so many Supremes. Lu Ming was all too familiar with this aura. It was the aura of a Supremes. Chapter 1066. The World Academy indeed had people who practiced the path of inscription and martial arts. They were extremely powerful and unfathomable. There were also many people whose auras were weaker than supreme beings, but they were still extremely powerful. They were definitely high-level spirit gods. The Sacred Mansion is open. The Sacred Mansion that hasn't been opened for 30,000 years has really opened. The Dean made the right decision. Voices echoed in the sky. Whoosh. Suddenly, an old man stepped out and rushed toward one of the light pillars. However, as soon as he rushed in, he immediately revealed a look of horror and let out a scream. In the next moment, his body directly exploded, and his body and soul were destroyed. Many people gasped and felt a chill run down their spine. That old man was definitely a high-level spirit god, but he died just like that. What's going on? How could this be? Legend has it that anyone can enter the Sacred Mansion. Why did Elder Wu die? In the World Academy there were voices of disbelief. 30,000 years ago, regardless of gender or age, no matter how strong one's cultivation was, they could enter the Sacred Mansion to find opportunities and cultivate. But why did that old man die just now? Did the rules of the Sacred Mansion change? Someone made a guess. Many people felt that it was very likely. After all, the Sacred Mansion had not been opened for 30,000 years. It was also very likely that the rules had changed. In this way, no one dared to act rashly. No one knew if they would die if they rushed in. After that, the World Academy sent out experts to study and find out what was going on. The news of the World Academy's Sacred Mansion reopening also spread like a storm. "Dandan, do you know what's going on?" Lu Ming appeared on a mountain peak 100 miles away with Dandan and asked. "According to my speculation, the 9 light pillars are the space path, the passage to the arcane realm. However, this passage contains a time array, and there is a requirement for the age of the person who enters. However, I don't know the specific age limit, so I don't know," Dandan explained. "There's a requirement for age? That's strange." Lu Ming was a little surprised because according to the rumors, there was no age limit in this arcane realm 30,000 years ago. However, it was useless to think too much about it. Next, Lu Ming cultivated while waiting for news. If he was able to enter at that time, Lu Ming didn't want to miss it. It was said that within that secret ground, there would be great opportunities. In the past, there would often be utmost powerful beings sitting in seclusion within. If those utmost powerful beings could leave behind something, that would be a great opportunity as well. That was because, according to the legends, the most powerful experts were all emperors. As the days passed, more and more people came to the World Academy. Many major forces received the news and a large number of people rushed over. Some of the factions even sent 9 Heavens Supremes. For example, the forces closest to the World Academy, such as Floating Mountain, Cold Blood Hall, Sky Eagle Castle, Sky Martial Sword Sect, Demon Mountain, and G Family. There were also people from many smaller forces who had come. In fact, even more geniuses had arrived. For a moment, the World Academy was filled with powerful cultivators. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had passed. At this time, The World Academy released news that they had investigated the rules of the entrance to the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm. Only living beings under the age of 50 could enter, and those over 50 who entered would die. Moreover, the World Academy and the 9 Heavens Supremes of the various factions had discussed that all of them could enter. However, because there were too many people coming to the World Academy, including those under the age of 50, it was obviously not feasible for so many people to enter. Therefore, the World Academy planned to screen those who had reached a certain level of fighting strength to enter. This was because it was said that the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm was also very dangerous. Those who didn't have enough fighting strength would also die. A day later, a huge formation rose up in a huge square of the World Academy. This formation was the screening place. Anyone under the age of 50 could participate in the selection of the Commander-in-Chief. Only those who passed could enter the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm. There was a sea of people gathered around the square. Countless people from various factions had gathered here. Lu Ming was also in the crowd. Some people were standing in the sky. Most of them were old and some looked young. Everyone knew that these people were the 9 Heavens Supremes of the various factions. Puppets will form within the spell formation. Enter and kill the puppets. Every time you kill a puppet, you will be covered with quintessence chi. At first it will be red, but as more quintessence chi gathers, the color of your quintessence chi will change. Then it will be orange, yellow, green, and finally violet. Only when the essence chi gathers on your body reaches yellow will you pass. You can enter the Saint Mansion Arcane Realm. If you don't, you will be eliminated. Start now. In the sky, an old man from the World Academy announced the rules of the screening. The rules were very simple. Enter the formation, kill the puppets, and accumulate essence chi. If one's essence chi reached a certain level, they would pass. As soon as the old man finished speaking, many people rushed into the formation. There were many young people, but most of them were men in their 30s or 40s. This time, anyone below the age of 50 could enter. Those who were 50 years old were a generation older than Lu Ming's generation. Naturally, there would be more people. This formation could accommodate tens of thousands of people at the same time. However, after a few minutes, people were transported out continuously. Their bodies were covered in a layer of red light. It was obvious that they had been eliminated. These people aren't even in the spirit embryo realm. Naturally, they can't enter. Lu Ming shook his head. He could tell the cultivation level of these people. More than 10 minutes later, more people were eliminated. Many of these people were covered in orange light, but they were still eliminated. Their cultivation was mostly below the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. After that, the people who were transported out all had yellow light on their bodies. These people were delighted because they had succeeded. As long as the light on their bodies reached yellow, it was considered a success. Looks like cultivation above the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm is more or less enough. Lu Ming thought to himself. He realized that the people who had succeeded were mostly above the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. However, there were also young geniuses whose cultivation was below the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. It was obvious that their battle prowess was above the 6th level of the spirit embryo realm. After more than an hour, the first batch of people who entered all came out. The strongest few people were covered in purple light, which was incomparably astonishing. Lu Ming saw Junyu and Sanguinarum who were covered in purple light. However, there were more people in their 30s or 40s who were covered in purple light. These people had cultivated for a longer period of time, so their battle prowess was extremely strong. The second batch had tens of thousands of people entering. From this, it could be seen how many people were gathered at the World Academy. And this was only those below the age of 50. If there wasn't an age limit, the number of people would be even more terrifying. Lu Ming was also in the second batch. The moment he stepped into the formation, puppets that looked like demonic beasts condensed and pounced towards Lu Ming. Those below the spirit embryo realm. Lu Ming punched out and these puppets turned into ashes. At the same time, red essence flew over and covered Lu Ming's body. Following that, more puppets condensed. However, these puppets were too weak and were easily killed by Lu Ming. The light covering Lu Ming's body also slowly condensed and brightened. Chapter 1067. A few minutes later, the light covering Lu Ming's body turned orange. I'll just pass the test later. With this thought in mind, Lu Ming slowed down. Lu Ming planned to just pass the test. The only way to enter the Sacred Mansion's secret realm was to make a fortune quietly. If he was too eye-catching, he would be targeted by many people. Lu Ming deliberately used his movement skill to avoid many puppets. After more than 10 minutes, the light on Lu Ming's body turned yellow. At this time, he deliberately let a beast claw him. Then a ray of light shone on Lu Ming and he was sent out. When Lu Ming went out, many people looked at him. Because Lu Ming had passed the heavenly market cave, he naturally attracted a lot of attention. However, when they saw the light on Lu Ming's body, it immediately caused an uproar. Oh, it's that kid who passed the heavenly market cave. Why did he only last for a short while? And it's only yellow? I knew it. This guy was just lucky. He probably encountered something easier when he passed the heavenly market cave. Legend has it that in ancient times, someone passed the heavenly market cave without encountering anything. This guy is just lucky. What a piece of trash. That's right. So this guy is trash. I thought he was a rare genius. Bah. All around, pairs of disdainful eyes looked at Lu Ming and mocked him. Lu Ming smiled faintly. He knew very well in his heart. Why should he care about what others thought? Lu Ming walked to the side and closed his eyes to rest. So he's a piece of trash. Sanguinarum sneered. Wu Qingkong's eyes were cold. The screening continued. There were more than 100,000 people participating in the screening. In the end, 20,000 people passed the screening and could enter the Sacred Mansion's secret realm. Junyu, come up. Sanguinarum, come up. Kongling, come up. At this time, the supremes of the major forces in the sky were calling for the geniuses of their forces. Then Junyu, Sanguinarum, Jing Kongling, Wu Qingkong, and the other geniuses flew into the sky. What's going on? Someone was surprised. I know. Legend has it that 30,000 years ago, the experts of the World Academy were able to obtain a rare treasure from the Saint Mansion secret realm called the Saint Mansion Life Talisman. If you carry a Saint Mansion Life Talisman with you, if you are killed in the Saint Mansion secret realm, the Life Talisman will save your life and allow you to revive outside the Saint Mansion secret realm. What? There's actually such a precious treasure? That's right. But there aren't many Life Talismans left. The major factions must have spent a lot of money to buy them from the World Academy to protect their strongest geniuses. This is simply cheating. Many people sighed, feeling both envy and helplessness. With such a life talisman, he would be able to do whatever he wanted in the Saint Mansion secret realm. He wouldn't have to worry about losing his life. In that case, he would be able to venture into dangerous places without any worries. Lu Ming naturally heard the discussions of the crowd. He could only sigh. It was really good to have a powerful force as a backer. Very soon, the various geniuses were assigned. Everyone, let me explain. The Saint Mansion secret realm is divided into 9 regions. That's why there are 9 light pillars. Each light pillar will appear in a different region. Now, the 9 major factions will each take 1 light pillar. Those from the other factions will follow the 9 major factions into the secret realm. Let's go now. I'll say it again. Those who didn't pass the screening will be forbidden from entering. Otherwise, you'll be killed without mercy. A white-haired elder from the World Academy announced the rules. His eyes were like lightning as he scanned the surroundings. He was incomparably majestic. Everyone was stunned. This was a supreme. No one dared to go against him. Immediately, everyone flew towards the universal jade annulus. You follow us in. Some of the strong men from the Sky Martial Sword faction waved their hands and pointed at a group of people. Those people were from the smaller factions and had to follow the 9 major factions into the secret realm. This time there were a total of 8 overlord factions. There was also the Medicine King Valley. Although the Medicine King Valley wasn't an overlord faction, they were on good terms with the major factions. They were very powerful and could be considered a major faction. Coincidentally, they occupied 9 light pillars. Those from the smaller factions that were pointed out by the Sky Martial Sword faction obediently followed the people from the Sky Martial Sword faction into a light pillar. Sure enough, those below 50 years old could enter without any problem. With a flash of light, the figures disappeared. You follow us? An expert from Demon Mountain pointed at a group of people who entered a light pillar. Each faction pointed at a group of people who entered a light pillar and disappeared. You follow us? A burly man from the Cold Blood Hall waved his hand and pointed at a group of people. Lu Ming was among them. Oh no, we're going to follow the Cold Blood Hall. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Someone whispered. He was very wary of the Cold Blood Hall. The Cold Blood Hall had always been known for their ruthlessness. What? You don't want to follow us? Then don't go in. A bunch of trash. What's the point of going in? The strong man from the Cold Blood Hall shouted coldly. Everyone's faces darkened. Lu Ming smiled faintly and stepped forward. He saw a cold gaze staring at him. It was Sanguinarum. Lu Ming sneered. There were no senior experts in the Saint Mansion secret realm. If these people continued to push their luck, Lu Ming did not mind killing them. In the end, those who were pointed out followed the Cold Blood Hall and entered the light pillar. This was a great opportunity. Who would want to miss it? There was a flash of light. The next moment, Lu Ming discovered that he had appeared on a flat ground. This area was very flat, but there was a huge mountain in the distance. A ray of light was emitted from the top of the mountain, forming a light shield that shrouded a huge territory in light. Lu Ming and the others were now in the light shield. Hey, my genuine vitality is greatly suppressed. It's difficult to fly. Me too. It's the light shield. It has a strong suppressive effect. At this time, voices came from all around. Lu Ming looked around and found many people from the Cold Blood Hall, as well as many who had entered the light pillar with him. Those who entered the light pillar would appear together. Lu Ming tried and found that his genuine vitality was greatly suppressed. Even if he could fly, his speed was extremely slow. There's treasure on the mountain top. Let's go check it out. Many people had their eyes on the mountain and rushed forward. Suddenly, there was a scream in front of them. Light flashed and flames rose into the sky. Someone was burned to ashes in the flames. Formation, there's a big formation here. Someone shouted. Lu Ming also rushed forward and looked carefully. Sure enough, the path leading to the mountain was full of dangerous formations. But this further proved that there was treasure ahead. Otherwise, why would there be so many formations? Look, there's a spiritual herb ahead. Someone whispered. In front of them there was a small purple tree on a small hill. The tree was crystal clear and seemed to be made of purple jade. It was extraordinary. There's more than one. Someone found another spiritual herb. Chapter 1068. Finally, someone could not help but carefully identify the gaps in the formation and carefully move forward. However, the formation glowed and several more people were killed in the formation. Everyone was finally scared. Although the spiritual herbs were good, they had to be alive to enjoy them. Otherwise, everything would be for naught. Many people began to retreat. They planned to leave this place and head to other places to seek opportunities. Swish, swish. Suddenly, a group of people in blood-red robes surrounded them. They were all experts from Cold Blood Hall. What are you doing? Why are you blocking our way? Someone asked. What are we doing? We asked you to come with us, so you have to do something. Otherwise, what's the use of trash like you? Go, lead the way. A burly man in his prime said in a cold voice. He was in his 40s, half a generation older than Lu Ming and the others. His chi and blood surged and his aura was extremely powerful. His cultivation was unfathomable. This time he was the leader of the Cold Blood Hall. What? You're asking us to pave the way for Cold Blood Hall? No, I'll never agree to that. A man in his prime refused. There were formations ahead. Wasn't it courting death to scout for Cold Blood Hall? You don't agree? Then die. Swish. The burly man from Cold Blood Hall took a step forward and suddenly appeared in front of the man. The man wanted to resist, but he was enveloped by a terrifying force and could not move. The burly man's hand was like a knife and stabbed into the man's chest. The man let out a shrill scream, and then under everyone's horrified eyes, the man's body shriveled and turned into a dried corpse. Cold Blood Hall's blood-sucking skill. Someone's voice trembled and his face was full of fear. Now, are you coming in or not? The burly man looked coldly at the crowd. Everyone's face was pale. I knew it. Following Cold Blood Hall here would not end well. I shouldn't have come in. Someone sighed. But at this point it was useless to say more. The group could only move forward. Brat, hurry up and go. Huang Kuei was also among the Cold Blood Hall people, and he stared at Lu Ming. Lu Ming glanced at Huang Kuei indifferently, but he didn't make a move. Instead he walked forward with the others. Sanguinarum stared at Lu Ming and sneered, his eyes cold. Hurry up. If you don't leave, I'll kill you. The burly man shouted coldly. His name was Xue Feng, and he was the top expert of the previous generation in Cold Blood Hall. Many people gritted their teeth and stepped forward. Light flickered and a great formation appeared. In an instant more than 10 people were killed. Ah, it's too dangerous. Going up like this is simply courting death. I beg you, let me go. Someone trembled in fear and begged for mercy loudly. What's your name? Some people aren't fine? If you shout again, I'll kill you right now. Xue Feng said ferociously. Sure enough, some people were fine. After walking for 100 meters, they did not come across the formation. This region was not completely filled with great formations. There were some gaps left and one could move through them. However, one needed to have good eyesight and not everyone could see them. Lu Ming's figure flickered as he continued to move forward for more than 100 meters without any problems. This kid is quite lucky. Sanguinarum stared coldly at Lu Ming. Last time, Lu Ming had refused to give him the opportunity to enter the marrow cleansing pool, so he hated Lu Ming and had been looking for a chance to kill him. Lu Ming looked around and carefully identified the gaps. With his eyesight he could naturally see where there were no formations. His figure flashed left and right and he came to a small hill where a small purple tree grew. It was only 1 meter tall and looked like a purple jade. It was full of essence and was very extraordinary. Purple gold tree. Lu Ming recognized the small tree. It was an upper LV8 spiritual herb. If cultivated well, it could even bear purple gold fruit and evolve into a LV9 spiritual herb. Lu Ming dug out the purple gold tree and put it away. He would plant it in the mountain river diagram when he had time. Hey kid, what are you doing? Who told you to put away the spiritual herb? Throw it out and give it to us. Huang Kuei had been staring at Lu Ming. When he saw Lu Ming put away the spiritual herb, he immediately shouted, "Idiot!" Lu Ming glanced at Huang Kuei and said indifferently, What did you say? Kid, you're courting death. You're dead. You know you're dead." Huang Kuei shouted angrily. Xue Feng and the others also looked at Lu Ming. "Oh, come and kill me then." Lu Ming curled his lips. Don't come out if you dare." Huang Kuei looked at Lu Ming ferociously. His face was red but he did not dare to step forward. "Coward." Lu Ming pursed his lips. With a flash of his figure, he headed towards another spirit herb. Very soon, Lu Ming also put away the other spirit herb. No, he knows the art of inscription and can see the gaps in the formations. Xue Luozi roared, realizing what was going on. Lu Ming's movements were as smooth as flowing water. He was so fast that it did not seem like he was trying his luck, but he could see the gaps. Haha, these idiots. On his shoulder, Dandan laughed and his eyes lit up. There were so many spiritual herbs here that he was almost drooling. During this period, Dandan had eaten a lot of spiritual herbs. He felt that he was constantly recovering and remembered many things. When he saw the spiritual herbs, his eyes lit up. Damn it. Sanguinarum, Huang Kuei, Xue Feng, and the others gnashed their teeth. They could not wait to kill Lu Ming. Those who were lucky enough not to be killed by the formation stood still. Anyway, they did not have to be afraid of the cold blood hall people in the formation. Lu Ming's body flashed and at least 7 or 8 spiritual herbs went into Lu Ming's pocket. These good-for-nothings, damn it. Use the inscription crystal. Xue Feng's killing intent flashed and a white crystal appeared in his hand. Senior brother Xue Feng, are you going to use the inscription crystal now? Sanguinarum and the others were a little distressed. The major forces had spent a lot of money and prepared many secret treasures for their disciples to enter the Saint Mansion's secret realm and obtain opportunities. The inscription crystal was a very rare treasure. Once used, it could freeze the formation and prevent it from exploding. It was most practical for exploring some secret realms. Yes, that mountain is no small matter. There should be some great treasures. Xue Feng clenched his teeth and pinched the inscription crystal. Suddenly, the inscription crystal shattered and turned into a layer of white light, rushing forward. Wherever the white light passed, it seemed to be covered with a layer of frost. All the formations were frozen. It's the inscription crystal. The formation is sealed. Let's go. Whoosh, whoosh. Those who were forced by the cold blood hall people rose into the air and rushed into the depths of the mountain. You're courting death. The cold blood hall people shouted coldly and chased after those from the smaller forces. A terrible battle broke out in this area. Go to hell, boy. Huang Kuei was the first to rush toward Lu Ming. His blood-red claws clawed at Lu Ming. The claws were as sharp as knives and aimed at Lu Ming's heart. He wanted to suck Lu Ming's blood dry. Boom. Chapter 1069. Lu Ming's slap shook the space violently as if it could suppress the heavens. Before the slap arrived, Huang Kuei felt as if hundreds of mountains were pressing down on him. He could not even breathe. No. At this moment he was flustered, shocked, and scared. Lu Ming's palm was so big that it covered the sky. He wanted to scream but he could not. Bang. Lu Ming's slap landed on him. Huang Kuei's body exploded into pieces. This time everyone was shocked. Huang Kuei was the second genius of Cold Blood Hall, but he was killed by Lu Ming with a single slap. Boy, you have some strength. But how dare you kill a genius of Cold Blood Hall? You're courting death. Sanguinarum roared. He stepped on the air and blood rushed to the sky. He grasped the air and a saber appeared, slashing at Lu Ming. Although Lu Ming had killed Huang Kuei with a single slap, Sanguinarum was still confident that he could kill Lu Ming. Huang Kuei was only a perfected spirit embryo, while he was already a spirit god. He could kill Huang Kuei with a snap of his fingers. He did not believe that Lu Ming, who had appeared out of nowhere, could be his match. Boom. Lu Ming struck again with a slap. Boom. Sanguinarum's saber light was shattered by Lu Ming's slap. Bang! Lu Ming took a step forward and rushed toward Sanguinarum like a stream of light. Rrr, rrr, rrr. During this process, dragon roars were constantly heard from Lu Ming's body. Dragon power burst out one after another. Soon, 5 streams of dragon power burst out. Now, Lu Ming's body had reached the perfected 9th grade. Even if he used all his dragon power, there would not be scales on his skin. He could control them all. Lu Ming's strength increased sharply as 5 streams of dragon power burst out. He used the heaven-suppressing hell skill and slashed down. The space shattered like a rag in Lu Ming's hand. The terrifying power made Sanguinarum shiver all over. Oh no! Sanguinarum was shocked. Blood vessels appeared on top of his head and turned into a blood-winged bat. With a roar, the space surged toward Lu Ming like a wave. However, Lu Ming's palm slashed across and the sound wave was split into 2. A terrifying force erupted and blasted heavily on the blood-winged bat. With a miserable shriek, the blood-winged bat was sent flying, blood splattering everywhere. Everyone was dumbfounded. It was simply unbelievable. Shueluazi, a second-class prodigy, was sent flying by Lu Ming with one move. His blood splattered across the sky. This was simply unbelievable. Who was this person? He was too terrifying. Previously, when he saw Lu Ming taking part in the screening, he thought that Lu Ming was a weakling. Now, it seemed that Lu Ming had obviously concealed his abilities. His true combat ability was simply terrifying. Kill? Lu Ming stepped in the air and used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps. He instantly appeared above the blood-winged bat and stomped his feet. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying power blasted Sanguinarum's body. He spat out a mouthful of blood before his body collapsed and returned to human form. Bang! Lu Ming stomped heavily on Sanguinarum's nose. Sanguinarum's face caved in and smashed into the ground, creating a huge crater. He lay there and spat out blood. Lu Ming's cultivation was at the mid-1st level of the spirit god realm, which was slightly higher than Sanguinarum's. In addition, his 5 intents were almost at the 4th level of the spirit god realm. His power was too strong when he used 5 streams of dragon power. Moreover, Lu Ming's heaven-suppressing hell skill had become even more terrifying after reaching the spirit god realm. He could completely crush Sanguinarum without using his bloodline. Stop. Kid, you're courting death. The people of Cold Blood Hall came to their senses and roared as they charged at Lu Ming. Those who dared to charge at Lu Ming were all in their 40s or 50s. They had cultivated for 10 or 20 years more than Lu Ming and the others. Their cultivation was very high. In an instant, 5 experts charged at Lu Ming. 3 of them were at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm and 2 were at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. Kill? Lu Ming shouted as another 2 streams of dragon power erupted. The 9 dragons' bloodline was at the 7th level of the divine realm. There were a total of 7 streams of dragon power. Lu Ming's power was extremely strong. He struck out with his palm, shaking heaven and earth and shattering the space. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, Lu Ming struck out 5 palms and clashed with each of the 5 experts. Bang, bang, bang. The 3 strong men at the 2nd level of the spirit god realm screamed as their bodies exploded. They were killed in one move. The 2 experts at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm were also seriously injured. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and retreated rapidly with fear in their eyes. The eyes of the people from the small forces almost popped out of their sockets. They had thought that Lu Ming was a weakling, but now they knew that he was a demon king. However, they were overjoyed. The stronger Lu Ming was, the better it would be for them. Only then would they have a chance to escape from Cold Blood Hall's clutches. Devour. Lu Ming clenched his left hand and the devouring power erupted. The blood essence of the 3 experts at the 1st level of the spirit god realm were all devoured by Lu Ming. Lu Shaoqing, you're Lu Shaoqing. Sanguinarum, who was still alive, shouted. He had fought with Lu Ming before and recognized the devouring power. What? He's Lu Shaoqing? Those who had heard of Lu Shaoqing were shocked. Kill. Lu Ming stepped into the air and charged at the 2 injured experts at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. The 2 of them were horrified. They retreated at high speed, but their speed could not be compared to Lu Ming's. Lu Ming's body was like a stream of light, closing in on them at high speed. His palms crushed the void and struck the 2 of them. The 2 tried their best to resist, but it was useless. Their arms exploded and their chests caved in. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and were on the verge of death. Bastard, you're courting death. Shuefeng roared. The other experts also roared and charged at Lu Ming. There were hundreds of people from Cold Blood Hall. Most of them were middle-aged strong men with strong cultivation and amazing battle strength. Shui Feng was the most terrifying. He flashed like a ray of blood light and appeared in front of Lu Ming in an instant. He punched at Lu Ming. Endless blood light flashed and filled the air, pressing down on Lu Ming. This attack was extremely terrifying. Lu Ming's expression changed and he also punched out. When the two fists collided, Lu Ming's body shook violently and was blasted away like a cannonball. He flew back 10,000 meters and smashed a first-level spirit god expert. What a strong battle strength. Lu Ming felt his fists go numb and his qi and blood surge. He was a little shocked. Shui Feng's strength was beyond his imagination. No wonder he was the top genius of Cold Blood Hall. How dare you kill our experts? No one can save you today. Shui Feng's killing intent surged toward Lu Ming. Around him, blood light flashed as other experts charged at Lu Ming. Die Lu Shaoqing die. At this moment, Shui Luozi had already struggled to get up. He glared at Lu Ming, his eyes almost spitting fire. He was actually tortured so badly by Lu Ming. His nose bridge had been stepped on by Lu Ming, and it was deeply indented. It was beyond recognition. Chapter 1070. Kill? Shui Feng was still the fastest as he arrived first. His fists were like blood diamonds that flickered with a crystalline luster. With a punch, the space was directly shattered. It was extremely terrifying. Fourth-level spirit god. Lu Ming's eyes were solemn. Shui Feng's cultivation should be at the fourth level of the spirit god realm, and he was a very powerful genius with unparalleled combat strength. Lu Ming's body was surrounded by 5 colored wills, which increased the power of the hell-suppressing heaven skill. He met Shui Feng's fists with fists and punched several times in succession. Boom, boom. The two fists collided and the sky shook as if two gods were fighting. Then Lu Ming was sent flying again and retreated far away. Looks like I have to use my third bloodline. Lu Ming's eyes flashed. Shui Feng was too powerful. Even if his talent wasn't as high as Sanguinarum's, it wasn't lower than Huang Kuei's. He should have awakened a 7th-level divine bloodline and should have been a 3rd-grade genius when he was young. If they were at the same level, Lu Ming could kill such a genius with a flip of his hand. However, Shui Feng's cultivation was too high. He was at the 4th level of the spirit god realm, which was 3 levels higher than Lu Ming. Every level in the spirit god realm was a huge gap that was difficult to make up for, not to mention a gap of 3 levels. Moreover, Shui Feng was a top genius. Kill. Kill. 3 strong men pounced at the same time. Powerful auras filled the air. They were all at the 3rd level of the spirit god realm, and they were a level higher than the previous 2. Bang. 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 Lu Ming punched out and exchanged 3 blows with the 3 men. The 4 of them retreated at the same time. Shui Feng charged at him from behind. Buzz. At this moment, the mountain in the distance shook and a bright light filled the air, shocking everyone. That's a door? Someone exclaimed. Everyone saw a door of light appear at the top of the mountain. It was sparkling and resplendent, and it emitted a dazzling light. Treasure, it must be a peerless treasure. Charge. Some people from small forces exclaimed and then charged towards the mountain with blazing light. Don't even think about it. Some people from Cold Blood Hall also charged over. Brat, consider yourself lucky. Shui Feng fiercely glared at Lu Ming, then put down Lu Ming and rushed towards the mountain peak. Although Shui Feng's battle prowess was strong, Lu Ming's battle prowess had also exceeded his expectations. If he wanted to kill Lu Ming in a few moves, it would be very difficult. If the treasures were taken away by those small forces, then the losses would outweigh the gains, so he quickly rushed over. Charge. The rest of the Cold Blood Hall also rushed over. Sanguinarum glared coldly at Lu Ming before he chased after the Cold Blood Hall members. How can I leave when there are treasures here? Lu Ming smiled and rushed over as well. Although Shui Feng was strong, he still had a trump card he hadn't used yet. If he used it, escaping wouldn't be a problem. Thus, Lu Ming didn't fear him at all. Whoosh, whoosh. The sound of something tearing through the air could be heard as the group flew forward. After flying for a while, they realized that there was no formation in front of them. That can't be a herb garden, can it? Lu Ming looked back. The territory they had just seen looked like a herb garden, so there was an inscription formation protecting it. As they continued forward, a huge group of palaces appeared in front of them. The group of palaces seemed to cover a large area, but they were very old and full of the aura of time. Many places had collapsed. The mountain was right in the middle of the group of palaces. It looked as if the mountain had fallen from the sky and smashed into the center of the group of palaces, crushing a large area of them. At this time, the light gate on the mountain was even more dazzling. One could vaguely see a jade talisman floating in the light gate. The light gate was a vision formed by the light emitted by the jade talisman. Treasure, it's definitely a treasure. Someone shouted greedily and rushed toward the group of palaces. Get out of my way, a bunch of ants. You're courting death. Xue Feng roared angrily and continuously punched. The fist radiance broke through the air, and a dozen warriors screamed as they were killed. The others were shocked and kept a distance from Xue Feng. However, there were many people from the other forces and some of them were experts. After avoiding Xue Feng, they didn't give up and continued to rush forward. Hundreds of people rushed toward the mountain. Lu Ming followed at a steady pace. The group of palaces was not dangerous and there were no formations. They flew smoothly and arrived at the mountain. This mountain looked like a tiger lying there. It looked very lifelike, as if it had been carved out of a huge rock. On the top of the mountain, there were strange lines protruding like petrified tree roots. What a strange shape. What a strange mountain. But there was no time to think. Everyone stared at the light gate and the jade talisman. The jade talisman was above the tiger's head. As the crowd flew toward the mountain, a fierce battle broke out. The experts of Cold Blood Hall were extremely domineering. They killed those from the smaller forces. Suddenly, a large number of experts were killed, and the mountain was stained with blood. No one noticed that the blood scattered on the mountain directly seeped into the mountain and disappeared, as if it had been swallowed up. Now's the time. Lu Ming's eyes lit up. He used the 9 dragons' heaven-stomping steps and turned into a flowing light. In an instant, he surpassed the experts of Cold Blood Hall and rushed toward the light gate. Boy, how dare you come again? You're courting death. Xue Feng roared and threw punches at Lu Ming. Fist radiance blasted toward him. Lu Ming took a few steps and his figure flashed, avoiding the fist gleams. Let's attack together and kill him. Sanguinarum shouted and ordered the crowd to surround and kill Lu Ming. Kill, kill, kill. Some people from Cold Blood Hall rushed toward Lu Ming, while others continued to rush toward the light gate. At this time, dozens of people from the smaller forces had been killed. The rest of them were terrified and did not dare to fight anymore. They desperately retreated. Cold Blood Hall was completely in control of the battle. Xue Feng was the fastest. Seeing that he was about to reach the light gate, his eyes burned with passion. This jade talisman was definitely a precious treasure. Perhaps it was a powerful inheritance. Whoosh. At this moment, a black light shot out from the mountain and swept toward Xue Feng. Xue Feng was shocked. He threw out a series of punches to block the black light. A tree root? No, it's a vine. Lu Ming's eyes narrowed. He found that it was a vine that attacked Xue Feng. Who dares to stop me? You're courting death. Xue Feng roared and threw out a series of punches. He wanted to crush everything. At this time, Lu Ming had already exchanged more than a dozen blows with the people from Cold Blood Hall. There were more than a dozen people besieging Lu Ming, including several powerful experts. Buzz, buzz. Blood light filled the air as the Cold Blood Hall experts unleashed their bloodlines. 3 of them had level 5 divine bloodline and were at LV3 spirit god realm. They were the strongest and had amazing battle strength. These 3 were the main force against Lu Ming. The rest of them had level 4 and level 3 divine bloodlines. Their cultivation ranged from the 2nd to the 3rd level of the spirit god realm. They were the elites of the Cold Blood Hall and had powerful combat strength. However, Lu Ming could handle them easily. The main force was the 3 experts with level 5 divine bloodline. Chapter 1071. I'll send you to hell. Lu Ming went all out. A drop of blood appeared on top of his head. It was the 3rd bloodline. As the 3rd bloodline appeared, a trace of energy poured into Lu Ming's body. Lu Ming's body suddenly exploded with a shocking killing intent. Lu Ming's black hair turned blood red in an instant. His eyes were like blood-red rubies, filled with terrifying murderous intent. Kill? After borrowing a trace of the 3rd bloodline's energy, Lu Ming's strength increased tremendously. He struck out with his palm, and the battle saber in the hands of a level 5 divine bloodline expert with a 3rd level spirit god shattered. His body exploded after being struck by Lu Ming's palm. Clang. Above his head, the 3rd bloodline twisted and turned into a blood-red battle sword. Lu Ming held it in his hand. His murderous intent grew stronger. The terrifying murderous intent shrouded the dozen or so experts of Cold Blood Hall, making them shudder from head to toe. Swish. With a flash of blood-red light, the blood-red sword cut through the void. A few domain enlightened spirit god realm experts were slashed into 2 by a single sword strike, and they perished successively. This included an expert at the 3rd level of the domain enlightened spirit god realm who had awakened a 5th level divine rank bloodline. Ah! The rest of them screamed in fear and frantically retreated to distance themselves from Lu Ming. How could this be? Not far away, Xuefeng, Sanguinarum, and the others' eyes almost popped out when they saw this scene. How could Lu Ming be so terrifying? His combat strength was too shocking. Lu Ming could even kill a level 3 spiritual god expert in seconds. Kill? Lu Ming's eyes were cold, and his killing intent was like a tide. Holding his sword, he charged toward the Cold Blood Hall experts like a killing god. With a swing of his sword, a few more heads flew high into the air. Devour. Then he clenched his left hand, and the power of devouring erupted. He wanted to devour the blood essence and genuine vitality of the Cold Blood Hall experts. But in the next moment, Lu Ming was surprised, because he found that there was also a powerful force in the mountain that was devouring the blood of the Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming was a step too late. He only managed to devour a small amount. The mountain devoured most of the blood. What happened? Before Lu Ming could react, banging sounds came from the mountain. The protrusions on the mountain that looked like tree roots suddenly moved. The rocks exploded and turned into vines that shot towards Lu Ming and the others. Suddenly, shrill screams were heard. Some of the Cold Blood Hall members could not dodge in time and were pierced by the vines. Their bodies shriveled at a speed visible to the naked eye. The vines kept wriggling like straws, absorbing the blood. Vampiric vine. This is the legendary vampiric vine. Some disciples of Cold Blood Hall exclaimed. It's the vampiric vine. Lu Ming was also secretly shocked. As it turned out, the protruding vines on the mountain were actually the vines of the vampiric vine. Due to the passage of time, the vines were covered with a layer of soil, and the soil had turned into rocks. That was why everyone thought that the vines were rocks. Unexpectedly, it was the vampiric vine. The vampiric vine was a terrifying creature. It had appeared in ancient times and was almost extinct in modern times. Every time it appeared, it would cause a catastrophe and a storm of blood. This was because the vampiric vine could continuously devour blood. As long as it did so, its strength would continue to evolve. It was truly terrifying. Many of the disciples of Cold Blood Hall turned pale with fear. Swoosh, swoosh. The vines waved in the air, some of them even thicker than a person. They were incomparably huge and charged towards the crowd. The disciples of Cold Blood Hall were constantly killed and their blood sucked dry. Among them, Xuefeng suffered the most attacks. Several thick vines besieged Xuefeng because he had the strongest blood chi. Damn it! A blood leopard appeared above Xuefeng's head. There were 7 golden chakras on its body. Xuefeng had the bloodline of a level 7 divine realm. As he transformed into a blood leopard, his battle strength was astonishing. The blood leopard clawed out with its claws, causing several spatial cracks to appear in the air. Several other vampiric vines were also severely injured. Lu Ming was also attacked by 2 vines. With a slash of his blood-red sword light, one of the vines was chopped off. This vampiric vine has just awakened. Its battle strength is not strong. Let's work together and kill it. Xuefeng shouted. Kill? All the experts of Cold Blood Hall who had awakened their bloodlines unleashed their bloodlines and attacked the vines together. Boom, boom. Powerful chi blasted out, causing a series of explosions. The blood-red vines exploded one by one and were broken. Some of the chi blasted onto the mountain, causing rocks to fly everywhere. When the rocks on the mountain exploded, everyone was shocked to find that there were hairs under the rocks. There was flesh and blood underneath. That's a demonic beast. At this moment, everyone understood. This tiger-shaped mountain wasn't actually a mountain. It was clearly a gigantic demonic beast in the shape of a tiger. From the looks of it, the tiger-shaped demonic beast and the vampiric vine had fought a great battle. In the end, both sides suffered great losses. The tiger-shaped demonic beast was killed and smashed into the palaces, while the vampiric vine was severely injured and on the verge of death. After a long time, a layer of rock had covered its body, making it look like a mountain peak. But now, stimulated by fresh blood, the vampiric vine had awakened. Go get the jade talisman and leave this place. Xuefeng shouted. This was a bloodthirsty vine that had lived for who knew how long. After being sealed for so many years, it was still able to awaken. This was too shocking and it caused the hearts of those who saw it to tremble. Xuefeng had a bad feeling about this. He did not dare to stay any longer. He wanted to get the jade talisman and leave this place as soon as possible. Squeak, squeak. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound rang out. Boom. The mountain shook. At the highest point of the mountain, a huge protrusion shook, causing rocks to explode. That was the main body of the vampiric vine. The vampiric vine was about to fully awaken. What moved just now was only its vines. Just like an octopus, only its tentacles moved. Now the main body was about to awaken. Shui Feng transformed into a blood leopard and pounced, blocking many of the vines. The other Cold Blood Hall disciples rushed toward the jade talisman. Whoosh! Lu Ming chopped down a vine with his sword. He then used the 9 dragons heaven-stomping step and rushed toward the jade talisman. Die! Shui Feng's blood sword slashed across the sky, cutting a dozen Cold Blood Hall experts in half. Bastard, I'll kill you! Shui Feng roared, his eyes red. So many experts had been killed by Lu Ming. He wanted to vomit blood. Unfortunately, he was facing a pile of rattan alone and couldn't get away at all. Today it's your Cold Blood Hall who will die, Lu Ming said coldly. He charged forward and killed a few more people. Damn you, Lu Shaoqing. In front, Sanguinarum was terrified. He gritted his teeth and rushed toward the jade talisman. He was only a few dozen meters away from the jade talisman. But at this moment, a few vines rushed out from the ground and whipped toward him. Damn it! He roared angrily. He was blocked. Bam! Bam! Rocks exploded. More vines appeared around the jade talisman, blocking all the Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming, give me the jade talisman. Dandan transmitted to Lu Ming. Okay. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and threw it toward the jade talisman. Lu Ming stared at Sanguinarum. Chapter 1072. Damn it! Stop him. Sanguinarum was shocked. He quickly retreated and hid behind the other Cold Blood Hall experts. Lu Ming dashed forward and swept his battle sword. The experts of Cold Blood Hall were killed one by one. Of course, not all of them were in the spiritual embryo realm. Many of them were in the spiritual embryo realm. They could not stop Lu Ming at all. Lu Ming appeared in front of Shui Luozi in an instant. No. No. Sanguinarum shouted. He wanted to escape, but Lu Ming's sword cut Sanguinarum in half. Lu Ming frowned. He saw a ball of white light wrapped around Sanguinarum's body and flew into the sky. In the next moment, Sanguinarum's body reformed. He was not dead, but his eyes were full of resentment. Lu Shaoqing, Cold Blood Hall will not let you go. With a loud roar, Shui Luozi disappeared in a flash of white light. Life talisman, Lu Ming whispered. He had heard that the strongest geniuses of the various forces had life talismans of the Saint Mansion. Even if they died, they could be resurrected outside. It seemed to be true. Amazing. Lu Ming sighed. The life talisman had merged with the rules of heaven and earth of this secret realm. As long as one wore the life talisman, they could not be killed. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. However, the others from Cold Blood Hall did not receive such treatment. If they died, they would die for real. Dandan rushed toward the jade talisman. At least a dozen vines whipped at it. Dandan stepped on the void and an inscription formation appeared. Its body flashed in the air and avoided the vines. It rushed past them and appeared in front of the jade talisman. It grabbed the jade talisman and stuffed it into its mouth. Let's go, we got it. Dandan yelled and ran forward like a madwoman. Squeak, squeak, squeak. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound resounded through the air. Rocks and boulders exploded as the main body of the vampiric vine woke up and let out an enraged roar. It was something that looked like a tree bump. It looked like a bunch of tree roots and countless vines extended from it. Countless vines danced and howled. In an instant, dozens of Cold Blood Hall disciples in the spirit embryo realm were killed by the vines and their blood was devoured. After devouring the blood, the vampiric vine's aura grew even stronger. Let's go, let's go. Shui Feng roared and waved his claws, breaking several vines as he rushed forward. The remaining Cold Blood Hall disciples also fled for their lives. The Dandan was extremely agile. Its inscriptions shone and the vines could not catch it. Lu Ming stepped into the air and flew towards Dandan. Whoosh! Dandan jumped onto Lu Ming's shoulder and shouted, "Let's go, let's go." That was because the vampiric vine had locked onto them and was chasing after Lu Ming. Lu Ming used the 9 dragons heaven-stomping steps and was astonishingly fast. With a flash of light, he disappeared into the distance. In all directions, the people from the small forces and the remaining Cold Blood Hall experts took the opportunity to flee. After running for tens of thousands of miles, the people of Cold Blood Hall rushed out of the area covered by the light shield. Without the suppression of the light shield, their speed skyrocketed. They turned into streaks of bloody light and disappeared. They only stopped after rushing for tens of thousands of miles. Then they looked at each other. Lu Shaoqing, damn you. Shui Feng almost vomited blood as he roared with red eyes. Tragic, too tragic. Hundreds of people from Cold Blood Hall had entered, but now there were less than 100 left. At least 200 people had died. Most of them were at the spirit embryo realm, but there were many domain enlightened spirit god realm experts as well. Most importantly, almost all of the 10 strongest people in the younger generation of Cold Blood Hall were dead. Only 2 of them were left, and Sanguinarum was still alive due to the protection of the life talisman. It was too tragic. The losses were incomparably heavy. Among them there were more than a dozen spirit god experts killed by Lu Ming. Even the overlords did not have many spirit god experts. More than half of Cold Blood Hall's geniuses from the previous generation were killed by Lu Ming. Lu Shaoqing, if I don't kill you, I swear I'm not human. Xue Feng roared, his voice echoing for hundreds of miles. Lu Ming sprinted madly. Tens of thousands of miles later, he was finally out of the range of the light barrier. His speed had increased tremendously, but behind him, the vampiric vine was still chasing after him. Lu Ming spared no effort and flew for hundreds of thousands of miles before he managed to shake off the vampiric vine. This guy is really difficult to deal with. After finding a secluded place, Lu Ming entered the mountain river diagram. He took a deep breath and began to refine the energy of the blood essence that he had devoured. World Academy, outside the Jade Wall of All. Suddenly the space trembled and a ray of light flashed. Sanguinarum's body appeared. Instantly, everyone's eyes fell on Sanguinarum. Sanguinarum was dead. Everyone knew that Sanguinarum had died in the battle. He had only survived because of the life charm. He was the first genius who had died in battle with a life charm. Sanguinarum, what happened? Asked an elder from Cold Blood Hall. He was a supreme master from Cold Blood Hall. The others also looked at Sanguinarum curiously. They were curious about what had happened. Sanguinarum had died in battle. Lu Shaoqing, it's Lu Shaoqing, Sanguinarum roared bitterly and then briefly explained what had happened. What? It's that weakling. After hearing this, everyone was shocked. Many people were dumbfounded. Lu Ming had attracted a lot of attention when he passed the Heavenly Market Cave. However, Lu Ming's results in the later selection were too poor. Many people thought that Lu Ming was just a weakling who had passed the Heavenly Market Cave by luck. However, after hearing Sanguinarum's story, many people were scared. How was he a weakling? He was clearly a killing god and Azura. That guy was just pretending to be weak. That's right. He's too despicable. He must have hidden his strength. I've heard of Lu Shaoqing. He appeared in Pill City before. That time he defeated Sanguinarum. He's a genius who came out of nowhere. Haha, Cold Blood Hall has suffered a great loss this time. They actually chose a killing god to go in with them. Many people discussed loudly. Some of the overlords were not afraid of Cold Blood Hall at all. They looked at Cold Blood Hall with contempt, such as Sky Eagle Castle and Floating Mountain. Cold Blood Hall's people were so angry that their lungs hurt and they had the urge to vomit blood. Sanguinarum, in particular, was so angry that his stomach hurt. This was because he was the one who had chosen Lu Ming. Lu Ming had dared to not give up the quota for the marrow cleansing pool to him and even mocked him. He had planned to make Lu Ming regret in the Saint Mansion secret realm. He never expected that he would bring a killing god with him. If not for Lu Ming, they would not have been so miserable facing the bloodthirsty vines. He had only himself to blame. I hope Xue Feng can kill that bastard. Cold Blood Hall's people secretly gritted their teeth, hoping that Xue Feng could kill Lu Ming. In the Saint Mansion secret realm, Lu Ming was refining the essence blood with all his might. After a few hours, the essence blood's energy was completely refined. Lu Ming's cultivation increased rapidly, reaching the peak of first-level spirit god in one go. However, his bloodline did not improve. Now that both of Lu Ming's bloodlines were at level 7 divine level, it was very difficult to improve them. He needed a huge amount of essence blood. It's a pity that a large part of the blood essence has been devoured by the bloodthirsty vines. Otherwise, with so many experts' energy, it would be enough for me to break through to second-level spirit god. Lu Ming felt that it was a pity. It's still not safe here. The bloodthirsty vines are ancient evil creatures. Once they're born, they'll go berserk and their strength will skyrocket. I'd better stay away from them first. After leaving the mountain river diagram, Lu Ming flew into the distance. Chapter 1073. Lu Ming stopped at this point. He was far enough away that the vampiric vine shouldn't be able to catch up to him. Dandan, what kind of treasure is that jade talisman? Lu Ming asked Dandan curiously. Take a look for yourself. Dandan opened his mouth, and the jade talisman flew out. Lu Ming caught it. Dandan wasn't interested in anything that wasn't related to spiritual herbs. Dandan, your strength has improved a lot recently. Lu Ming said. Dandan was able to snatch the jade talisman from the vampiric vine and escape with ease. Lu Ming was very curious about its strength. Of course. That's why I asked you to give me more spiritual herbs. Also, I swallowed some lightning tribulation when you were transcending your tribulation. That thing is very nourishing and helped me recover a lot. Dandan said proudly. Heavenly tribulation is very nourishing? Lu Ming was speechless. This guy was really mysterious. When the lightning cauldron was transcending its tribulation, this guy swallowed the heavenly tribulation in one gulp. At that time it was still an egg. How is it? Have you been subdued by my godly might? Follow me and serve me well in the future. You'll have a good life ahead of you. Dandan said proudly. It had already started to feel complacent. Go in. Lu Ming grabbed Dandan and stuffed him into the mountain river diagram. Then he looked at the jade talisman in his hand and scanned it with his spiritual sense. After breaking through to the spirit god realm and condensing a spirit god, one would be able to develop spiritual sense. It was more useful than the eyes and could sense everything. In the next moment, Lu Ming's face lit up with joy. The 9 seals of the divine gate is a type of sealing technique. It's a powerful secret technique. Lu Ming muttered to himself. The more he comprehended it, the more surprised he became. The 9 seals of the divine gate was a technique that could be used to condense the door of sealing and seal the opponent. When cultivated to a high level, it was said to be able to seal the heavens, earth, people, and everything. It was extremely terrifying. Amazing, too amazing. The more Lu Ming comprehended, the more amazed he became. He discovered the power of the divine gate 9 seals. This was a terrifying secret technique that had been left behind by an emperor in the Saint Mansion's secret realm countless years ago. It had been lost in the outside world for countless years. Lu Ming simply found a hidden place and entered the mountain and river diagram. He sat cross-legged under the tree of enlightenment and carefully comprehended. Now the Tao Comprehension ancient tree already produced 3 leaves, becoming more and more unordinary. Great Tao aura curled up around it. When one sat on the side they could enter an ethereal state. Lu Ming was completely focused on comprehending the 9 seals of the God Gate. Gradually, a mysterious light began to emanate from his body. As time passed, the light began to condense, transforming into a glowing door. It was like a door leading to the eternal unknown. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, whoosh. Suddenly, Lu Ming's hands formed a series of hand seals at extreme speed. A light gate condensed and flew towards Dandan. The light gate shone brightly, enveloping Dandan within. Nestling, what are you doing? Dandan's limbs flailed wildly as if it was being suppressed. Only when Dandan's body glowed brightly and inscribed various formations did it manage to escape. Not bad. Lu Ming smiled. Even the vampiric vine couldn't stop Dandan from escaping. Its ability to escape was unfathomable and slippery. However, even Dandan was careless and was suppressed by the gate of sealing for a moment. Lu Ming was very satisfied with the power of the gate of sealing. If it were anyone else, they would definitely be suppressed by the gate of sealing. In a battle between experts, even if one was sealed for a moment, it could determine life and death. Moreover, as Lu Ming's cultivation increased, the power of the gate of sealing would also increase. It could be used as one of Lu Ming's trump cards. Especially since Lu Ming had just started cultivating, he could only cultivate 1 gate of sealing. The 9 seals of the God Gate, when cultivated to the highest level, could cultivate 9 gates of sealing. That was truly terrifying. With each additional gate of sealing, the power of the gate of sealing would multiply. I've already wasted 3 days. I can't waste any more time. It's rare for me to enter the Saint Mansion secret realm. I can't waste it. With a thought, Lu Ming came out of the mountain river map. He randomly chose a direction and flew forward. Dandan also climbed onto Lu Ming's shoulder and looked around for spiritual herbs. On a mountain peak in front of him, a giant wolf appeared. It was as big as a mountain, and its entire body was silvery white. It raised its head and howled, causing the entire mountain range to shake violently. So powerful. Lu Ming's expression changed drastically. He retracted his aura and landed on a mountain range below to observe from afar. Rumble. Suddenly the mountain range below Lu Ming's feet moved violently, and then it floated in the air and flew toward the giant wolf. Nestle. Lu Ming realized that the mountain range below his feet was not a mountain range but a giant snake. The giant snake was as big as a mountain, and its body was covered with mud, rocks, and trees. It lay there motionlessly like a mountain range. Titan giant snake. No, even if it's not a pure-blooded Titan giant snake, it's close. Lu Ming wailed and hurriedly flew to the side. Fortunately, the giant snake only had eyes for the giant silver wolf and did not pay attention to Lu Ming. Brr. The giant silver wolf roared, and with a stomp of its foot, the mountain peak below it shattered. Its huge body pounced on the giant snake. The two behemoths fought fiercely, and for a moment heaven and earth shook, and the mountain peaks shattered. What a powerful vicious beast. This is definitely not a force from the outside world, but a powerful vicious beast born and bred in the Saint Mansion's secret realm. Lu Ming avoided them from afar, not daring to get close. These two beasts were definitely at the high-level spiritual god realm, and they were extremely terrifying. This secret realm is very dangerous. Previously, I encountered the bloodthirsty vine and now I have to be careful. Lu Ming concealed his aura and flew carefully. Not long after, he saw a few saber marks on a cliff. He carefully sensed them and found that they were left by a peerless expert. If a saber practitioner carefully comprehended them, they would definitely be enlightened. Rumor has it that 30,000 years ago, a supreme expert came here to cultivate. These saber marks are probably left behind by an expert who comprehended something during his cultivation. Lu Ming guessed. If so, there would be many such marks in the secret realm. If he could find the right one, it would be a great opportunity. Lu Ming did not stay long because he did not practice saber, and the marks did not fit him. Along the way he found many spiritual herbs. Lu Ming only kept a few and gave the rest to Dandan. There's someone ahead. A day later, Lu Ming saw a figure flying in front of him. It was not someone from Cold Blood Hall, but someone from another force. When entering the Saint Mansion secret realm, there were 9 light pillars that entered 9 different areas. However, these 9 areas were connected and were all in the same secret realm. The major forces began to enter separately to avoid disputes. However, as time passed, the people in the 9 areas would definitely encounter each other. Lu Ming guessed that he had already arrived at another area. Lu Ming flew forward and saw many people gathered under a stone wall, carefully observing and comprehending.